Chapter 1 of The Passionate Friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Eastman. The Passionate Friends by H.G. Wells. Chapter the First. Mr. Stratton to his Son. 1. I want very much to set down my thoughts and my experiences of life. I want to do so now that I have come to middle age. And now that my attitudes are all defined and my personal drama worked out, I feel that the toil of writing and reconsideration may help to clear and fix many things that remain a little uncertain in my thoughts, because they have never been fully stated. And I want to discover any lurking inconsistencies and unsuspected gaps. And I have a story. I have lived through things that have searched me. I want to tell that story as well as I can while I am still a clear-headed and active man, and while many details that may presently become blurred and altered are still rawly fresh in my mind. And to one person in particular do I wish to think I am writing, and that is to you, my only son. I want to write my story not indeed to the child you are now, but to the man you are going to be. You are half my blood, and temperamentally altogether mine. A day will come when you will realize this, and want to know how life has gone with me, and then it may be altogether too late for me to answer your enquiries. I may have become inaccessible, as old people are sometimes inaccessible, and so I think of leaving this book for you. At any rate, I shall write it as if I meant to leave it for you. Afterwards, I can consider whether I will indeed leave it. The idea of writing such a book as this came to me first, as I sat by the dead body of your grandfather, my father. It was because I wanted so greatly such a book from him that I am now writing this. He died, you must know, only a few months ago, and I went to his house to bury him and settle all his affairs. At one time, he had been my greatest friend. He had never, indeed, talked to me about himself or his youth, but he had always showed an extraordinary sympathy and helpfulness for me in all the confusion and perplexities into which I fell. This did not last to the end of his life. I was the child of his middle years, and suddenly, in a year or less, the curtains of age and infirmity fell between us. There came an illness, an operation, and he rose from it, ailing, suffering, dwarfed, and altogether changed. Of all the dark shadows upon life, I think that change through illness and organic decay in the thoughts and spirits of those who are dear and close to us is the most evil and distressing and inexplicable. Suddenly, he was a changeling, a being querulous and pitiful, needing indulgence and sacrifices. In a little while, a new state of affairs was established. I ceased to consider him as a man to whom one told things, of whom one could expect help or advice. We all ceased to consider him at all in that way. We humored him, put pleasant things before him, concealed whatever was disagreeable. A poor old man he was indeed in those concluding years, weakly rebellious against the firm kindliness of my cousin, his housekeeper and nurse. He who had once been so alert was now at times astonishingly apathetic. At times an impish malice I had never known in him before gleamed in little acts and speeches. His talk rambled, and for the most part was concerned with small, long-forgotten contentions. It was indistinct and difficult to follow because of a recent loss of teeth, and he craved for brandy, to restore, even for a moment, the sense of strength and well-being that ebbed and ebbed away from him. So that, when I came to look at his dead face at last, it was with something like amazement I perceived him grave and beautiful. more grave and beautiful than he had been even in the fullness of life. All the estrangement of the final years was wiped in an instant from my mind as I looked upon his face. There came back a rush of memories, of kind, strong, patient, human aspects of his fatherhood. And I remembered, as every son must remember. Even you, my dear, will someday remember, because it is in the very nature of sonship. Insubordinations, struggles, ingratitudes, great benefits taken unthankfully, slights and disregards. It was not remorse I felt, nor repentance, but a tremendous regret that so things had happened, and that life should be so. Why is it, I thought, that when a son has come to manhood, he cannot take his father for a friend? I had a curious sense of unprecedented communion as I stood beside him now. I felt that he understood my thoughts. His face seemed to answer with an expression of still and sympathetic patience. I was sensible of amazing gaps. We had never talked together of love, never of religion. All sorts of things that a man of 28 would not dream of hiding from a coeval, he had hidden from me. For some days I had to remain in his house. I had to go through his papers, handle all those intimate personal things that accumulate around a human being year by year. Letters, yellowing scraps of newspaper, tokens, relics kept, accidental vestiges, significant litter. I learnt many things I had never dreamt of. At times I doubted whether I was not prying, whether I ought not to risk the loss of those necessary legal facts I sought, and burn these papers unread. There were love letters, and many such touching things. My memories of him did not change because of these new lights, but they became wonderfully illuminated. I realized him as a young man. I began to see him as a boy. I found a little half-bound botanical book with stencil-tinted illustrations. A good conduct prize my father had won at his preparatory school. A rolled-up sheet of paper, carbonized and dry and brittle, revealed itself as a piece of specimen writing, stiff with boyish effort, decorated in ambitious and faltering flourishes, and still betraying the pencil rulings his rubber should have erased. Already your writing is better than that. And I found a daguerreotype portrait of him in knickerbockers against a photographer's style. His face then was not unlike yours. I stood with that in my hand at the little bureau in his bedroom, and looked at his dead face. The flatly painted portrait of his father, my grandfather, hanging there in the stillness above the coffin, looking out on the world he had left with steady, humorous blue eyes that followed one about the room. That, too, was revivified, touched into reality and participation by this and that, became a living presence at a conference of lives. Things of his were there also in that life's accumulation. There we were, 3 Strattons together, and down in the dining room were steel engravings to take us back 2 generations further, and we had all lived full lives, suffered, attempted, signified. I had a glimpse of the long successions of mankind. What a huge, inaccessible lumber room of thought and experience we amounted to, I thought. How much we are, how little we transmit. Each one of us was but a variation, an experiment upon the Stratton theme. All that I had now under my hands was but the merest hints and vestiges, moving and surprising indeed, but casual and fragmentary, of those obliterated repetitions. Man is a creature becoming articulate, and why should those men have left so much of the tale untold, to be lost and forgotten? Why must we all repeat things done, and come again very bitterly to wisdom our fathers have achieved before us? My grandfather should have left me something better than the still enigma of his watching face, All my life so far has gone in learning very painfully what many men have learnt before me. I have spent the greater part of 40 years in finding a sort of purpose for the uncertain and declining decades that remain. Is it not time the generations drew together and helped one another? Cannot we begin now to make a better use of the experiences of life, so that our sons may not waste themselves so much? Cannot we gather into books that men may read in an hour or so the gist of these confused and multitudinous realities of the individual career? Surely the time is coming for that, when a new private literature will exist, and fathers and mothers, behind their roles of rulers, protectors, and supporters, will prepare frank and intimate records of their thought and their feeling, told as one tells things to equals, without authority or reserves or discretions, so that, they being dead, their children may rediscover them as contemporaries and friends. That desire for self-expression is indeed already almost an instinct with many of us. Man is disposed to create a traditional wisdom. For me, this book I contemplate is a need. I am just 1.5 years from a bitter tragedy and the loss of a friend as dear as life to me. It is very constantly in my mind. She opened her mind to me, as few people open their minds to anyone. In a way, little Stephen, she died for you. And I am so placed that I have no one to talk to quite freely about her. The one other person to whom I talk, I cannot talk to about her. It is strange, seeing how we love and trust one another, but so it is. You will understand that the better as the story unfolds. For 8 long years before the crisis that culminated in her tragic death, I never saw her. Yet, quite apart from the shock and distresses of that time, it has left me extraordinarily lonely and desolate. And there was a kind of dreadful splendor in that last act of hers, which has taken a great hold upon my imagination. It has interwoven with everything else in my mind. It bears now upon every question. I cannot get away from it while it is thus pent from utterance. Perhaps, having written this to you, I may never show it you or leave it for you to see. But yet I must write it. Of all conceivable persons, you, when you have grown to manhood, are the most likely to understand. 2. You did not come to see your dead grandfather, nor did you know very much about the funeral. Nowadays, we do not bring the sweet egotisms, the vivid, beautiful personal intensities of childhood into the cold, vast presence of death. I would as soon, my dear, have sent your busy little limbs toiling up the Matterhorn. I have put by a photograph of my father for you, as he lay in that last stillness of his, that you will see at a properer time. Your mother and I wore black only at his funeral, and came back colored again into your colored world, and in a very little while your interest in this event that had taken us away for a time turned to other, more assimilable things. But there happened a little incident that laid hold upon me. You forgot it perhaps in a week or less, but I shall never forget it. And this incident it was that gathered up the fruits of those moments beside my father's body, and set me to write this book. It had the effect of a little bright light held up against the vague, dark immensities of thought and feeling that filled my mind because of my father's death. Now that I come to set it down, I see that it is altogether trivial, and I cannot explain how it is that it is to me so piercingly significant. I had to whip you. Your respect for the admirable and patient Mademoiselle Potin, the protectress and companion of your public expeditions, did in some slight crisis suddenly fail you. In the extreme publicity of Kensington Gardens, in the presence of your 2 little sisters, before a startled world, You expressed an opinion of her, in 2 languages and a loud voice, that was not only very unjust, but extremely offensive and improper. It reflected upon her intelligence and goodness. It impeached her personal appearance. It was the kind of outcry no little gentleman should ever permit himself, however deeply he may be aggrieved. You then, so far as I was able to disentangle the evidence, assaulted her violently, hurled a stone at her, and fled her company. You came home alone by a route chosen by yourself, flushed and wrathful, braving the dangers of Kensington High Street. This, after my stern and deliberate edict, that upon pain of corporal punishment, respect and obedience must be paid to Mademoiselle Potin. The logic of the position was relentless. But where your behavior was remarkable, where the affair begins to touch my imagination, was that you yourself presently put the whole business before me. Alone in the schoolroom, you seemed to have come to some realization of the extraordinary dreadfulness of your behavior. Such moments happen in the lives of all small boys. They happened to me times enough, to my dead father, to that grandfather of the portrait which is now in my study, to his father and his, and so on through long series of Strattons, back to inarticulate, shock-haired little sinners slinking fearfully away from the awful wrath, the bellowings and limitless violence of the hairy old man of the herd. The bottom goes out of your heart then. You are full of a conviction of sin. So far you did but carry on the experience of the race. But to ask audience of me, to come and look me in the eye, to say you wanted my advice on a pressing matter, that, I think, marks almost a new phase in the long developing history of father and son. And your account of the fracas struck me as quite reasonably frank and honest. I didn't seem able, you observed, not to go on being badder and badder. We discussed the difficulties of our situation, and you passed sentence upon yourself. I saw to it that the outraged dignity of Mademoiselle Potin was mocked by no mere formality of infliction. You did your best to be stoical, I remember, but at last you yelped and wept. Then, justice being done, you rearranged your costume. The situation was a little difficult, until you, still sobbing and buttoning, you are really a shocking bad hand at buttons, and looking a very small, tender, ruffled, rueful thing indeed, strolled towards my study window. The pear tree is out next door, you remarked, without a trace of animosity, and sobbing as one might hiccough. I suppose there are moments in the lives of all grown men when they come near to weeping aloud. In some secret place within myself, I must have been a wild river of tears. I answered, however, with the same admirable detachment from the smarting past that you had achieved, that my study window was particularly adapted to the appreciation of our neighbor's pear tree, because of its height from the ground. We fell into a conversation about blossom and the setting of fruit, kneeling together upon my window-seat, and looking up into the pear tree against the sky, and then down through its black branches into the gardens, all quickening with spring. We were on so friendly a footing when presently Mademoiselle Potin returned, and placed her dignity or her resignation in my hands, that I doubt if she believed a word of all my assurances, until the unmistakable confirmation of your evening bath. Then, as I understood it, she was extremely remorseful to you, and indignant against my violence. But when I knelt with you, little urchin, upon my window-seat, it came to me as a thing almost intolerably desirable, that some day you should become my real and understanding friend. I loved you profoundly. I wanted to stretch forward into time and speak to you, man myself to the man you are yet to be. It seemed to me that between us there must needs be peculiar subtleties of sympathy. And I remembered that by the time you are a man fully grown, and emerging from the passionately tumultuous openings of manhood, capable of forgiving me all my blundering parentage, capable of perceiving all the justifying fine intention of my ill-conceived disciplines and misdirections, I might be either an old man, shriveling again to an inexplicable egotism, or dead. I saw myself as I had seen my father, first enfeebled, and then inaccessibly tranquil. When presently you had gone from my study, I went to my writing desk, and drew a paper pad towards me, and sat thinking and making idle marks upon it with my pen. I wanted to exceed the limits of those frozen silences that must come at last between us, write a book that should lie in your world like a seed, and at last, as your own being ripened, flower into living understanding by your side. This book, which before had been only an idea for a book, competing against many other ideas, and the demands of that toilsome work for peace and understanding to which I have devoted the daily energies of my life, had become, I felt, an imperative necessity between us. 3. And then there happened one of those crises of dread and apprehension and pain that are like a ploughing of the heart. It was brought home to me that you might die even before the first pages of this book of yours were written. You became feverish, complained of that queer pain you had felt twice before, and for the third time you were ill with appendicitis. Your mother and I came and regarded your tousled head and flushed little face on the pillow as you slept uneasily, and decided that we must take no more risks with you. So, soon as your temperature had fallen again, we set about the business of an operation. We told each other that nowadays these operations were as safe as going to sleep in your bed, but we knew better. Our own doctor had lost his son. That, we said, was different. But we knew well enough in our hearts that you were going very near to the edge of death, nearer than you had ever been since first you came clucking into the world. The operation was done at home. A capable, fair-complexioned nurse took possession of us, and my study, because it has the best light, was transfigured into an admirable operating room. All its furnishings were sent away, every cloth and curtain, and the walls and floor were covered with white sterilized sheets. The high little mechanical table they erected before the window seemed to me like an altar, on which I had to offer up my son. There were basins of disinfectants and towels conveniently about. The operator came, took out his array of scalpels and forceps and little sponges from the black bag he carried, put them ready for his hand, and then covered them from your sight with a white cloth, and I brought you down in my arms, wrapped in a blanket, from your bedroom to the anesthetist. You were beautifully trustful and submissive and unafraid. I stood by you until the chloroform had done its work, and then left you there, lest my presence should in the slightest degree embarrass the surgeon. The anesthetic had taken all the color out of your face, and you looked pinched and shrunken and greenish, and very small and pitiful. I went into the drawing-room, and stood there with your mother, and made conversation. I cannot recall what we said. I think it was about the moorland to which we were going for your convalescence. Indeed, we were but the ghosts of ourselves. All our substance seemed listening to the little sounds that came to us from the study. Then, after long ages, there was a going to and fro of feet, a bump, the opening of a door, and our own doctor came into the room, rubbing his hands together and doing nothing to conceal his profound relief. "Admirable," he said, "altogether successful." I went up to you, and saw a tumbled little person in the bed, still heavily insensible, and moaning slightly. By the table were bloody towels, and in a shallow glass tray was a small object, like a damaged piece of earthworm. "Not a bit too soon," said the surgeon, holding this up in his forceps for my inspection. "It's on the very verge of perforation." I affected a detached and scientific interest, but the prevailing impression in my mind was that this was a fragment from very nearly the center of your being. He took it away with him, I know not whither. Perhaps it is now in spirits in a specimen jar, an example to all medical students of what to avoid in an appendix. Perhaps it was stained and frozen, and microtomized into transparent sections, as they do such things, and mounted on glass slips, and distributed about the world for curious histologists to wreak their eyes upon. For a time you lay uneasily still, and then woke up to pain. Even then you got a fresh purchase on my heart. It has always been our custom to discourage weeping and outcries, and you did not forget your training. "I shan't mind so much, Dada," you remarked to me, "if I may yelp." So for a day, by special concession, you yelped, and then the sting of those fresh wounds departed. Within a fortnight, so quickly does an aseptic wound heal up again, you were running about in the sun, and I had come back, as one comes back to a thing forgotten, to the first beginnings of this chapter on my desk. But for a time I could not go on working at it because of the fear I had felt, and it is only now in June, in this house in France to which we have come for the summer, with you more flagrantly healthy than I have ever known you before, that my heart creeps out of its hole again, and I can go on with my story. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, Parts 1 to 3, of The Passionate Friends, by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Chapter the 2nd, Boyhood. 1. I was a Harbury boy, as my father and grandfather were before me, and as you are presently to be. I went to Harbury at the age of 14. Until then I was educated at home, first by a governess, and then by my father's curate, Mr. Siddons, who went from us to St. Philip's in Hampstead, and succeeding marvellously there, is now Bishop of Exminster. My father became rector of Burnmore when I was 9. My mother had been dead 4 years, and my second cousin, Jane Stratton, was already his housekeeper. My father held the living until his resignation, when I was nearly 30. So that all the most impressionable years of my life centre upon the Burnmore Rectory, and the easy spaciousness of Burnmore Park. My boyhood and adolescence alternated between the ivied red brick and ancient traditions of Harbury, and afterwards Christchurch, and that still untroubled countryside. I was never a town dweller until I married, and we took our present house in Holland Park. I went into London at last, as one goes into an arena. It cramps me and wearies me, and at times nearly overwhelms me. But there it is that the life of men centres, and my work lies. But every summer we do as we have done this year, and go to some house in the country, near to forests or moorland or such like open and uncultivated country, where one may have the refreshment of freedom among natural and unhurried things. This year we are in a walled garden upon the Seine, about 4 miles above Chateau Galliard, and with the forest reaching up to the paddock beyond the orchard close. You will understand better when I have told you my story, why I saw Burnmore for the last time when I was 21, and why my memories of it shine so crystalline clear. I have 1,000 vivid miniatures of it in my mind, and all of them are beautiful to me, so that I could quite easily write a whole book of landscapes from the park alone. I can still recall quite vividly the warm, beauty-soaked sensation of going out into the morning sunshine of the park, with my lunch in a little green Swiss tin under my arm, and the vast, interminable day all before me, the gigantic, divinely unconditional day that only boyhood knows, and the park so great and various that it was more than 2 hours going for me to reach its eastern fences. I was only a little older then than you are now. Sometimes I went right up through the woods to the house to companion with Philip and Guy Christian and their sister. I loved her then, and one day I was to love her with all my heart. But in those boyish times I liked most to go alone. My memories of the park are all under blue sky and sunshine, with just a thunderstorm or so. On wet days and cold days I was kept to closer limits, and it seems to me now rather an intellectual conviction than a positive memory that, save for a few pine-clad patches in the extreme southeast, its soil was all thick clay. That meant for me only beautiful green marshes, a number of vividly interesting meres upon the course of its stream, and a wealth of gigantic oaks. The meres lay at various levels, and the hand of Lady Ladislaw had assisted nature in their enrichment with lilies and water plants. There were places of sedge and scented rush, amidst which were sapphire mists of forget-me-not for long stretches, skirmishing commandos of yellow iris and wide wastes of floating water lilies. The gardens passed insensibly into the park, and beyond the house were broad stretches of grass, sunlit, barred with the deep green shadows of great trees, and animated with groups and lines of fallow deer. Near the house was an Italianate garden, with balustradings and statuary, and a great wealth of roses and flowering shrubs. Then there were bracken wildernesses, in which the does lurked with the young fawns, and a hollow, shallow and wide, with the turf greatly attacked by rabbits, and exceptionally threadbare, where a stricken oak, lightning-stripped, spread out its ghastly arms above contorted rotting branches, and the mysterious skeletons of, I should think, 5 several deer. In the evening time, the woods behind this place of bones, they were woods of straight-growing, rather crowded trees, and standing, as it were, a little aloof, became, even under the warmest sunset, grey and cold, and as if they waited. And in the distant corner where the sand was, rose suddenly a steep little hill, surmounted by a wild and splendid group of pines, through which one looked across a vale of cornfields, at an ancient town that became strange and magical as the sun went down, so that I was held gazing at it, and afterwards had to flee the twilight across the windy spaces, and under the dim and darkling trees. It is only now, in the distant retrospect, that I identify that far-off city of wonder and luminous mist with the commonplace little town, through whose narrow streets we drove to the railway station. But, of course, that is what it must have been. There are persons to be found mixed up in those childish memories. Lady Ladislaw, tall and gracious, in dresses of floating blue or grey, or thin, subtly folding, flowering stuffs. Philip and his sister, Guy, the old butler, a multitude of fainter figures, long become nameless and featureless. They are far less vivid in my memory than the fine solitudes of the park itself, and the dreams I had there. I wonder if you dream as I dreamt. I wonder whether, indeed, I dreamt as now I think I did. Have I, in these latter years, given form and substance and a name to things as vague in themselves as the urgencies of instinct? Did I really go into those woods and waving green places as one keeps a tryst, expectant of a fellowship more free and delicate and delightful than any I knew? Did I know in those days of nymphs and dryads and fauns, and all those happy soulless beings with which the desire of man's heart has animated the wilderness? Once, certainly, I crawled slowly through the tall bracken, and at last lay still for an interminable while, convinced that so I should see those shadows populous with fairies, with green little people. How patiently I lay! But the stems creaked and stirred, and my heart would keep on beating like a drum in my throat. It is incredible that once A furry, whispering, half-human creature with bright brown eyes came, and for a time played with me near where the tall ferns foam in a broad torrent from between the big chestnuts down to the upper mere. That must have been real dreaming, and yet now, with all my sanities and skepticisms, I could half believe it real. 2. You become reserved. Perhaps not exceptionally so, but as all children become reserved. Already you understand that your heart is very preciously your own. You keep it from me and everyone, so much so, so justifiably so, that when, by virtue of our kindred and all that we have in common, I get sudden glimpses right into your depths, there mixes with the swift spasm of love I feel a dread, lest you should catch me, as it were, spying into you, and that one of us, I know not which, should feel ashamed. Every child passes into this secret stage. It closes in from its first frankness. It carries off the growing jewel of its consciousness to hide from all mankind. I think I can see why this should be so, but I cannot tell why, in so many cases, no jewel is given back again at last, a light, ripened, wonderful, glowing with the deep fires of experience. I think that is what ought to happen. It is what does happen now with true poets and true artists. Some day, I think, it will be the life of all normal human souls. But usually it does not seem to happen at all. Children pass out of a stage, open, beautiful, exquisitely simple, into silences and discretions beneath an imposed and artificial life. And they are lost. Out of the finished, careful, watchful, restrained and limited man or woman, no child emerges again. I remember very distinctly how I myself came, by imperceptible increments of reservation, to withdraw those early delicacies of judgments, those original and personal standards and appreciations, from sight and expression. I can recall specific moments when I perceive now that my little childish figure stood, as it were, obstinately and with a sense of novelty in a doorway, denying the self within. It was partly, I think, a simple instinct that drew that curtain of silences and concealments. It was much more a realization that I had no power of lucidity to save the words and deeds I sought to make expressive from complete misunderstanding. But most of all, it was the perception that I was under training and compulsion for ends that were all askew and irrelevant to the trend of my imaginations, the quality of my dreams. There was around me something unfriendly to this inner world, something very ready to pass from unfriendliness to acute hostility. And if, indeed, I succeeded in giving anything of my inner self to others, it was only, as people put it, to give myself away. My nurses, my governess, my tutor, my father, the servants about me, seemed all bent upon imposing an artificial personality upon me. Only in a very limited sense did they want me. What they wanted was something that could be made out of me by extensive suppressions and additions. They ignored the fact that I had been born with a shape of my own. They were resolved I should be pressed into a mold and cast. It was not that they wanted outer conformity to certain needs and standards. That, I think, would be a reasonable thing enough to demand. But they wanted to subdue my most private thoughts to their ideals. My nurses and my governesses would rate me for my very feelings, would clamor for gratitude, and reproach me bitterly for betraying that I did not at some particular moment love. Only yesterday I heard Mademoiselle Potin doing that very same thing to you. It is that you do not care, Master Steve. It is that you do not care. You do not want to care. They went too far in that invasion of my personal life. but I perceive quite clearly the present need for most of the process of molding and subjugation that children must undergo. Human society is a new thing upon the earth, an invention of the last 10,000 years. Man is a creature as yet not freely and instinctively gregarious. In his more primordial state, he must have been an animal of very small groups and limited associations, an animal rather self-centered and fierce, and he is still but imperfectly adapted, either morally or physically, to the wider social life his crowding interactions force upon him. He still learns speech and computation and civility and all the devices of this artificially extended and continually broadening tribal life with an extreme reluctance. He has to be shaped in the interests of the species, I admit, to the newer conditions. The growing social order must be protected from the keen edge of his still savage individuality, and he must be trained in his own interests to save himself from the destruction of impossible revolts. But how clumsily is the thing done! How we are caught and jammed and pressed and crippled into citizenship! How excessive and crushing is the suppression! And how inadequate! Every child feels that, even if every child does not clearly know it. Every child presently begins to hide itself from the confused tyrannies of the social process, from the searching inspections and injunctions and interferences of parent and priest and teacher. I have got to be so, we all say deep down in ourselves, and more or less distinctly, according to the lucidities of our minds. But in my heart I am this. And in the outcome, we all try to seem, at least, to be so, while an ineffectual rebel struggles passionately, like a beast caught in a trap, for ends altogether more deep and dangerous, for the rose and the star and the wildfire, for beauty and beautiful things. These, we all know in our darkly vital recesses, are the real needs of life. The obediences imposed upon us by our crude necessities and jostling proximities, mere incidentals on our way to those profounder purposes. And when I write thus of ourselves, I mean our bodies quite as much as our imaginations. The two sides of us are covered up alike, and put alike into disguises and unnatural shapes. We are taught and forced to hide them for the same reasons, from a fear of ourselves and a fear of the people about us. The sense of beauty, the sense of one's body, the freedom of thought and of desire, and the wonder of life are all interwoven strands. I remember that in the park of Burnmore, one great craving I had was to take off my clothes there altogether, and bathe in a clear place among loosestrife and meadowsweet, and afterwards lie wet and naked upon the soft green turf with the sun shining upon me. But I thought also that that was a very wicked and shameful craving to have, and I never dared give way to it. 3. As I think of myself and all these glowing secrecies and hidden fancies within, walking along beside old Siddons and half listening to his instructive discourse, I see myself as though I was an image of all humanity under tuition for the social life. I write old Siddons, for so he seemed to me then. In truth, he was scarcely a dozen years older than I, and the other day when I exchanged salutations with his gaitered presence in the Haymarket, on his way, I suppose, to the Athenaeum, it struck me that he it is who is now the younger man. But at Burnmore he was 18 inches or more above my head, and all the way of school and university beyond me. Full of the world they had fitted him for, and eager to impart its doctrines. He went along in his tweeds that were studiously untidy, a Norfolk jacket of one clerically greyish stuff, and trousers of another somewhat lighter pattern, in thick boots, the collar of his calling, and a broad-minded hat, bearing his face heavenward as he talked, and not so much aware of me as appreciating the things he was saying. and sometimes he was manifestly talking to himself and airing his outlook. He carried a walking stick, a manly, homely, knobby, donnish walking stick. He forced the pace a little, for his legs were long, and he had acquired the habit of strenuous pedestrianism at Oxford, with all the other things. He obliged me to go at a kind of skipping trot, and he preferred the high roads towards Wickenham for our walks, because they were flatter, and there was little traffic upon them in those days before the motor car, and we could keep abreast and go on talking uninterruptedly. That is to say, he could talk. What talk it was! Of all the virtues that the young should have. He spoke of courage, and how splendid it was to accustom oneself not even to feel fear. Of truth, and difficult cases where one might conceivably injure others by telling the truth, and so perhaps qualify the rigor of one's integrity, but how one should never hesitate to injure one's own self in that matter. Then, in another phase, he talked of belief, and the disagreeableness of dissenters. But here I remember there was a discussion. I have forgotten how I put the thing, but in some boyish phrasing or other, I must have thrown out the idea that thought is free and beliefs uncontrollable. What of conformity, if the truth was that you doubted? Not if you make an effort, I remember him saying. Not if you make an effort. I have had my struggles. But if you say firmly to yourself, the Church teaches this, if you dismiss mere carping and say that. But suppose you can't, I must have urged. You can if you will, he said with a note near enthusiasm. I have been through all that. I did it. I dismissed doubts. I wouldn't listen. I felt, this won't do. All this leads nowhere. And he it was told me the classic story of that presumptuous schoolboy who went to his headmaster and declared himself an atheist. There were no dialectics, but a prompt horsewhipping. In afterlife, said Mr. Siddons, with unctuous gratification, he came to recognize that thrashing as the very best thing that had ever happened to him, the kindest thing. Yes, urged the obstinate rebel within me, but the truth, that fearless insistence on the truth. I could, however, find nothing effective to say aloud, and Siddons prevailed over me. That story made my blood boil. It filled me with an anticipatory hatred of and hostility to headmasters. And at the same time, there was something in it brutally truer to the conditions of human association than any argument. I do not remember the various steps by which I came to be discussing doubts so early in my life. I could not have been much more than 13 when that conversation occurred. I am, I think, perhaps exceptionally unconscious about myself. I find I can recall the sayings and even the gestures of other people far more distinctly than the things I said and did myself. Even my dreams and imaginings are more active than my positive thoughts and proceedings. But I was no doubt very much stimulated by the literature lying about my home, and the gleams and echoes of controversies that played like summer lightning round and about the horizons of my world. Over my head, and after I had gone to bed, my father and Siddons were talking. My cousin was listening with strained apprehensions. There was a new spirit in my father's sermons. It was the storm of Huxley-Darwin controversies that had at last reached Burnmore. I was an intelligent little listener, an eager reader of anything that came to hand. Mr. Siddons had a disposition to fight his battles over again in his monologues to me. And after all, at 13 one isn't a baby. The small boy of the lower classes used in those days to start life for himself long before then. How dramatic a phase it was in the history of the human mind, when science suddenly came into the vicarages, into all the studies and quiet places that had been the fastnesses of conviction and our ideals, and denied with all the power of evidence it had been accumulating for so long, and so obscurely and inaggressively, with fossils and strata, with embryology and comparative anatomy, the doctrine of the historical fall, and all the current scheme of orthodoxy that was based on that. What a quickening shock it must have been in countless thousands of educated lives. And my father, after a toughly honest resistance, was won over to Darwinism. The idea of evolution got hold of him, the idea that life itself was intolerant of vain repetitions. And he had to consider his position in the church. To him, as to innumerable other honest, middle-aged, and comfortable men, Darwinism came as a dreadful invitation to go out into the wilderness. Over my head, and just out of range of my ears, he was debating that issue, with Siddons as a foil, and my cousin as a horrified antagonist. Slowly, he was developing his conception of compromise. And meanwhile, he wasn't going out into the wilderness at all, but punctually to and fro, along the edge of the lawn by the bed of hollyhocks, and through the little green door in the garden wall, and across the corner of the churchyard to the vestry and the perennial services and sacraments of the church. But he never talked to me privately of religion. He left that for my cousin and Mr. Siddons, to do or not to do as they felt disposed. And in those silences of his, I may have found another confirmation of my growing feeling that religion was, from one point of view, a thing somehow remote and unreal, claiming unjustifiable interventions in the detailed conduct of my life. And from another, a peculiar concern of my father's and Mr. Siddons, to which they went, through the vestry, changing into strange garments on the way. End of Chapter 2, Parts 1 to 3. Chapter 2, Parts 4 to 7, of The Passionate Friends, by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Chapter the 2nd, Boyhood, continued. 4. I do not want to leave the impression, which my last section may have conveyed, that at the age of 13 or thereabouts, I walked about with Mr. Siddons discussing doubt in a candid and intelligent manner, and maintaining theological positions. That particular conversation you must imagine with Mr. Siddons somewhat monologuing, addressing himself not only to my present self, but with an unaccustomed valiance to my absent father. What I may have said or not said, whether I did indeed dispute, or merely, and by a kind of accident, implied objections, I have altogether forgotten long ago. A boy, far more than a man, is mentally a discontinuous being. The drifting chaos of his mind makes its experimental beginnings at 100 different points and in 100 different spirits and directions. Here he flashes into a concrete realization, here into a conviction unconsciously incompatible. Here is something originally conceived, here something uncritically accepted. I know that I criticized Mr. Siddons quite acutely and disbelieved in him. I know also that I accepted all sorts of suggestions from him quite unhesitatingly, and that I did my utmost to satisfy his standards and realize his ideals of me. Like an outer casing to that primordial creature of senses and dreams which came to the surface in the solitudes of the park, was my Siddonesque self, a high-minded and clean and brave English boy, conscientiously loyal to Queen and country, athletic and a good sportsman, and acutely alive to good and bad form. Mr. Siddons made me aware of my clothed self as a visible object. I surveyed my garmented being in mirrors, and was trained to feel the awfulness of various other small boys who appeared transitorily in the smaller park when Lady Ladislaw extended her wide hospitality to certain benevolent London associations. Their ill-fitting clothing, their undisciplined outcries, their slouching, their bad throwing, and defective aspirates were made matters for detestation in my plastic mind. Those things, I was assured, placed them outside the pale of any common humanity. "Very unfortunate and all that," said Mr. Siddons, "and uncommonly good of Lady Ladislaw to have them down. But dirty little cads, Stephen, dirty little cads, so don't go near 'em if you can help it. They played an indecent sort of cricket, with coats instead of a wicket." Mr. Siddons was very grave about games, and the strict ritual and proper apparatus for games. He believed that Waterloo was won by the indirect influence of public school cricket, disregarding many other contributory factors. We did not play very much, but we practiced sedulously at a net in the paddock with the gardener and the doctor's almost grown-up sons. I thought missing a possible catch was an impropriety. I studiously maintained the correct attitude, alert and elastic, while I was fielding. Moreover, I had a shameful secret, that I did not really know where a ball ought to pitch. I wasn't clear about it, and I did not dare to ask. Also, until I was nearly 13, I couldn't bowl overarm. Such is the enduring force of early suggestion, my dear son, that I feel a faint twinge of shame as I set this down for your humiliated eyes. But so it was. May you be more precocious. Then I was induced to believe that I really liked hunting and killing things. In the depths of my being, I was a gentle and primitive savage towards animals. I believed they were as subtle and wise as myself, and full of a magic of their own. But Mr. Siddons nevertheless got me out into the South Warren, where I had often watched the rabbits setting their silly cock-eared sentinels and lolloping out to feed about sundown, and beguiled me into shooting a furry little fellow creature. I can still see its eyelid quiver as it died, and carrying it home in triumph. On another occasion, I remember I was worked up into a ferocious excitement about the rats in the old barn. We went ratting, just as though I was Tom Brown or Harry East, or any other of the beastly little models of cant and cruelty we English boys were trained to imitate. It was great sport. It was a tremendous spree. The distracted movements, the scampering and pawing of the little pink forefeet of one squawking little fugitive that I hit with a stick and then beat to a shapeless bag of fur, haunted my dreams for years. And then I saw the bowels of another still living victim that had been torn open by one of the terriers, and abruptly I fled out into the yard and was violently sick. The best of the fun was over so far as I was concerned. My cousin saved me from the uttermost shame of my failure by saying that I had been excited too soon after my dinner. And also I collected stamps and birds' eggs. Mr. Siddons hypnotized me into believing that I really wanted these things. He gave me an egg cabinet for a birthday present, and told me exemplary stories of the wonderful collections other boys had made. My own natural disposition to watch nests and establish heaven knows what friendly intimacy with the birds. Perhaps I dreamt their mother might let me help to feed the young ones, gave place to a feverish artful hunting, a clutch, and then detestable process, the blowing of the egg. Of course, we were very humane. We never took the nest, but just frightened off the sitting bird and grabbed a warm egg or so. And the poor, perforated, rather damaged little eggshells accumulated in the drawers against the wished-for but never actually realized day of glory, when we should meet another collector who wouldn't have something that we had, so far as it was for anything, and not mere imbecile imitativeness. It was for that. And writing thus of eggs reminds me that I got into a row with Mr. Siddons for cruelty. I discovered there was the nest of a little tit in a hole between two stones in the rock bank that bordered the lawn. I found it out when I was sitting on the garden seat nearby, learning Latin irregular verbs. I saw the minute, preposterous round birds going and coming, and I found something so absurdly amiable and confiding about them. They sat balancing and oscillating on a standard rose, and cheeped at me to go, and then dived nestward, and gave away their secret out of sheer impatience, that I could not bring myself to explore further, and kept the matter altogether secret from the enthusiasm of Mr. Siddons. And in a few days there were no more eggs, and I could hear the hungry little nestlings making the minutest of fairy hullabaloos, the very finest spun silk of sound. A tremendous traffic in victual began, and I was the trusted friend of the family. Then, one morning, I was filled with amazement and anguish. There was a rock torn down and lying in the path. A paw had gone up to that little warm place. Across the gravel, shreds of the nest and a wisp or so of down were scattered. I could imagine the brief horrors of that night attack. I started off, picking up stones as I went, to murder that sandy devil, the stable cat. I got her once. Alas, that I am still glad to think of it, and just missed her as she flashed a ginger streak through the gate into the paddock. "Now, Steve, now!" came Mr. Siddons' voice behind me. How can one explain things of that sort to a man like Siddons? I took my lecture on the utter cattishness of wanton cruelty in a black, rebellious silence. The affair and my own emotions were not only far beyond my powers of explanation, but far beyond my power of understanding. Just then, my soul was in shapeless and aimless revolt against something greater and higher and deeper and darker than Siddons, and his reproaches were no more than the chattering of a squirrel while a storm uproots great trees. I wanted to kill the cat. I wanted to kill whatever had made that cat. 5. Mr. Siddons it was who first planted the conception of life as a career in my mind. In those talks that did so much towards shaping me into the likeness of a modest, reserved, sporting, seemly, clean and brave, patriotic and decently slangy young Englishman, he was constantly reverting to that view of existence. He spoke of failures and successes, talked of statesmen and administrators, peerages and Westminster Abbey. "Nelson," he said, "was once a clergyman's son like you. England has been made by the sons of the clergy." He talked of the things that led to failure, and the things that had made men prominent and famous. "Discursiveness ruins a man," I remember him saying. "Choose your goal and press to it. Never do anything needlessly odd. It's a sort of impertinence to all the endless leaders of the past who created our traditions. Do not commit yourself hastily to opinions, but once you have done so, stick to them. The world would far rather have a firm man wrong than a weak man hesitatingly right. Stick to them." One has to remember, I recall him meditating, far over my head with his face upturned, that institutions are more important than views. Very often one adopts a view only to express one's belief in an institution. Men can do with almost all sorts of views, but only with certain institutions. All this doubt doesn't touch a truth like that. One does not refuse to live in a house because of the old symbols one finds upon the door, if they are old symbols. Out of such private contemplations, he would descend suddenly upon me. "What are you going to do with your life, Steve?" he would ask. "There is no happiness in life without some form of service. Where do you mean to serve? With your bent for science and natural history, it wouldn't be difficult for you to get into the ICS. I doubt if you do anything at the law. It's a rough game, Steve, though the prizes are big. Big prizes the lawyers get. I've known a man in the Privy Council under 40, and that without anything much in the way of a family. But always one must concentrate. The one thing England will not stand is a loafer, a wool-gatherer, a man who goes about musing and half-awake. It's our energy. We're Western. It's that has made us all we are. I knew whither that pointed. Never, so far as I can remember, did Mr. Siddons criticize either myself or my father directly, but I understood with the utmost clearness that he found my father indolent and hesitating, and myself more than a little bit of a mollycoddle, and in urgent need of pulling together. 6. Harbury went on with that process of suppressing, encrusting, hardening, and bracing up which Mr. Siddons had begun. For a time I pulled myself together very thoroughly. I am not ungrateful nor unfaithful to Harbury. In your turn you will go there. You will have to live your life in this British world of ours, and you must learn its language and manners, acquire its reserves, and develop the approved toughness and patterning of cuticle. Afterwards, if you please, you may quarrel with it. But don't, when the time comes, quarrel with the present conditions of human association, and think it is only with Harbury you quarrel. What man has become, and may become, beneath the masks and impositions of civilization, in his intimate texture and in the depths of his being, I begin now in my middle age to appreciate. No longer is he an instinctive savage, but a creature of almost incredible variability and wonderful new possibilities. Marvels undreamt of, power still inconceivable, an empire beyond the uttermost stars. Such is man's inheritance. But for the present, until we get a mastery of those vague and mighty intimations, at once so perplexing and so reassuring, if we are to live at all in the multitudinousness of human society, we must submit to some scheme of clumsy compromises and conventions or other, and for us Strattons, the Harbury system is the most convenient. You will have to go to the old school. I went to Rendell's. I just missed getting into college. I was 2 places below the lowest successful boy. I was Maxton's fag to begin with, and my chief chum was Raymond, who is your friend also, and who comes so often to this house. I preferred water to land, boats to cricket, because of that difficulty about pitch I have already mentioned. But I was no great sportsman. Raymond and I shared a boat, and spent most of the time we gave to it under the big trees near Dartpool Loch, reading or talking. We would pull up to Sandy Hall perhaps once a week. I never rowed in any of the 8s, though I was urged to do so. I swam fairly well, and got my colours on the strength of my diving. On the whole, I found Harbury a satisfactory and amusing place. I was neither bullied, nor do I think I greatly bullied, and of all that furtive and puerile lasciviousness of which one hears so many hints nowadays, excitable people talk of it as though it was the most monstrous and singular of vices, instead of a slightly debasing, but almost unavoidable, and very obvious result of heaping boys together under the inefficient control of a timid, pretentious class of men. Of such uncleanness, as I say, scarcely more than a glimpse and a whisper and a vague tentative talk or so reached me. Little more will reach you, for that kind of thing, like the hells of Swedenborg, finds its own. I had already developed my growing instinct for observance to a very considerable extent under Siddons, and at Harbury I remember myself, and people remember me, as an almost stiffly correct youth. I was pretty good at most of the work, and exceptionally so at history, geology, and the biological side of natural science. I had to restrain my interest in these latter subjects, lest I should appear to be a swot, and a modern-side swot at that. I was early in the 6th, and rather a favourite with old Latimer. He incited me to exercise what he called a wholesome influence on the younger boys, and I succeeded in doing this fairly well without any gross interventions. I implied rather than professed soundly orthodox views about things in general, and I was extremely careful to tilt my straw hat forward over my nose so as just not to expose the crown of my head behind, and to turn up my trousers with exactly that width of margin which the judgment of my fellow creatures had decided was correct. My socks were spirited without being vulgar, and the ties I wore were tied with a studious avoidance of either slovenliness or priggish neatness. I wrote 2 articles in the Harboronian, became something of a debater in the Literacy and Political, conducted many long conversations with my senior contemporaries upon religion, politics, sport, and social life, and concealed my inmost thoughts from every human being. Indeed, so effective had been the training of Harbury and Mr. Siddons that I think at that time I came very near concealing them from myself. I could suppress wonder, I could pass by beauty as if I did not see it. Almost, I think, I did not see it for a time, and yet I remember it in those years too. 100 beautiful things. Harbury itself is a very beautiful place. The country about it has all the charm of river scenery in a settled and ancient land, and the great castle and piled town of Wetmore, cliffs of battlemented grey wall, rising above a dense cluster of red roofs, form the background to innumerable gracious prospects of great stream-fed trees, level meadows of buttercups, sweeping curves of osier and rush-rimmed river, the playing fields, and the sedgy, lily-spangled levels of Avonlea. The college itself is mostly late Tudor and Stuart brickwork, very ripe and mellow now, but the great grey chapel with its glorious east window floats over the whole like a voice singing in the evening. And the evening cloudscapes of Harbury are a perpetual succession of glorious effects, now serene, now mysteriously threatening and profound, now towering to incredible heights, now revealing undreamt-of distances of luminous color. Assuredly I must have delighted in all those aspects, or why should I remember them so well? But I recall, no confessed recognition of them, no deliberate going out of my spirit, open and unashamed to such things. I suppose one's early adolescence is necessarily the period of maximum shyness in one's life. Even to Raymond I attempted no extremities of confidence. Even to myself I tried to be the thing that was expected of me. I professed a modest desire for temperate and tolerable achievement in life, though deep in my lost depths I wanted passionately to excel. I worked hard, much harder than I allowed to appear, and I said I did it for the credit of the school. I affected a dignified loyalty to Queen and country and church. I pretended a stoical disdain for appetites and delights and all the arts, though now and then a chance fragment of poetry would light me like a fire, or a lovely picture stir unwonted urgencies, though visions of delight haunted the shadows of my imagination, and did not always fly when I regarded them. But, on the other hand, I affected an interest in games that I was far from feeling. Of some boys I was violently jealous, and this also I masked beneath a generous appreciation. Certain popularities I applauded while I doubted. Whatever my intimate motives, I became less and less disposed to obey them, until I had translated them into a plausible rendering of the accepted code. If I could not so translate them, I found it wise to control them. When I wanted urgently one summer to wander by night over the hills toward Kettering, and lie upon heather, and look up at the stars and wonder about them, I cast about, and at last hit upon the well-known and approved sport of treacling for moths, as a cloak for so strange an indulgence. I must have known even then what a mask and front I was, because I knew quite well how things were with other people. I listened politely and respected and understood the admirable explanations of my friends. When some fellow got a scholarship unexpectedly, and declared it was rotten bad luck on the other chap seeing the papers he had done, and doubted whether he shouldn't resign, I had an intuitive knowledge that he wouldn't resign. And I do not remember any time in my career as the respectful listener to Mr. Siddon's aspirations for service and devotion, when I did not perceive quite clearly his undeviating eye upon a bishopric. He thought of gaiters, though he talked of wings. How firmly the bonds of an old relationship can hold one. I remember when a few years ago he reached that toiled-for goal. I wrote in a tone of gratified surprise that in this blatant age such disinterested effort as his should receive even so belated a recognition. Yet what else was there for me to write? We all have our Siddonses, with whom there are no alternatives but insincerity or a disproportionate destructiveness. I am still largely Siddonsized, little son, and so, I fear, you will have to be. 7. The clue to all the perplexities of law and custom lies in this, that human association is an artificiality. We do not run together naturally and easily, as grazing deer do, or feeding starlings, or a shoal of fish. We are a sort of creature which is only resuming association after a long heredity of extreme separation. We are beings strongly individualized. We are dominated by that passion which is no more and no less than individuality in action. Jealousy. Jealousy is a fierce insistence on ourselves, an instinctive intolerance of our fellow creatures, ranging between an insatiable aggression as its buoyant phase and a savage defensiveness when it is touched by fear. In our expansive moments, we want to dominate and control everyone and destroy every unlikeness to ourselves. In our recessive phases, our homes are our castles, and we want to be let alone. Now all law, all social order, all custom is a patch-up and a concession to the separating passion of self-insistence. It is an evasion of conflict and social death. Human society is as yet only a truce and not an alliance. When you understand that, you will begin to understand 1,000 perplexing things in legislation and social life. You will understand the necessity of all those restrictions that are called conventionality, and the inevitableness of the general hostility to singularity. To be exceptional is to assert a difference, to disregard the banked-up forces of jealousy, and break the essential conditions of the social contract. It invites either resentment or aggression. So, we all wear much the same clothing, affect modesty, use the same phrases, respect one another's rights, and pretend a greater disinterestedness than we feel. You have to face this reality, as you must face all reality. This is the reality of laws and government. This is the reality of customs and institutions, a convention between jealousies. This is reality, just as the cat's way with the nestlings was reality, and the squealing rat when smashed in a paroxysm of cruelty and disgust in the barn. But it isn't the only reality. Equally real is the passionate revolt of my heart against cruelty, and the deep fluctuating impulse not to pretend, to set aside fear and jealousy, to come nakedly out of the compromises and secretive methods of everyday living, into the light, into a wide impersonal love, into a new way of living for mankind. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3, Parts 1 to 6 of The Passionate Friends by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Chapter the 3rd, Intentions and the Lady Mary Christian. 1. I know that before the end of my Harbury days, I was already dreaming of a career, of some great and conspicuous usefulness in the world. That has always haunted my mind, and haunts it now. I may be cured perhaps of the large and showy anticipations of youth. I may have learnt to drop the great and conspicuous. But still, I find it necessary to believe that I matter, that I play a part no one else can play in a progress, in a universal scheme moving towards triumphant ends. Almost wholly, I think, I was dreaming of public service in those days. The Harbury tradition pointed steadfastly towards the state, and all my world was bare of allurements to any other type of ambition. Success in art or literature did not appeal to us, and a Harbury boy would as soon think of being a great tinker as a great philosopher. Science we called stinks. Our 3 science masters were ex officio ridiculous, and the practical laboratory a refuge for oddities. But a good half of our fathers at least were peers or members of Parliament, and our sense of politics was close and keen. History, and particularly history as it came up through the 18th century to our own times, supplied us with a gallery of intimate models. Our great-uncles and grandfathers and ancestors at large figured abundantly in the story, and furnished the pattern to which we cut our anticipations of life. It was a season of imperialism, the picturesque imperialism of the earlier Kipling phase, and we were all of us enthusiasts for the empire. It was the empire of the white man's burthen in those days. The sordid anticlimax of the tariff reform movement was still some years ahead of us. It was easier for us at Harbury to believe then than it has become since in our own racial and national and class supremacy. We were the Anglo-Saxons, the elect of the earth, leading the world in social organization, in science and economic method. In India and the East more particularly, we were the apostles of even-handed justice, relentless veracity, personal cleanliness, and modern efficiency. In a spirit of adventurous benevolence, we were spreading those blessings over a reluctant and occasionally recalcitrant world of people, for the most part, colored. Our success in this had aroused the bitter envy and rivalry of various continental nations, and particularly of France, Russia, and Germany. But France had been diverted to North Africa, Russia to Eastern Asia, and Germany was already the most considered antagonist in our path towards an empire over the world. This was the spacious, and by no means ignoble, project of the later 90s. Most of us Harbury boys, trained as I had been trained to be uncritical, saw the national outlook in those terms. We knew little or nothing, until the fierce wranglings of the free traders and tariff reformers a few years later brought it home to us, of the commercial, financial, and squalid side of our relations with the vast congeries of exploited new territories and subordinated and subjugated populations. We knew nothing of the social conditions of the mass of people in our own country. We were blankly ignorant of economics. We knew nothing of that process of expropriation and the exploitation of labor which is giving the world the servile state. The very phrase was 20 years ahead of us. We believed that an Englishman was a better thing in every way than any other sort of man, that English literature, science, and philosophy were a shining yet unapproachable light to all other peoples, that our soldiers were better than all other soldiers, and our sailors than all other sailors. Such civilization and enterprise as existed in Germany, for instance, we regarded as a shadow, an envious shadow, following our own. It was still generally believed in those days that German trade was concerned entirely with the dishonest imitation of our unapproachable English goods. And as for the United States, well, the United States, though blessed with a strain of English blood, were nevertheless out of it, marooned in a continent of their own, and, we had to admit it, corrupt. Given such ignorance, it wasn't by any means ignoble to be patriotic, to dream of this propagandist empire of ours spreading its great peace and culture, its virtue, and its amazing and unprecedented honesty. Its honesty round the world. 2. When I look and try to recover those early intentions of mine, I am astonished at the way in which I took them ready-made from the world immediately about me. In some way, I seem to have stopped looking, if ever I had begun looking, at the heights and depths above and below that immediate life. I seem to have regarded these profounder realities no more during this phase of concentration than a cow in a field regards the sky. My father's vestments, the Burnmore altar, the Harbury pulpit, and Mr. Siddons stood between me and the idea of God, so that it needed years and much bitter disillusionment before I discovered my need of it. And I was as wanting in subtlety as in depth. We did no logic nor philosophy at Harbury, and at Oxford it was not so much thought we came to deal with as a mistranslation and vulgarization of ancient and alien exercises in thinking. There is no such effective serum against philosophy as the scholarly decoction of a dead philosopher. The philosophical teaching of Oxford at the end of the last century was not so much teaching as a protective inoculation. The stuff was administered with a mysterious gilding of Greek and reverence. Old Hegel's monstrous web was the ultimate modernity, and Plato, that intellectual journalist artist, that bright, restless experimentalist in ideas, was, as it were, the god of wisdom, only a little less omniscient, and on the whole more of a scholar and a gentleman, than the god of fact. So I fell back upon the Empire in my first attempts to unify my life. I would serve the Empire. That should be my total significance. There was a Roman touch, I perceive, in this devotion. Just how or where I should serve the Empire, I had not as yet determined. At times I thought of the civil service. In my more ambitious moments, I turned my thoughts to politics. But it was doubtful whether my private expectations made the last a reasonable possibility. I would serve the Empire. 3. And all the while that the first attempts to consolidate, to gather one's life together into a purpose and a plan of campaign, are going on upon the field of the young man's life, there come and go and come again in the sky above him the threatening clouds, the ethereal cirrus, the red dawns and glowing afternoons, of that passion of love, which is the source and renewal of being. There are times when that solicitude matters no more than a springtime sky to a runner who wins towards the post. There are times when its passionate urgency dominates every fact in his world. 4. One must have children and love them passionately before one realizes the deep indignity of accident in life. It is not that I mind so much when unexpected and disconcerting things happen to you or your sisters, but that I mind before they happen. My dreams and anticipations of your lives are all marred by my sense of the huge importance mere chance encounters and incalculable necessities will play in them. And in friendship, and still more here in the central business of love, accident rules, it seems to me, almost altogether. What personalities you will encounter in life, and have for a chief interest in life, is nearly as much a matter of chance as the drift of a grain of pollen in the pine forest. And once the light hazard has blown, it has blown, never to drive again. In other schoolrooms and nurseries, in slum living rooms perhaps, or workhouse wards or palaces, round the other side of the earth, in Canada or Russia or China, other little creatures are trying their small limbs, clutching at things about them with infantile hands, who someday will come into your life with a power and magic monstrous and irrational and irresistible. They will break the limits of your concentrating self, call you out to the service of beauty and the service of the race, sound you to your highest and your lowest, give you your chance to be godlike or filthy, divine or utterly ignoble. React together with you upon the very core and essence of your being. These unknowns are the substance of your fate. You will, in extreme intimacy, love them, hate them, serve them, struggle with them, and in that interaction, the vital force in you and the substance of your days will be spent. And who they may chance to be, and their peculiar quality and effect, is haphazard, utterly beyond designing. Law and custom conspire with the natural circumstances of man to exaggerate every consequence of this accumulating accident, and make it definite and fatal. I find it quite impossible now to recall the steps and stages by which this power of sex invaded my life. It seems to me now that it began very much as a gale begins, in cat's paws upon the water and little rustlings among the leaves, and then stillness, and then a distant soughing again, and a pause, and then a wider and longer disturbance, and so more and more, with a gathering continuity, until at last the stars were hidden, the heavens were hidden. All the heights and depths of life were obscured by stormy impulses and passionate desires. I suppose that quite at the first there were simple curiosities. No doubt they were vivid at the time, but they have left scarcely a trace. There were vague first intimations of a peculiar excitement. I do remember, more distinctly, phases when there was a going out for myself towards these things, these interests, and then a reaction of shame and concealment. And these memories were mixed up with others not sexual at all, and particularly with the perception of beauty in things inanimate, with lights seen at twilight, and the tender mysteriousness of the dusk, and the confused disturbing sense of flowers in the evening, and the enigmatical serene animation of stars in the summer sky. I think perhaps that my boyhood was exceptionally free from vulgarizing influences in this direction. There were few novels in my father's house, and I neither saw nor read any plays until I was near manhood, so that I thought naturally about love, and not rather artificially round and about love, as so many imaginative young people are trained to do. I fell in love once or twice while I was still quite a boy. These earliest experiences rarely got beyond a sort of dumb awe, a vague, vast, ineffectual desire for self-immolation. For a time, I remember I worshipped Lady Ladislaw with all my being. Then I talked to a girl in a train. I forget upon what journey. But I remember very vividly her quick color and a certain roguish smile. I spread my adoration at her feet, fresh and frank. I wanted to write to her. Indeed, I wanted to devote all my being to her. I begged hard, but there was someone called Auntie who had to be considered, an atropos for that thread of romance. Then there was a photograph in my father's study of the Delphic Sibyl from the Sistine Chapel, that for a time held my heart, and, yes, there was a girl in a tobacconist's shop in the Harbury High Street. Drawn by an irresistible impulse, I used to go and buy cigarettes, and sometimes converse about the weather. But afterwards, in solitude, I would meditate tremendous conversations and encounters with her. The cigarettes increased the natural melancholy of my state, and led to a reproof from old Henson. "Almost always, I suppose, there is that girl in the tobacconist's shop." I believe if I made an effort, I could disinter some dozens of such memories, more and more faded, until the marginal ones would be featureless, and all but altogether effaced. As I look back at it now, I am struck by an absurd image. It is as if a fish nibbled at this bait and then at that. Given but the slightest aid from accidental circumstances, and any of those slight attractions might have become a power to deflect all my life. The day of decision arrived, when the Lady Mary Christian came smiling out of the sunshine to me into the pavilion at Burnmore. With that, the phase of stirrings and intimations was over forever in my life. All those other impressions went then to the dusty lumber room, from which I now so slightingly disinter them. 5. We 5 had all been playmates together. There were Lord Maxton, who was killed at Paardeberg while I was in Ladysmith. He was my senior by nearly a year. Philip, who is now Earl Ladislaw, and who was about 18 months younger than I. Mary, my contemporary within 8 days, and Guy, whom we regarded as a baby, and who was called, apparently on account of some early linguistic efforts, Brugglesmith. He did his best to avenge his juniority as time passed on by an enormous length of limb. I had more imagination than Maxton, and was a good deal better read, so that Mary and I dominated most of the games of Indians and warfare and exploration in which we passed our long days together. When the Christians were at Burnmore, and they usually spent 3 or 4 months in the year there, I had a kind of standing invitation to be with them. Sometimes there would also be 2 Christian cousins to swell our party, and sometimes there would be a raid of the Fawney children, with a detestable governess who was perpetually vociferating reproaches. But these latter were absent-minded, lax young persons, and we did not greatly love them. It is curious how little I remember of Mary's childhood. All that has happened between us since lies between that and my present self, like some luminous, impenetrable mist. I know we liked each other, that I was taller than she was, and thought her legs unreasonably thin, and that once, when I knelt by accident on a dead stick she had brought into an Indian camp we had made near the end of the west shrubbery, she flew at me in a sudden fury, smacked my face, scratched me, and had to be suppressed, and was suppressed with extreme difficulty by the united manhood of us 3 elder boys. Then it was I noted first the blazing blueness of her eyes. She was light and very plucky, so that none of us cared to climb against her, and she was as difficult to hold as an eel. But all these traits and characteristics vanished when she was transformed. For what seems now a long space of time, I had not seen her, or any of the family except Philip. It was certainly a year or more, probably 2. Maxton was at a crammer's, and I think the others must have been in Canada with Lord Ladislaw. Then came some sort of estrangement between him and his wife, and she returned with Mary and Guy to Burnmore, and stayed there all through the summer. I was in a state of transition between the infinitely great and the infinitely little. I had just ceased to be that noble and potent being, that almost statesman-like personage, a 6th-form boy at Harbury, and I was going to be an Oxford undergraduate. Philip and I came down together by the same train from Harbury. I shared the Burnmore dog-cart and luggage-cart, and he dropped me at the rectory. I was a long-limbed youngster of 17, as tall as I am now, and fair, so fair that I was still boyish-faced, while most of my contemporaries, and Philip, who favoured his father, were at least smudgy with moustaches. with the headmaster's valediction, and the grave elder brotherliness of old Henson, and the shrill cheers of a little crowd of juniors still echoing in my head, I very naturally came home in a mood of exalted gravity, and I can still remember pacing up and down the oblong lawn behind the rockery and the fig-tree wall with my father, talking of my outlook with all the tremendous savoir-faire that was natural to my age, and noting with a secret gratification that our shoulders were now on a level. No doubt we were discussing Oxford, and all that I was to do at Oxford. I don't remember a word of our speech, though I recall the exact tint of its colour, and the distinctive feeling of our measured equal paces in the sunshine. I must have gone up to Burnmore House the following afternoon. I went up alone, and I was sent out through the little door at the end of the big gallery into the garden. In those days, Lady Ladislaw had made an Indian pavilion under the tall trees at the east end of the house, and here I found her with her cousin Helena Christian, entertaining a mixture of people, a carriage full from Hampton End, the two elder Fawneys, and a man in brown who had, I think, ridden over from Chestocster Castle. Lady Ladislaw welcomed me with ample graciousness, as though I was a personage. The children, she said, were still at tennis, and as she spoke I saw Guy, grown nearly beyond recognition, and then a shining being in white, very straight and graceful, with a big soft hat and overshadowed eyes that smiled, come out from the hurried endearments of the sunflakes under the shadows of the great chestnuts, into the glow of summer light before the pavilion. "Steve arrived," she cried, and waved a welcoming racket. I do not remember what I said to her, or what else she said, or what anyone said. But I believe I could paint every detail of her effect. I know that when she came out of the brightness into the shadow of the pavilion, it was like a regal condescension, and I know that she was wonderfully self-possessed and helpful with her mother's hospitalities, and that I marveled I had never before perceived the subtler sweetness in the cadence of her voice. I seem also to remember a severe internal struggle for my self-possession, and that I had to recall my exalted position in the sixth form, to save myself from becoming tongue-tied and abashed and awkward and utterly shamed. You see, she had her hair up, and very prettily dressed, and those aggressive lean legs of hers had vanished, and she was sheathed in muslin that showed her the most delicately slender and beautiful of young women, and she seemed so radiantly sure of herself. After our first greeting, I do not think I spoke to her or looked at her again throughout the meal. I took things that she handed me with an appearance of supreme indifference, was politely attentive to the elder Miss Fawney, and engaged with Lady Ladislaw and the horsey little man in brown in a discussion of the possibility of mechanical vehicles upon the high road. That was in the early 90s. We were all of opinion that it was impossible to make a sufficiently light engine for the purpose. Afterwards, Mary confessed to me how she had been looking forward to our meeting, and how snubbed I had made her feel. Then, a little later than this meeting in the pavilion, though I am not clear now whether it was the same or some subsequent afternoon, we are walking in the sunken garden, and great clouds of purple clematis, and some less lavish heliotrope-colored creeper, foam up against the ruddy stone balustrading. Just in front of us, a fountain gushes out of a grotto of artificial stalagmite, and bathes the pedestal of an absurd little statuette of the god of love. We are talking almost easily. She looks sideways at my face, already with the quiet, controlled watchfulness of a woman interested in a man. She smiles, and she talks of flowers and sunshine, the Canadian winter, and with an abrupt transition, of old times we've had together in the shrubbery, and the wilderness of bracken out beyond. She seems tremendously grown up and womanly to me. I am talking my best, and glad, and in a manner scared at the thrill her newly discovered beauty gives me, and keeping up my dignity and coherence with an effort. My attention is constantly being distracted to note how prettily she moves, to wonder why it is I never noticed the sweet fall, the faint, delightful whisper of a lisp in her voice before. We agree about the flowers, and the sunshine, and the Canadian winter, about everything. I think so often of those games we used to invent, she declares. So do I say, so do I. And then, with a sudden boldness, once I broke a stick of yours, a rodden stick you thought a sound one. Do you remember? Then we laugh together, and seem to approach across a painful, unnecessary distance that has separated us. It vanishes forever. I couldn't now, she says, smack your face like that, Stephen. That seems to me a brilliantly daring and delightful thing for her to say, and jolly of her to use my Christian name, too. I believe I scratched, she adds. You never scratched, I assert with warm conviction. Never. I did, she insists, and I deny. You couldn't. We're growing up, she cries. That's what has happened to us. We shall never fight again with our hands and feet. Never. Until death do us part. For better or worse, I say, with a sense of wit and enterprise beyond all human precedent. For richer or poorer, she cries, taking up my challenge with a lifting laugh in her voice. And then, to make it all nothing again, she exclaims at the white lilies that rise against masses of sweet bay along the further wall. How plainly I can recall it all. How plainly and how brightly. As we came up the broad steps at the further end towards the tennis lawn, she turned suddenly upon me, and with a novel assurance of command, told me to stand still. There, she said, with a hand out, and seemed to survey me, with her chin up and her white neck at the level of my eyes. Yes, a whole step, she estimated, and more taller than I. You will look down on me, Stephen, now for all the rest of our days. I shall always stand, I answered, a step or so below you. No, she said, come up to the level. A girl should be smaller than a man. You are a man, Stephen. Almost. You must be near 6 feet. Here's Guy with a box of balls. She flitted about the tennis court before me, playing with Philip against Guy and myself. She punished some opening condescensions with a wicked vigor, and presently Guy and I were straining every nerve to save the set. She had a low, close serve, I remember, that seemed perfectly straightforward and simple, and was very difficult to return. 6. All that golden summer, on the threshold of my manhood, was filled by Mary. I loved her with the love of a boy and a man. Either I was with Mary, or I was hoping and planning to be with Mary, or I was full of some vivid new impression of her, or some enigmatical speech, some pregnant nothing, some glance or gesture engaged and perplexed my mind. In those days I slept the profound sweet sleep of youth, but whenever that deep flow broke towards the shallows, as I sank into it at night and came out of it at morning, I passed through dreams of Mary, to and from a world of waking thought of her. There must have been days of friendly intercourse, when it seemed we talked nothings, and wandered and meandered among subjects, but always we had our eyes on one another. And afterwards I would spend long hours in recalling and analyzing those nothings, questioning their nothingness, making out of things too submerged and impalpable for the rough drags of recollection, promises and indications. I would invent ingenious things to say, things pushing out suddenly from nothingness to extreme significance. I rehearsed 100 declarations. It was easy for us to be very much together. We were very free that summer, and life was all leisure. Lady Ladislaw was busied with her own concerns. She sometimes went away for 2 or 3 days, leaving no one but an attenuated governess with even the shadow of a claim to interfere with Mary. Moreover, she was used to seeing me with her children at Burnmore. We were still, in her eyes, no more than children. And also, perhaps she did not greatly mind if indeed we did a little fall in love together. To her that may have seemed a very natural and slight and transitory possibility. One afternoon of warm shadows, in the wood near the red lacquered Chinese bridge, we two were alone together, and we fell silent. I was trembling and full of a wild courage. I can feel now the exquisite surmise, the doubt of that moment. Our eyes met. She looked up at me with an unwanted touch of fear in her expression, and I laid my hands on her. She did not recoil. She stood mute, with her lips pressed together, looking at me steadfastly. I can feel that moment now as a tremendous hesitation, blank and yet full of light and life, like a clear sky in the moment before dawn. She made a little move towards me. Impulsively, with no word said, we kissed. End of Chapter 3, Parts 1 to 6. Chapter 3, Parts 7 to 11 of The Passionate Friends by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Chapter the 3rd, Intentions and the Lady Mary Christian, continued. 7. I would like very much to give you a portrait of Mary as she was in those days. Every portrait I ever had of her I burnt in the sincerity of what was to have been our final separation, and now I have nothing of her in my possession. I suppose that in the files of old illustrated weeklies somewhere a score of portraits must be findable. Yet photographs have a queer quality of falsehood. They have no movement, and always there was a little movement about Mary, just as there is always a little scent about flowers. She was slender and graceful, so that she seemed taller than she was. She had beautifully shaped arms and a brightness in her face. It seemed to me always that there was light in her face, more than the light that shone upon it. Her fair, very slightly reddish hair, it was warm like Australian gold, flowed with a sort of joyous bravery back from her low, broad forehead. The color under her delicate skin was bright and quick, and her mouth always smiled faintly. There was a peculiar charm for me about her mouth, a whimsicality, a sort of humorous resolve, in the way in which the upper lip fell upon the lower, and in a faint obliquity that increased with her quickening smile. She spoke with a very clear, delicate intonation that made one want to hear her speak again. She often said faintly daring things, and when she did, she had that little catch in the breath, of one who dares. She did not talk hastily. Often before she spoke came a brief, grave pause. Her eyes were brightly blue, except when the spirit of mischief took her, and then they became black, and there was something about the upper and lower lids that made them not only the prettiest, but the sweetest and kindliest eyes in the world. and she moved with a quiet rapidity, without any needless movements, to do whatever she had a mind to do. But how impossible it is to convey the personal charm of a human being. I catalogue these things, and it is as if she moved about silently behind my stumbling enumeration, and smiled at me still, with her eyes a little darkened, mocking me. That phantom will never be gone from my mind. It was all of these things and none of these things that made me hers, as I have never been any other person's. We grew up together. The girl of 19 mingles in my memory with the woman of 25. Always we were equals, or if anything, she was the better of us two. I never made love to her in the commoner sense of the word, a sense in which the woman is conceived of as shy, unawakened, younger, more plastic, and the man as tempting, creating responses, persuading and compelling. We made love to each other as youth should. We were friends lit by a passion. I think that is the best love. If I could wish your future, I would have you love someone neither older and stronger, nor younger and weaker than yourself. I would have you have neither a toy nor a devotion, for the one makes the woman contemptible, and the other the man. There should be something almost sisterly between you. Love neither a goddess nor a captive woman. But I would wish you a better fate in your love than chanced to me. Mary was not only naturally far more quick-minded, more swiftly understanding than I, but more widely educated. Mine was the stiff, limited education of the English public school and university. I could not speak and read and think French and German as she could, for all that I had a pedantic knowledge of the older forms of those tongues, and the classics and mathematics upon which I had spent the substance of my years were indeed of little use to me, have never been of any real use to me. They were ladders too clumsy to carry about, and too short to reach anything. My general ideas came from the newspapers and the reviews. She, on the other hand, had read much, had heard no end of good conversation, the conversation of people who mattered, had thought for herself, and had picked the brains of her brothers. Her mother had let her read whatever books she liked, partly because she believed that was the proper thing to do, and partly because it was so much less trouble to be liberal in such things. We had the gravest conversations. I do not remember that we talked much of love, though we were very much in love. We kissed. Sometimes, greatly daring, we walked hand in hand. Once I took her in my arms and carried her over a swampy place beyond the killing wood, and held her closely to me. That was a great event between us. But we were shy of one another, shy even of very intimate words, and 1,000 daring and beautiful things I dreamt of saying to her went unsaid. I do not remember any endearing names from that time. But we jested and shared our humors, shaped our developing ideas in quaint forms to amuse one another, and talked, as young men talk together. We talked of religion. I think she was the first person to thaw the private silences that had kept me bound in these matters, even from myself, for years. I can still recall her face, a little flushed and coming nearer to mine after avowals and comparisons. "But, Stephen," she says, "if none of these things are really true, why do they keep on telling them to us? What is true? What are we for? What is everything for?" I remember the awkwardness I felt at these indelicate thrusts into topics I had come to regard as forbidden. I suppose there's a sort of truth in them, I said. And then, more Siddonseskly, endless people wiser than we are. Yes, she said, but that doesn't matter to us. Endless people wiser than we are have said one thing, and endless people wiser than we are have said exactly the opposite. It's we who have to understand, for ourselves. We don't understand, Stephen. I was forced to a choice between faith and denial. But I parried with questions. Don't you, I asked, feel there is a God? She hesitated. There is something very beautiful, she said, and stopped as if her breath had gone. That is all I know, Stephen. And I remember, too, that we talked endlessly about the things I was to do in the world. I do not remember that we talked about the things she was to do. By some sort of instinct and some sort of dexterity, she evaded that. From the very first, she had reserves from me. But my career and purpose became, as it were, the form in which we discussed all the purposes of life. I became man in her imagination, the protagonist of the world. At first I displayed the modest, worthy desire for respectable service that Harbury had taught me. But her clear, skeptical little voice pierced and tore all those pretenses to shreds. Do some decent public work, I said, or some such phrase. But is that all you want? I hear her asking. Is that all you want? I lay prone upon the turf and dug up a root of grass with my penknife. Before I met you it was, I said. And now? I want you. I'm nothing to want. I want you to want all the world. Why shouldn't you? I think I must have talked of the greatness of serving the Empire. Yes, but splendidly, she insisted, not doing little things for other people who aren't doing anything at all. I want you to conquer people and lead people. When I see you, Stephen, sometimes I almost wish I were a man, in order to be able to do all the things that you are going to do. For you, I said, for you. I stretched out my hand for hers, and my gesture went disregarded. She sat rather crouched together, with her eyes gazing far away across the great spaces of the park. That is what women are for, she said, to make men see how splendid life can be, to lift them up out of a sort of timid grubbiness. She turned upon me suddenly. Stephen, she said, promise me. Whatever you become, you promise and swear here and now never to be grey and grubby, never to be humpy and snuffy, never to be respectable and modest and dull and a little fat, like everybody, ever. I swear, I said. By me. By you. No book to kiss. Please, give me your hand. 8. All through that summer we saw much of each other. I was up at the house perhaps every other day. We young people were supposed to be all in a company together down by the tennis lawns, but indeed we dispersed, and came and went by a kind of tacit understanding. Guy and Philip each with one of the Fawney girls, and I with Mary. I put all sorts of constructions upon the freedom I was given with her, but I perceive now that we still seemed scarcely more than children to Lady Ladislaw, and that the idea of our marriage was as inconceivable to her as if we had been brother and sister. Matrimonially, I was as impossible as one of the stable boys. All the money I could hope to earn for years to come would not have sufficed even to buy Mary clothes. But as yet we thought little of matters so remote, glad in our wonderful new discovery of love. And when at last I went off to Oxford, albeit the parting moved us to much tenderness, and vows and embraces, I had no suspicion that never more in all our lives would Mary and I meet freely and gladly without restriction. Yet so it was. From that day came restraints and difficulties. The shadow of furtiveness fell between us. Our correspondence had to be concealed. I went to Oxford as one goes into exile, she to London. I would post to her so that the letters reached Landor House before lunch-time, when the sun of Lady Ladislaw came over the horizon, but indeed as yet no one was watching her letters. Afterwards, as she moved about, she gave me other instructions, and for the most part I wrote to her in envelopes addressed for her by one of the Fawney girls, who was under her spell, and made no enquiry for what purpose these envelopes were needed. To me, of course, Mary wrote without restraint. All her letters to me were destroyed after our crisis, but some of mine to her she kept for many years. At last they came back to me, so that I have them now. And for all their occasional cheapness and crudity, I do not find anything in them to be ashamed of. They reflect, they are chiefly concerned with, that search for a career of fine service, which was then the chief preoccupation of my mind. The bias is all to a large imperialism, but it is manifest that already the first ripples of a rising tide of criticism against the imperialist movement had reached and were exercising me. In one letter I am explaining that imperialism is not a mere aggressiveness, but the establishment of peace and order throughout half the world. We may never withdraw, I wrote with all the confidence of a foreign secretary, from all these great territories of ours, but we shall stay only to raise their peoples ultimately to an equal citizenship with ourselves. And then, in the same letter, and if I do not devote myself to the empire, what else is there that gives anything like the same opportunity of a purpose in life? I find myself in another, tolerantly disposed to accept socialism, but manifestly hostile to the narrow mental habits of the socialists. The large note of youth. And in another, I am clearly very proud and excited, and a little mock-modest, over the success of my first 2 speeches in the Union. On the whole, I like the rather boyish, tremendously serious young man of those letters. An egotist, of course, but what youth was ever anything else? I may write that much freely now, for by this time he is almost as much outside my personality as you or my father. He is the young Stratton, one of a line. I like his gravity. If youth is not grave, with all the great spectacle of life opening at its feet, then surely no age need be grave. I love and envy his simplicity and honesty. His sham modesty and so forth are so translucent as scarcely to matter. It is clear that I was opening my heart to myself as I opened it to Mary. I wasn't acting to her. I meant what I said. And as I remember her answers, she took much the same high tone with me, though her style of writing was far lighter than mine, more easy and witty and less continuous. She flashed and flickered. As for confessed love-making, there is very little. I find at the end of one of my notes after the signature, "I love you, I love you." And she was even more restrained. Such little phrases as, "Dear Stevenage," that was one of her odd names for me, "I wish you were here," or "Dear, dear Stevenage," were epistolary events, and I would reread the blessed, wonderful outbreak 100 times. Our separation lengthened. There was a queer, detached, unexpected meeting in London in December, for some afternoon gathering. I was shy, and the more disconcerted because she was in winter town clothes that made her seem strange and changed. Then came the devastating intimation that all through the next summer the Ladislaws were to be in Scotland. I did my boyish utmost to get to Scotland. They were at Lancart near Invermoriston, and the nearest thing I could contrive was to join a reading party in Skye, a reading party of older men who manifestly had no great desire for me. For more than a year we never met at all, and all sorts of new things happened to us both. I perceived they happened to me, but I did not think they happened to her. Of course we changed. Of course, in a measure, and relatively, we forgot. Of course there were weeks when we never thought of each other at all. Then would come phases of hunger. I remember a little note of hers. "Oh, Stevenage," it was scrawled, "perhaps next Easter." Next Easter was an aching desolation. The blinds of Burnmore House remained drawn. The place was empty, except for 3 old servants on board wages. The Christians went instead to the Canary Isles, following some occult impulse of Lady Ladislaw's. Lord Ladislaw spent the winter in Italy. What an empty, useless beauty the great park possessed during those seasons of intermission. There were a score of places in it we had made our own. Her letters to Oxford would cease for weeks, and suddenly revive and become frequent. Now and then would come a love letter that seemed to shine like stars as I read it. For the most part, they were low-pitched, friendly, or humorous letters, in a roundish, girlish writing that was maturing into a squarely characteristic hand. My letters to her, too, I suppose, varied as greatly. We began to be used to living so apart. There were weeks of silence. Yet always, when I thought of my life as a whole, Mary ruled it. With her alone I had talked of my possible work and purpose. To her alone had I confessed to ambitions beyond such modest worthiness as a public school drills us to affect. Then the whole sky of my life lit up again with a strange light of excitement and hope. I had a note, glad and serenely friendly, to say they were to spend all the summer at Burnmore. I remember how I handled and scrutinized that letter, seeking for some intimation that our former intimacy was still alive. We were to meet. How should we meet? How would she look at me? What would she think of me? 9. Of course, it was all different. Our first encounter in this new phase had a quality of extreme disillusionment. The warm, living creature who would whisper, who would kiss with wonderful lips, who would say strange, daring things, who had soft hair one might touch with a thrilling and worshipful hand, who changed one at a word or a look into a god of pride, became as if she had been no more than a dream. A self-possessed young aristocrat in white and brown glanced at me from amidst a group of brilliant people on the terrace, nodded as it seemed quite carelessly in acknowledgment of my salutation, and resumed her confident conversation with a tall, stooping man, no less a person than Evesham, the Prime Minister. He was lunching at Burnmore on his way across country to the Rileys. I heard that dear laugh of hers, as ready and easy as when she laughed with me. I had not heard it for nearly 3 years, nor any sound that had its sweetness. "But, Mr. Evesham," she was saying, "nowadays we don't believe that sort of thing." "There are a lot of things still for you to believe," says Mr. Evesham, beaming. "A lot of things. One's capacity increases. It grows with exercise. Justin will bear me out." Beyond her stood an undersized, brown-clad, middle-aged man, with a big head, a dark face, and expressive brown eyes, fixed now in unrestrained admiration on Mary's laughing face. This, then, was Justin, the incredibly rich and powerful, whose comprehensive operations could make and break 1,000 fortunes in a day. He answered Evesham carelessly, with his gaze still on Mary, and in a voice too low for my straining ears. There was some woman in the group also, but she has left nothing upon my mind whatever, except an effect of black and a very decorative green sunshade. She greeted Justin's remark, I remember, with the little yelp of laughter that characterized that set. I think there was someone else in the group, but I cannot clearly recall who. Presently, as I and Philip made unreal conversation together, I saw Mary disengage herself and come towards us. It was as if a princess came towards a beggar. Absurd are the changes of phase between women and men. A year or so ago, and all of us had been but the children together. Now, here were I and Philip, mere youth still, nobodies, echoes and aspirations, crude promises at the best. And here was Mary in full flower, as glorious and central as the Hampton Court azaleas in spring. "And this is Stephen," she said, aglow with happy confidence. I made no memorable reply, and there was a little pause, thick with mute questionings. "After lunch," she said, with her eye on mine, "I am going to measure against you on the steps. I'd hoped, when you weren't looking, I might creep up." "I've taken no advantage," I said. "You've kept your lead." Justin had followed her towards us, and now held out a hand to Philip. "Well, Philip, my boy," he said, and defined our places. Philip made some introductory gesture with a word or so towards me. Justin glanced at me as one might glance at someone's new dog, gave an expressionless nod to my stiff movement of recognition, and addressed himself at once to Mary. "Lady Mary," he said, "I've wanted to tell you." I caught her quick eye for a moment, and knew she had more to say to me, but neither she nor I had the skill and alacrity to get that said. "I wanted to tell you," said Justin, "I've found a little Japanese who's done exactly what you wanted with that group of dwarf maples." She clearly didn't understand. "But what did I want, Mr. Justin?" she asked. "Don't say that you forget," cried Justin. "Oh, don't tell me you forget. You wanted a little exact copy of a Japanese house. I've had it done, beneath the trees." "And so you're back in Burnmore, Mr. Stratton," said Lady Ladislaw, intervening between me and their duologue. And I never knew how pleased Mary was with this faithful realization of her passing and forgotten fancy. My hostess greeted me warmly, and pressed my hand, smiled mechanically, and looked over my shoulder all the while to Mr. Evesham and her company generally, and then came the deep uproar of a gong from the house, and we were all moving in groups and couples luncheonward. Justin walked with Lady Mary, and she was, I saw, an inch taller than his squat solidity. A tall lady in rose pink had taken possession of Guy. Evesham and Lady Ladislaw made the two centres of a straggling group, who were bandying recondite political allusions. Then came one or two couples and trios with nothing very much to say and active ears. Philip and I brought up the rear silently, and in all humility. Even young Guy had gone over our heads. I was too full of a stupendous realization for any words. Of course, during those years she had been doing no end of things. And while I had been just drudging with lectures and books and theorizing about the Empire and what I could do with it and taking exercise, she had learnt, it seemed, the world. 10. Lunch was in the great dining room. There was a big table and two smaller ones. We sat down anyhow, but the first-comers had grouped themselves about Lady Ladislaw and Evesham, and Justin and Mary in a central orb, and I had to drift perforce to one of the satellites. I secured a seat whence I could get a glimpse, ever and again over Justin's assiduous shoulders, of a delicate profile, and I found myself immediately engaged in answering the innumerable, impossible questions of Lady Viping, the widow of terrible old Sir Joshua, that devastating divorce court judge who didn't believe in divorces. His domestic confidences had, I think, corrupted her mind altogether. She cared for nothing but evidence. She was a rustling, incessant, sandy, peering woman, with a lorgnette and rapid, confidential, lisping undertones, and she wanted to know who everybody was and how they were related. This kept us turning towards the other tables, and when my information failed, she would call upon Sir Godfrey Clavier, who was explaining, rather testily on account of her interruptions, to Philip Christian and a little lady in black and the elder Fawny girl just why he didn't believe Lady Ladislaw's new golf course would succeed. There were 2 or 3 other casual people at our table. One of the Roden girls, a young guardsman, and I think some other man whom I don't clearly remember. "And so that's the great Mr. Justin," rustled Lady Viping, and stared across me. I saw Evesham, leaning rather over the table to point some remark at Mary, and noted her lips part to reply. "What is the word?" insisted Lady Viping, like a fly in my ear. I turned on her guiltily. "Whether it's Bracky," said Lady Viping, "or whether it's Dolly, I can never remember." I guessed she was talking of Justin's head. "Oh, brachycephalic," I said. I had lost Mary's answer. "They say he's a woman-hater," said Lady Viping. "It hardly looks like it now, does it?" "Who?" I asked. "What? Oh, Justin." "The great financial cannibal. Suppose she turned him into a philanthropist. Stranger things have happened. Look! Now, the man's face is positively tender." I hated looking, and I could not help but look. It was as if this detestable old woman was dragging me down and down far below all dignity to her own level of a peeping observer. Justin was saying something to Mary in an undertone, something that made her glance up swiftly and at me before she answered, and there I was with my head side by side with those quivering dyed curls, that flighty black bonnet, that remorseless observant lorgnette. I could have sworn aloud at the hopeless indignity of my pose. I saw Mary color quickly before I looked away. "Charming, isn't she?" said Lady Viping, and I discovered those infernal glasses were for a moment honoring me. They shut with a click. "Ham," said Lady Viping. "I told him no ham, and now I remember, I like ham. Or rather, I like spinach. I forgot the spinach. One has the ham for the spinach. Don't you think? Yes, tell him. She's a perfect Dresden ornament, Mr. Stratton. She's adorable." Lorgnette and search for fresh topics. "Who is the dark lady with the slight moustache, sitting there next to Guy? Sir Godfrey, who is the dark lady? No, I don't mean Mary Fidden. Over there. Mrs. Roperston. Oh, the Mrs. Roperston." Renewed lorgnette and click. "Yes, ham, with spinach, a lot of spinach. There's Mr. Evesham laughing again. He's greatly amused. Unusual for him to laugh twice, at least aloud." Rustle and adjustment of lorgnette. "Mr. Stratton, don't you think? Exactly like a little shepherdess. Only I can't say I think Mr. Justin is like a shepherd. On the whole, more like a large cloisonné jar. Now Guy would do. As a pair, they're beautiful. Pity they're brother and sister. Curious how that boy manages to be big and yet delicate. Mixed mantle ornaments. Sir Godfrey, how old is Mrs. Roperston? You never know on principle. I think I shall make Mr. Stratton guess. What do you think, Mr. Stratton? You never guess on principle. Well, we're all very high-principled." Fresh exploratory movements of the lorgnette. "Mr. Stratton, tell me, is that little peaked man near Lady Ladislaw Mr. Roperston? I thought as much." All this chatter is mixed up in my mind with an unusual sense of hovering attentive men-servants, who seemed all of them to my heated imagination to be watching me, and particularly one clean-shaven, reddish-haired, full-faced young man, lest I look too much at the Lady Mary Christian. Of course they were merely watching our plates and glasses, but my nerves and temper were now in such a state that if my man went off to the buffet to get Sir Godfrey the pickled walnuts, I fancied he went to report the progress of my infatuation, and if a strange face appeared with a cider cup, that this was a new observer, come to mark the revelation of my behavior. My food embarrassed me. I found hidden meanings in the talk of the Roden girl and her guardsman, and an ironical discovery in Sir Godfrey's eye. I felt indignant with Mary. I felt she disowned me, and deserted me, and repudiated me, that she ought in some manner to have recognized me. I gave her no credit for her speech to me before the lunch, or her promise to measure against me again. I blinded myself to all her frank friendliness. I felt she ought not to notice Justin, ought not to answer him. Clearly, she liked those men to flatter her. She liked it. I remember, too, so that I must have noted it, and felt it then as a thing perceived for the first time, the large dignity of the room, the tall windows and splendid rich curtains, the darkened hopners upon the walls. I noted, too, the quality and abundance of the table things, and there were grapes and peaches, strawberries, cherries, and green almonds piled lavishly above the waiting dessert plates, with the golden knives and forks, upon a table in the sunshine of the great bay. The very sunshine, filtered through the tall narrow panes from the great chestnut trees without, seemed of a different quality from the common light of day. I felt like a poor relation. I sympathized with anarchists. We had come out of the park now, finally, both Mary and I, into this. Mr. Stratton, I am sure, agrees with me. For a time I had been marooned conversationally, and Lady Viping had engaged Sir Godfrey. Evidently he was refractory, and she was back at me. "Look at it now in profile," she said, and directed me once more to that unendurable grouping. Justin again. "It's a heavy face," I said. "It's a powerful face. I wouldn't care anyhow to be up against it, as people say." And the lorgnette shut with a click. "What is this? Peaches! Yes, and give me some cream." I hovered long for that measuring I had been promised on the steps, but either Mary had forgotten, or she deemed it wiser to forget. 11. I took my leave of Lady Ladislaw, when the departure of Evesham broke the party into dispersing fragments. I started down the drive towards the rectory, and then vaulted the railings by the paddock, and struck across beyond the mere. I could not go home with the immense burthen of thought and new ideas and emotions that had come upon me. I felt confused and shattered to incoherence by the new quality of Mary's atmosphere. I turned my steps towards the wilder, lonelier parts of the park beyond the killing wood, and lay down in a wide space of grass between two divergent thickets of bracken, and remained there for a very long time. There it was in the park that for the first time I pitted myself against life upon a definite issue, and prepared my first experience of defeat. "I will have her," I said, hammering at the turf with my fist. "I will! I do not care if I give all my life!" Then I lay still, and bit the sweetness out of joints of grass, and presently thought and planned. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4, Parts 1 to 4 of The Passionate Friends by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Chapter the 4th. The Marriage of the Lady Mary Christian. 1. For 3 or 4 days I could get no word with Mary. I could not now come and go as I had been able to do in the days when we were still the children. I could not work, I could not rest. I prowled as near as I could to Burnmore House, hoping for some glimpse of her, waiting for the moment when I could decently present myself again at the house. When at last I called, Justin had gone, and things had some flavor of the ancient time. Lady Ladislaw received me with an airy intimacy, all the careful responsibility of her luncheon-party manner thrown aside. "And how goes Cambridge?" she sang, sailing through the great saloon towards me, and I thought that for the occasion Cambridge instead of Oxford would serve sufficiently well. "You'll find them all at tennis," said Lady Ladislaw, and waved me on to the gardens. There I found all 4 of them, and had to wait until their set was finished. "Mary," I said at the first chance, "are we never to talk again?" "It's all different," she said. "I am dying to talk to you, as we used to talk. And I, Stevenage, but, you see?" "Next time I come," I said, "I shall bring you a letter. There is so much—" "No," she said. "Can't you get up in the morning? Very early, 5 or 6. No one is up until ever so late." "I'd stay up all night." "Serve," said Maxton, who was playing the 2 of us, and had stopped, I think, to tighten his shoe. Things conspired against any more intimacy for a time, but we got our moment on the way to tea. She glanced back at Philip, who was loosening the net, and then forward to estimate the distance of Maxton and Guy. "They're all 3 going," she said, "after Tuesday. Then, before 6. "Wednesday?" "Yes." "Suppose, after all," she threw out, "I can't come." Fortunes of war. "If I can't come one morning, I may come another." She spoke hastily, and I perceived that Guy and Maxton had turned and were waiting for us. "You know the old ice house?" "Towards the gardens?" "Yes, on the further side. Don't come by the road. Come across by the end of the mere. Lie in the bracken until you see me coming. I've not played tennis a dozen times this year, not half a dozen." This last was for the boys. "You've played 20 times at least since you've been here," said Guy, with the simple bluntness of a brother. "I'm certain." 2. To this day, a dewy morning in late August brings back the thought of Mary and those stolen meetings. I have the minutest recollection of the misty bloom upon the turf, and the ragged, filmy carpet of gossamer on either hand, of the warm wetness of every little blade and blossom, and of the little scraps and seeds of grass upon my soaking and discolored boots. Our footsteps were dark green upon the dew-grey grass. And I feel the same hungry freshness again at the thought of those stolen meetings. Presently came the sunrise, blinding, warming, dew-dispelling arrows of gold smiting through the tree stems, a flood of light foaming over the bracken and gilding the undersides of the branches. Everything is different and distinctive in those opening hours. Everything has a different value from what it has by day. All the little things upon the ground, fallen branches, tussocks, wood-piles, have a peculiar intensity and importance, seem magnified, because of the length of their shadows in the slanting rays, and all the great trees seem lifted above the light and merged with the sky. And at last, a cool gray outline against the blaze, and with a glancing iridescent halo about her, comes Mary, flitting, adventurous, friendly, wonderful. "Oh, Stevenage," she cries, "to see you again!" We each hold out both our hands, and clasp, and hesitate, and rather shyly kiss. "Come," she says, "we can talk for an hour. It's still not 6. And there is a fallen branch where we can sit and put our feet out of the wet. Oh, it's so good to be out of things again. Clean out of things. With you. Look, there is a stag watching us." "You're glad to be with me?" I ask, jealous of the very sunrise. "I am always glad," she says, "to be with you. Why don't we always get up at dawn, Stevenage, every day of our lives?" We go rustling through the grass to the prostrate timber she has chosen. I can remember even the thin bracelet on the wrist of the hand that lifted her skirt. I help her to clamber into a comfortable fork from which her feet can swing. Such fragments as this are as bright, as undimmed, as if we had met this morning. But then comes our conversation, and that I find vague and irregularly obliterated. But I think I must have urged her to say she loved me, and beat about the bush of that declaration, too fearful to put my heart's wish to the issue, that she would promise to wait 3 years for me, until I could prove it was not madness for her to marry me. "I have been thinking of it all night, and every night since I have been here," I said. "Somehow I will do something. In some way, I will get hold of things. Believe me, with all my strength." I was standing between the forking boughs, and she was looking down upon me. "Stephen, dear," she said, "dear, dear boy, I have never wanted to kiss you so much in all my life. Dear, come close to me." She bent her fresh young face down to mine. Her fingers were in my hair. "My knight," she whispered close to me, "my beautiful young knight." I whispered back and touched her dew-fresh lips. "And tell me, what would you do to conquer the world for me?" she asked. I cannot remember now a word of all the vague threatenings against the sundering universe with which I replied. Her hand was on my shoulder as she listened. But I do know that even on this first morning, she left me with a sense of beautiful unreality, of having dipped for some precious moments into heroic gossamer. All my world's subjugation seemed already as evanescent as the morning haze and the vanishing dews, as I stood, a little hidden in the shadows of the killing wood, and ready to plunge back at the first hint of an observer, and watched her slender whiteness flit circumspectly towards the house. 3. Our next 3 or 4 meetings are not so clearly defined. We did not meet every morning, for fear that her early rising should seem too punctual to be no more than a chance impulse, nor did we go to the same place. But there stands out very clearly a conversation in a different mood. We had met at the sham ruins at the far end of the great shrubbery, a huge shattered Corinthian portico of rather damaged stucco, giving wide views of the hills toward Alfredsham between its 3 erect pillars, and affording a dry seat upon its fallen ones. It was an overcast morning, I remember. Probably the hour was earlier. A kind of twilight clearness made the world seem strange, and the bushes and trees between us and the house very heavy and still and dark. And we were at cross purpose, for now it was becoming clear to me that Mary did not mean to marry me, that she dreaded making any promise to me for the future, that all the heroic common cause I wanted with her was quite alien to her dreams. "But Mary," I said, looking at her colorless, delicate face, "don't you love me? Don't you want me?" "You know I love you, Stevenage," she said. "You know." "But if two people love one another, they want to be always together. They want to belong to each other." She looked at me with her face very intent upon her meaning. "Stevenage," she said, after one of those steadfast pauses of hers, "I want to belong to myself." "Naturally," I said, with an air of disposing of an argument, and then paused. "Why should one have to tie oneself always to one other human being?" she asked. "Why must it be like that?" I do not remember how I tried to meet this extraordinary idea. "One loves," I may have said. The subtle skepticisms of her mind went altogether beyond my habits of thinking. It had never occurred to me that there was any other way of living except in these voluntary and involuntary mutual servitudes in which men and women live and die. "If you love me," I urged, "if you love me, I want nothing better in all my life but to love and serve and keep you and make you happy." She surveyed me and weighed my words against her own. "I love meeting you," she said. "I love your going because it means that afterwards you will come again. I love this slipping out to you. But up there is a room in the house that is my place, my own. Nobody follows me there. I want to go on living, Stevenage, just as I am living now. I don't want to become someone's certain possession, to be just usual and familiar to anyone. No, not even to you." "But if you love," I cried. "To you least of all. Don't you see, I want to be wonderful to you, Stevenage, more than to anyone. I want always to make your heart beat faster. I want always to be coming to you with my own heart beating faster. Always and always I want it to be like that, just as it has been on these mornings. It has been beautiful, altogether beautiful." "Yes," I said, rather helplessly, and struggled with great issues I had never faced before. "It isn't," I said, "how people live." "It is how I want to live," said Mary. "It isn't the way life goes." "I want it to be. Why shouldn't it be? Why, at any rate, shouldn't it be for me?" 4. I made some desperate schemes to grow suddenly rich and powerful, and I learnt for the first time my true economic value. Already my father and I had been discussing my prospects in life, and he had been finding me vague and difficult. I was full of large political intentions, but so far I had made no definite plans for a living that would render my political ambitions possible. It was becoming apparent to me that for a poor man in England, the only possible route to political distinction is the bar, and I was doing my best to reconcile myself to the years of waiting and practice that would have to precede my political debut. My father disliked the law, and I do not think it reconciled him to the idea of my being a barrister, that afterwards I hoped to become a politician. "It isn't in our temperament, Stephen," he said. "It's a pushing, bullying, cramming base life. I don't see you succeeding there, and I don't see myself rejoicing even if you do succeed. You have to shout, and Strattons don't shout. You have to be smart and tricky, and there's never been a smart and tricky Stratton yet. You have to snatch opportunities and get the better of the people, and misrepresent the realities of every case you touch. You're a paid misrepresenter. They say you'll get a fellowship, Stephen. Why not stay up and do some thinking for a year or so? There'll be enough to keep you. Write a little." "The bar," I said, "is only a means to an end." "If you succeed." "If I succeed, one has to take the chances of life everywhere." "And what is the end?" "Constructive statesmanship." "Not in that way," said my father, pouring himself a second glass of port, and turning over my high-sounding phrase with a faint hint of distaste. "Constructive statesmanship. No. Once a barrister, always a barrister. You'll only be a party politician. Vulgar men. Vulgar. If you succeed, that is." He criticized me, but he did not oppose me, and already in the beginning of the summer we had settled that I should be called to the bar. Now suddenly I wanted to go back upon all these determinations. I began to demand, in the intellectual slang of the time, more actuality, and to amaze my father with talk about empire makers and the greatness of Lord Strathcona and Cecil Rhodes. Why, I asked, shouldn't I travel for a year in search of opportunity? At Oxford I had made acquaintance with the son of Pramley's, the big Mexican and Borneo man, and to him I wrote, apropos of a half-forgotten midnight talk in the rooms of some common friend. He wrote back with the suggestion that I should go and talk to his father, and I tore myself away from Mary, and went up to see that great exploiter of undeveloped possibilities, and have one of the most illuminating and humiliating conversations in the world. He was, I remember, a little pale-complexioned, slow-speaking man with a humorous blue eye, a faint, just perceptible northern accent, and a trick of keeping silent for a moment after you had finished speaking, and he talked to me as one might talk to a child of 8 who wanted to know how one could become a commander-in-chief. His son had evidently emphasized my Union reputation, and he would have been quite willing, I perceived, to give me employment, if I had displayed the slightest intelligence or ability in any utilizable direction. But quite dreadfully he sounded my equipment with me, and showed me the emptiness of my stores. "You want some way that gives you a chance of growing rich rapidly," he said. "Aye, it's not a bad idea, but there's others, you know, have tried that game before ye. You don't want riches just for riches, but for an end. Aye, it's the spending attracts ye. You'd not have me think you'd the sin of avarice. I'm clear on that about ye. Well," he explained, "it's all one of 3 things we do, you know. Prospecting, and forestalling, and just stealing, and the only respectable way is prospecting. You'd prefer the respectable way, I suppose? I knew ye would. Well, let's see what chances ye have." And he began to probe my practical knowledge. It was like an unfit man stripping for a medical inspection. Did I know anything of oil, of rubber, of sugar, of substances generally? Had I studied mineralogy or geology? Had I any ideas of industrial processes, of technical chemistry, of rare minerals, of labor problems and the handling of alien labor, of the economics of railway management, or of camping out in dry, thinly populated countries? Or again, could I maybe speak Spanish? Or Italian? Or Russian? The little dons who career about Oxford afoot and a wheel, wearing old gowns and mortar-boards, giggling over Spooner's latest, and being tremendous characters in the intervals of concocting the ruling class mind, had turned my mind away from such matters altogether. I had left that sort of thing to Germans, and East End Jews, and young men from the upper-grade board schools of Sheffield and Birmingham. I was made to realize appalling wildernesses of ignorance. "You see," said old Pramley, "you don't seem to know anything whatever. It's a difficulty. It'll stand in your way a little now, though no doubt you'd be quick at the uptake, after all the education they've given ye. But it stands in your way if ye think of setting out to do something large and effective just immediately." Moreover, it came out, I forget now how, that I hadn't clearly grasped the difference between cumulative and non-cumulative preference shares. I remember, too, how I dined alone that evening, in a mood between frantic exasperation and utter abasement, in the window of the Mediated Universities Club, of which I was a junior member under the undergraduate rule. And I lay awake all night in one of the austere club bedrooms, saying to old Pramley a number of extremely able and penetrating things that had unhappily not occurred to me during the progress of our interview. I didn't go back to Burnmore for several days. I had set my heart on achieving something, on returning with some earnest of the great attack I was to make upon the separating great world between myself and Mary. I am far enough off now from that angry and passionate youngster to smile at the thought that my subjugation of things in general, and high finance in particular, took at last the form of proposing to go into the office of Bean, Medhurst, Stockton, and Schnadhorst upon half-commission terms. I was awaiting my father's reply to the startling new suggestion, when I got a telegram from Mary. "We are going to Scotland unexpectedly. Come down and see me." I went home instantly, and told my father I had come to talk things over with him. A note from Mary lay upon the hall table as I came in and encountered my father. "I thought it better to come down to you," I said, with my glance roving to find that, and then I met his eye. It wasn't altogether an unkindly eye, but I winced dishonestly. "Talking is better for all sorts of things," said my father, and wanted to know if the weather had been as hot in London as it had been in Burnmore. Mary's note was in pencil, scribbled hastily. I was to wait after 11 that night, near the great rose-bushes behind the pavilion. Long before 11 I was there, on a seat in a thick shadow, looking across great lakes of moonlight, towards the phantom statuary of the Italianate garden, and the dark laurels that partly masked the house. I waited nearly an hour of stillness, and small creepings and cheepings, and goings to and fro among the branches. In the bushes near by me, a little green glowworm shared my vigil. And then, wrapped about in a dark velvet cloak, still in her white dinner dress, with shining, gleaming, glancing stones about her dear throat, warm and wonderful and glowing and daring, Mary came flitting out of the shadows to me. "My dear," she whispered, panting and withdrawing a little from our first passionate embrace. "Oh, my dear! How did I come? Twice before, when I was a girl, I got out this way. By the corner of the conservatory and down the laundry wall. You can't see from here, but it's easy, easy. There's a tree that helps. And now I have come that way to you, you. Oh, love me, my Stephen, love me, dear. Love me as if we were never to love again. Am I beautiful, my dear? Am I beautiful in the moonlight? Tell me. Perhaps this is the night of our lives, dear. Perhaps never again will you and I be happy. But the wonder, dear, the beauty, isn't it still? It's as if nothing really stood solid and dry, as if everything floated. Everyone in all the world has gone to sleep tonight and left the world to us. Come this way and peep at the house, there. Stoop, under the branches. See, not a light is left, and all its blinds are drawn and its eyes shut. One window is open, my little window, Stephen, but that is the shadow where that creeper makes everything black. Along here, a little further, is Nightstock. Now, sniff, Stephen, sniff. The scent of it. It lies like a bank of scented air. And Stephen, there, look, a star, A star without a sound, falling out of the blue. It's gone." There was her dear face close to mine, soft under the soft moonlight, and the breath of her sweet speech mingled with the scent of the night stalk. That was indeed the most beautiful night of my life, a night of moonlight and cool fragrance and adventurous excitement. We were transported out of this old world of dusty limitations. It was as if, for those hours, the curse of man was lifted from our lives. No one discovered us, no evil thing came near us. For a long time we lay close in one another's arms upon a bank of time. Our heads were close together. Her eyelashes swept my cheek. We spoke rarely and in soft whispers, and our hearts were beating, beating. We were as solemn as great mountains, and as innocent as sleeping children. Our kisses were kisses of moonlight. And it seemed to me that nothing that had ever happened, or could happen afterwards, mattered against that happiness. It was nearly 3 when at last I came back into my father's garden. No one had missed me from my room, and the house was all asleep, but I could not get in, because I had closed a latch behind me, and so I stayed in the little arbor until day, watching the daybreak upon long beaches of pale cloud over the hills towards Alfredsham. I slept at last with my head upon my arms, upon the stone table, until the noise of shooting bolts and doors being unlocked roused me to watch my chance, and slip back again into the house, and up the shuttered darkened staircase to my tranquil, undisturbed bedroom. End of Chapter 4, Parts 1 to 4. Chapter 4, Parts 5 to 9 of The Passionate Friends by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Chapter the 4th. The Marriage of the Lady Mary Christian. 5. It was in the vein of something evasive in Mary's character that she let me hear first of her engagement to Justin through the Times. Away there in Scotland she got, I suppose, new perspectives, new ideas. The glow of our immediate passion faded. The thing must have been drawing in upon her for some time. Perhaps she had meant to tell me of it all, that night when she had summoned me to Burnmore. Looking back now, I am the more persuaded that she did. But the thing came to me in London with the effect of an immense treachery. Within a day or so of the newspaper's announcement, she had written me a long letter answering some argument of mine, and saying nothing whatever of the people about her. Even then, Justin must have been asking her to marry him. Her mind must have been full of that question. Then came a storm of disappointment, humiliation, and anger with this realization. I can still feel myself writing and destroying letters to her, letters of satire, of protest. Oddly enough, I cannot recall the letter that at last I sent her, but it is eloquent of the weak boyishness of my position that I sent it in our usual furtive manner, accepted every precaution, that confessed the impossibility of our relationship. "No," she scribbled back, "you do not understand. I cannot write. I must talk to you." We had a secret meeting. With Beatrice Normandy's connivance, she managed to get away for the better part of the day, and we spent a long morning in argument in the botanical gardens, that obvious solitude, and afterwards we lunched upon ham and ginger beer at a little open-air restaurant near the Broad Walk, and talked on until nearly 4. We were so young that I think we both felt, beneath our very real and vivid emotions, a gratifying sense of romantic resourcefulness in this prolonged discussion. There is something ridiculously petty and imitative about youth. Something, too, naively noble and adventurous. I can never determine if older people are less generous and imaginative, or merely less absurd. I still recall the autumnal melancholy of that queer, neglected-looking place, in which I had never been before, and which I have never revisited. A memory of walking along narrow garden paths, beside queer, leaf-choked artificial channels of water under yellow-tinted trees, of rustic bridges going nowhere in particular, and of a kind of brickwork ruined castle, greatly decayed and ivy-grown, in which we sat for a long time, looking out upon a lawn and a wide gravel path leading to a colossal frontage of conservatory. I must have been resentful and bitter in the beginning of that talk. I do not remember that I had any command of the situation, or did anything but protest throughout that day. I was too full of the egotism of the young lover to mark Mary's moods and feelings. It was only afterwards that I came to understand that she was not wilfully and deliberately following the course that was to separate us, that she was taking it with hesitations and regrets. Yet she spoke plainly enough. She spoke with a manifest sincerity of feeling. And while I had neither the grasp nor the subtlety to get behind her mind, I perceive now, as I think things out, that Lady Ladislaw had both watched and acted, had determined her daughter's ideas, sown her mind with suggestions, imposed upon her a conception of her situation that now dominated all her thoughts. "Dear Stephen," reiterated Mary, "I love you. I do, clearly, definitely, deliberately love you. Haven't I told you that? Haven't I made that plain to you? But you are going to marry Justin." "Stephen, dear, can I possibly marry you? Can I?" "Why not? Why not make the adventure of life with me? Dare!" She looked down on me. She was sitting upon a parapet of the brickwork, and I was below her. She seemed to be weighing possibilities. "Why not?" I cried. "Even now? Why not run away with me, throw our 2 lives together? Do as lovers have dared to do since the beginning of things. Let us go somewhere together." "But, Stephen," she asked softly, "where?" "Anywhere." She spoke as an elder might do to a child. "No, tell me where, exactly. Where would it be? Where should we go? How should we live? Tell me. Make me see it, Stephen." "You are too cruel to me, Mary," I said. "How can I, on the spur of the moment, arrange—" "But, dear, suppose it were somewhere very grimy and narrow, something like some of those back streets I came through to get here. Suppose it was some dreadful place, and you had no money, and we were both worried and miserable. One gets ill in such places. If I loved you, Stephen, I mean, if you and I were to be together, I should want it to be in sunshine. I should want it to be among beautiful forests and mountains, somewhere very beautiful." "Why not?" "Because today I know there are no such places in the world for us. Stephen, they are dreams." "For 3 years now," I said, "I have dreamed such dreams." "Oh!" I cried out, stung by my own words. "But this is cowardice! Why should we submit to this old world? Why should we give up things you have dreamed as well as I? You said once, to hear my voice, calling in the morning, 'Let us take each other, Mary, now! Let us take each other, and—' I still remember my impotent phrase, 'Afterwards count the cost.' "If I were a queen," said Mary, "but, you see, I am not a queen." So we talked in fragments and snatches of argument, and all she said made me see more clearly the large hopelessness of my desire. "At least," I urged, "do not marry Justin now. Give me a chance. Give me 3 years, Mary, 3 short years, to work, to do something." She knew so clearly now the quality of her own intentions. "Dear Stephen," she explained, "if I were to come away with you and marry you, in just a little time I should cease to be your lover. I should be your squaw. I should have to share your worries and make your coffee and disappoint you and fail you in 100 ways. Think, should I be any good as a squaw? How can one love when one knows the coffee isn't what it should be, and one is giving one's lover indigestion? And I don't want to be your squaw. I don't want that at all. It isn't how I feel for you. I don't want to be your servant and your possession." "But you will be Justin's squaw. You are going to marry him." "That is all different, Stevenage. Between him and me there will be space, air, dignity, endless servants." "But," I choked, he will make love to you, Mary." "You don't understand, Stephen." "He will make love to you, Mary. Mary, don't you understand? These things, we've never talked of them. You will bear him children." "No," she said. "But—" "No, he promises, Stephen. I am to own myself." "But he marries you." "Yes, because he admires me. He cannot live without me. He loves my company. He loves to be seen with me. He wants me with him to enjoy all the things he has. Can't you understand, Stephen?" "But do you mean—" Our eyes met. "Stephen," she said, "I swear." "But he hopes." "I don't care. He has promised. I have his promise. I shall be free. Oh, I shall be free, free. He is a different man from you, Stephen. He isn't so fierce. He isn't so greedy. But it parts us. Only from impossible things. It parts us. It does not even part us, Stevenage. We shall see one another. We shall talk to one another. I shall lose you. I shall keep you. But do you expect me to be content with this? I will make you content. Oh, Stephen dear, can't there be love? Love without this clutching, this gripping, this carrying off. You will be carried altogether out of my world. If I thought that, Stephen, indeed I would not marry him. But I insisted we should be parted, and parted in the end forever. And there I was the wiser of the two. I knew the insatiable urgency within myself. I knew that if I continued to meet Mary, I should continue to desire her, until I possessed her altogether. 6. I cannot reproduce with any greater exactness than this the quality and gist of our day-long conversation. Between us was a deep affection, and instinctive attraction, and our mental temperaments and our fundamental ideas were profoundly incompatible. We were both still very young in quality. We had scarcely begun to think ourselves out. We were greatly swayed by the suggestion of our circumstances. Complex, incoherent, and formless emotions confused our minds. But I see now that in us there struggled vast creative forces that through a long future, in forms as yet undreamt of, must needs mold the destiny of our race. Far more than Mary, I was accepting the conventions of our time. It seemed to me not merely reasonable, but necessary, that because she loved me, she should place her life in my youthful and inexpert keeping, share my struggles and the real hardships they would have meant for her, devote herself to my happiness, bear me children, be my inspiration in imaginative moments, my squaw, helper, and possession through the whole 24 hours of every day, and incidentally somehow rear whatever family we happened to produce. And I was still amazed in the depths of my being that she did not reciprocate this simple and comprehensive intention. I was ready enough, I thought, for equivalent sacrifices. I was prepared to give my whole life, subordinate all my ambitions to the effort to maintain our home. If only I could have her for my own, I was ready to pledge every hour I had still to live to that service. It seemed mere perversity to me then that she should turn even such vows as that against me. "But I don't want it, Stevenage," she said. "I don't want it. I want you to go on to the service of the Empire. I want to see you do great things, do all the things we've talked about and written about. Don't you see how much better that is for you and for me, and for the world and our lives? I don't want you to become a horrible little specialist in feeding and keeping me." Then wait for me," I cried. "But I want to live myself. I don't want to wait. I want a great house. I want a great position. I want space and freedom. I want to have clothes and be as splendid as your career is going to be. I want to be a great and shining lady in your life. I can't always live as I do now, dependent on my mother, whirled about by her movements, living in her light. Why should I be just a hard-up Vestal virgin, Stephen, in your honor? You will not be able to marry me for years and years and years, unless you neglect your work, unless you throw away everything that is worth having between us in order just to get me." "But I want you, Mary," I cried, drumming at the little green table with my fist. "I want you. I want nothing else in all the world unless it has to do with you. You've got me, as much as anyone will ever have me. You'll always have me. Always I will write to you, talk to you, watch you. Why are you so greedy, Stephen? Why are you so ignoble? If I were to come now and marry you, it wouldn't help you. It would turn you into a wife-keeper, into the sort of uninteresting, preoccupied man one sees running after and gloating over the woman he's bought, at the price of his money and his dignity, and everything. It's not proper for a man to live so for a woman and her children. It's dwarfish. It's enslaving. It's indecent. Stephen, I'd hate you so." 7. We parted at last at a cab rank near a bridge over the canal at the western end of Park Village. I remember that I made a last appeal to her as we walked towards it, and that we loitered on the bridge, careless of who might see us there, in a final conflict of our wills. "Before it is too late, Mary, dear," I said. She shook her head, her white lips pressed together. "But after the things that have happened, that night, the moonlight—" "It's not fair," she said, "for you to talk of that. It isn't fair." "But Mary, this is parting. This indeed is parting." She answered never a word. "Then at least talk to me again for one time more." "Afterwards," she said. "Afterwards I will talk to you. Don't make things too hard for me, Stephen." "If I could, I would make this impossible. It's hateful." She turned to the curb, and for a second or so we stood there without speaking. Then I beckoned to a hansom. She told me Beatrice Normandy's address. I helped her into the cab. "Goodbye," I said, with a weak affectation of an everyday separation, and I turned to the cabman with her instructions. Then again we looked at one another. The cabman waited. "All right, sir?" he asked. "Go ahead," I said, and lifted my hat to the little white face within. I watched the cab until it vanished round the curve of the road. Then I turned about to a world that had become very large and empty and meaningless. 8. I struggled feebly to arrest the course of events. I wrote Mary some violent and bitter letters. I treated her as though she alone were responsible for my life and hers. I said she had diverted my energies, betrayed me, ruined my life. I hinted she was cold-blooded, mercenary, shameless. Someday, you, with that quick temper of yours and your power of expression, will understand that impulse to write, to pour out a passionately unjust interpretation of some nearly intolerable situation. And it is not the least of all the things I owe to Mary, that she understood my passion, and forgave those letters and forgot them. I tried twice to go and see her. But I do not think I need tell you, little son, of these self-inflicted humiliations and degradations. An angry man is none the less a pitiful man because he is injurious. The hope that had held together all the project of my life was gone, and all my thoughts and emotions lay scattered in confusion. You see, my little son, there are two sorts of love. We use one name for very different things. The love that a father bears his children, that a mother feels, that comes sometimes, a strange brightness and tenderness that is half pain, at the revelation of some touching aspect of one long known to one, at the sight of a wife bent with fatigue and unsuspicious of one's presence, at the wretchedness and perplexity of some wrong-doing brother, or at an old servant's unanticipated tears. That is love, like the love God must bear us. That is the love we must spread from those of our marrow until it reaches out to all mankind, that will someday reach out to all mankind. But the love of a young man for a woman takes this quality only in rare moments of illumination and complete assurance. My love for Mary was a demand. It was a wanton claim I scored the more deeply against her for every moment of happiness she gave me. I see now that as I emerged from the first abjection of my admiration and began to feel assured of her affection, I meant nothing by her but to possess her. I did not want her to be happy as I want you to be happy, even at the price of my life. I wanted her. I wanted her as barbarians want a hunted enemy, alive or dead. It was a flaming jealousy to have her mine. That granted, then I was prepared for all devotions. This is how men love women. Almost as exclusively and fiercely, I think, do women love men. And the deepest question before humanity is just how far this jealous greed may be subdued to a more generous passion. The fierce jealousy of men for women and women for men is the very heart of all our social jealousies, the underlying tension of this crowded modern life that has grown out of the ampler, simpler, ancient life of men. That is why we compete against one another so bitterly, refuse association and generous cooperations, keep the struggle for existence hard and bitter, hamper and subordinate the women, as they in their turn would, if they could, hamper and subordinate the men. because each must thoroughly have his own. And I knew my own heart too well to have any faith in Justin and his word. He was taking what he could, and his mind would never rest until someday he had all. I had seen him only once, but the heavy and resolute profile above his bent back and slender shoulders stuck in my memory. If he was cruel to Mary, I told her, or broke his least promise to her, I should kill him. 9. My distress grew rather than diminished in the days immediately before her marriage, and that day itself stands out by itself in my memory, a day of wandering and passionate unrest. My imagination tormented me with thoughts of Justin as a perpetual privileged wooer. Well, I will not tell you, I will not write the ugly mockeries my imagination conjured up. I was constantly on the verge of talking and cursing aloud to myself, or striking aimlessly at nothing with clenched fists. I was too stupid to leave London, too disturbed for work or any distraction of my mind. I wandered about the streets of London all day. In the morning I came near going to the church and making some preposterous interruptions. And I remember discovering 3 or 4 carriages, adorned with white favours, and a little waiting crowd outside that extinguisher-spired place at the top of Regent Street, and wondering for a moment or so at their common preoccupation, and then understanding. Of course, another marriage! Of all devilish institutions! What was I to do with my life now? What was to become of my life? I can still recall the sense of blank unanswerableness with which these questions dominated my mind, and associated with it is an effect of myself as a small human being, singular and apart, wandering through a number of London landscapes. At one time I was in a great, grey, smoke-rimmed autumnal space of park, much cut up by railings and worn by cricket pitches, far away from any idea of the Thames, and in the distance over the tops of trees I discovered, perplexingly, the clustering masts and spars of ships. I have never seen that place since. Then the Angel at Islington is absurdly mixed up with the distresses of this day. I attempted some great detour thence, and found myself with a dumb irritation returning to the place from another direction. I remember, too, a wide street over which passes a thundering railway bridge, borne upon colossal rounded pillars of iron, and carrying in white and blue some big advertisement, I think of the Daily Telegraph. Near there I thought a crowd was gathered about the victim of some accident, and thrusting myself among the people with a vague idea of help, discovered a man selling a remedy for corns. And somewhere about this north region I discovered I was faint with hunger, and got some bread and cheese and beer in a gaudily decorated saloon bar with a sanded floor. I resisted a monstrous impulse to stay in that place, and drink myself into inactivity and stupefaction with beer. Then, for a long time, I sat upon an iron seat near some flower beds, in a kind of garden that had the headstones of graves arranged in a row against a yellow brick wall. The place was flooded with the amber sunshine of a September afternoon. I shared the seat with a nursemaid in charge of a perambulator and several scuffling, uneasy children, and I kept repeating to myself, "By now it is all over. The thing is done." My sense of the enormity of London increased with the twilight, and began to prevail a little against my intense personal wretchedness. I remember wastes of building enterprise, interminable vistas of wide, dark streets, with passing trams, and here and there, at strategic corners, coruscating groups of shops. And somewhere I came along a narrow street suddenly upon the distant prospect of a great, monstrous, absurd place, on a steep hill against the last brightness of the evening sky, a burlesque block of building with huge truncated pyramids at either corner, that I have since learnt was the Alexandra Palace. It was so queer and bulky that it arrested and held my attention, struck on my memory with an almost dreamlike quality, so that years afterwards I went to Muswell Hill to see if indeed there really was such a place on earth, or whether I had had a waking nightmare during my wanderings. I wandered far that night, very far. Some girl accosted me, a thin-faced, ruined child, younger by a year or so than myself. I remembered how I talked to her, foolish, rambling talk. "If you loved a man and he was poor, you'd wait," I said. "You'd stick to him. You'd not leave him just to get married to a richer man." We prowled talking for a time, and sat upon a seat somewhere near the Regent's Park Canal. I rather think I planned to rescue her from a fallen life, but somehow we dropped that topic. I know she kissed me. I have a queer impression that it came into my head to marry her. I put all my loose money in her hands at last, and went away extraordinarily comforted by her, I know not how, leaving her no doubt wondering greatly. I did not go to bed that night at all, nor to the office next morning. I never showed myself in the office again. Instead, I went straight down to my father, and told him I wanted to go to the war forthwith. I had an indistinct memory of a promise I had made Mary to stay in England, but I felt it was altogether unendurable that I should ever meet her again. My father sat at table over the remains of his lunch, and regarded me with astonishment, with the beginnings of protest. "I want to get away," I said, and to my own amazement and shame, I burst into tears. "My boy," he gasped, astonished and terrified, You've not done some foolish thing?" "No," I said, already wiping the tears from my face. "Nothing, but I want to go away." "You shall do as you please," he said, and sat for a moment, regarding his only son with unfathomable eyes. Then he got up, with a manner altogether matter-of-fact, came halfway round the table, and mixed me a whiskey and soda. "It won't be much of a war, I'm told," he said with the siphon in his hands, breaking a silence. "I sometimes wish I had seen a bit of soldiering, and this seems to be an almost unavoidable war. Now, at any rate, it's unavoidable. Drink this, and have a biscuit." He turned to the mantel-shelf, and filled his pipe with his broad back to me. "Yes," he said, you'll be interested in the war. I hope you'll have a good time there." End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5, Parts 1 to 3 of The Passionate Friends by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Chapter the 5th. The War in South Africa. 1. Mary and I did not meet again for 5 years, and for nearly all that time I remained in South Africa. I went from England a boy. I came back seasoned into manhood. They had been years of crowded experience, rapid yet complicated growth, disillusionment and thought. Responsibility had come to me. I had seen death, I had seen suffering, and held the lives of men in my hands. Of course, one does not become a soldier on active service at once for the wishing, and there was not at first that ready disposition on the part of the home military authorities which arose later to send out young enthusiasts. I could ride and shoot fairly well, and accordingly I decided to go on my own account to Durban, for it was manifest that things would begin in Natal, and there attach myself to some of the local volunteer corps that would certainly be raised. This took me out of England at once, a thing that fell in very well with my mood. I was resolved, begin life afresh. I would force myself to think of nothing but the war. I would never, if I could help it, think of Mary again. The war had already begun when I reached Durban. The town was seething with the news of a great British victory at Dundee. We came into the port through rain and rough weather, and passed a big white liner loaded up feverishly from steam tenders, with wealthy refugees going Englandward. From 2 troop ships against the wharves there was a great business of landing horses. The horses of the dragoons and hussars from India. I spent the best part of my first night in South Africa, in the streets, looking in vain for a bedroom, and was helped at last by a kindly rickshaw Zulu to a shanty where I slept upon 3 chairs. I remember I felt singularly unwanted. The next day I set about my volunteering. By midday I had opened communications with that extremely untried and problematical body, the Imperial Light Horse, and in 3 days more I was in the company of a mixed batch of men, mostly Australian volunteers, on my way to a place I had never heard of before called Ladysmith, through a country of increasing picturesqueness, and along a curious curving little line, whose down traffic seemed always waiting in sidings, and consisted of crowded little trains full of pitiful fugitives, white, brown, and black, stifled and starving. They were all clamoring to buy food and drink, and none seemed forthcoming. We shunned at once to allow a southbound train to pass, a peculiar train that sent everyone onto the line to see. Prisoners of war. There they were, real live enemies, rather glum, looking out at us with faces very like our own, but rather more unshaven. They had come from the Battle of Landslaagte. I had never been out of England before, except for a little mountaineering in the French Alps and one walking excursion in the Black Forest, and the scenery of Lower Natal amazed me. I had expected nothing nearly so tropical, so rich and vivid. There were little Mozambique monkeys chattering in the thick-set trees beside the line, and a quantity of unfamiliar birds and gaudy flowers amidst the abundant deep greenery. There were aloe and cactus hedges, patches of unfamiliar cultivation upon the hills, bunchy, frondy growths that I learnt were bananas and plantains, and there were barbaric, insanitary-looking Kaffir kraals, which I supposed had vanished before our civilization. There seemed an enormous quantity of Kaffirs all along the line, and all of them, men, women, and children, were staring at the train. The scenery grew finer and bolder, and more bare and mountainous, until at last we came out into the great basin in which lay this Ladysmith. It seemed a poor, unimportant, dusty little street of huts as we approached it, but the great crests beyond struck me as very beautiful in the morning light. I forgot the beauty of those hills as we drew into the station. It was the morning after the surrender of Nicholson's Neck. I had come to join an army already tremendously astonished and shattered. The sunny prospect of a triumphal procession to Pretoria, which had been still in men's minds at Durban, had vanished altogether. In rather less than a fortnight of stubborn fighting, we had displayed a strategy that was flighty rather than brilliant, and lost a whole battery of guns and nearly 1,200 prisoners. We had had compensations. Our common soldiers were good stuff at any rate. But the fact was clear that we were fighting an army not only very much bigger than ours, but better equipped, with bigger guns, better information, and it seemed superior strategy. We were being shoved back into this ladysmith and encircled. This confused, disconcerted, and thoroughly bad-tempered army, whose mules and bullocks cumbered the central street of the place, was all that was left of the British Empire in Natal. Behind it was an unprotected country, and the line to Pietermaritzburg, Durban, and the sea. You cannot imagine how amazed I felt at it. I had been prepared for a sort of Kentucky quality in the enemy, illiteracy, pluck, guile, and good shooting, but to find them with more modern arms than our own, more modern methods. Weren't we there, after all, to teach them? Weren't we the 20th, and they the 18th century? The town had been shelled the day before from those very hills I had admired. At any time it might be shelled again. The nose of a big gun was pointed out to me by a blasphemous little private in the Devons. It was a tremendous, a profoundly impressive black snout. His opinions of the directing wisdom at home were unquotable. The platform was a wild confusion of women and children and colored people. There was even an invalid lady on a stretcher. Every non-combatant who could be got out of Ladysmith was being hustled out that day. Everyone was smarting with a sense of defeat in progress. Everyone was disappointed and worried. One got short answers to one's questions. For a time, I couldn't even find out where I had to go. 2. I fired my first shot at a fellow creature within 4 days of my arrival. We rode out down the road to the south to search some hills, and found the Boers in fair strength away to the east of us. We were dismounted, and pushed up on foot through a wood to a grassy crest. There, for the first time, I saw the enemy. Little, respectable-looking, unsoldier-like figures, mostly in black, dodging about upon a ridge perhaps a mile away. I took a shot at one of these figures just before it vanished into a gully. 1 or 2 bullets came overhead, and I tried to remember what I had picked up about cover. They made a sound, whiff or whiff, a kind of tearing whistle, and there was nothing but a distant crackling to give one a hint of their direction until they took effect. I remembered the peculiar smell of the grass amidst which I crouched, my sudden disgust to realize I was lying, and had to lie now for an indefinite time, in the open sunlight and far from any shade, and how I wondered whether, after all, I had wanted to come to this war. We lay shooting intermittently until the afternoon. I couldn't understand why. We went forward a little, and at last retired upon Ladysmith. On the way down to the horses, I came upon my first dead man. He was lying in a crumpled heap not 50 yards from where I had been shooting. There he lay, the shattered mirror of a world. One side of his skull over the ear had been knocked away by a nearly spent bullet, and he was crumpled up and face upward, as though he had struggled to his feet and fallen back. He looked rather horrible, with blue eyes wide open and glassily amazed, and the black flies clustering upon his clotted wound and round his open mouth. I halted for a moment at the sight, and found the keen scrutiny of a fellow trooper upon me. "No good waiting for him," I said with an affectation of indifference. But all through the night I saw him again, and marveled at the stupendous absurdity of such a death. I was a little feverish, I remember, and engaged in an interminable theological argument with myself why, when a man is dead, he should leave so queer and irrelevant a thing as a body to decay. I was already very far away from London and Burnmore Park. I doubt if I thought of Mary at all for many days. 3. It isn't my business to write here any consecutive story of my war experiences. Luck and some latent quality in my composition made me a fairly successful soldier. Among other things, I have an exceptionally good sense of direction, and that was very useful to me. And in Burnmore Park, I suppose I had picked up many of the qualities of a scout. I did some fair outpost work during the Ladysmith siege. I could report as well as crawl and watch, and I was already a sergeant when we made a night attack and captured and blew up Long Tom. There, after the fight, while we were covering the engineers, I got a queer steel ball about the size of a pea in my arm, a bicycle bearings ball it was, and had my first experience of an army surgeon's knife next day. It was much less painful than I had expected. I was also hit during the big assault on the 6th of January in the left shoulder, but so very slightly that I wasn't technically disabled. They were the only wounds I got in the war, but I went under with dysentery before the relief, and though I was by no means a bad case, I was a very yellow-faced, broken-looking convalescent when at last the Boer hosts rolled northward again, and Buller's men came riding across the flats. I had seen some stimulating things during those 4 months of actual warfare. 100 intense impressions of death, wounds, anger, patience, brutality, courage, generosity, and wasteful destruction. Above all, wasteful destruction, to correct the easy, optimistic patriotism of my university days. There is a depression in the opening stages of fever, and a feebleness in a convalescence on a starvation diet, that leads men to broad and sober views. Heavens, how I hated the horse extract, Chevril we called it, that served us for beef tea. When I came down from Ladysmith to the sea to pick up my strength, I had not an illusion left about the serene, divinely appointed empire of the English. But if I had less national conceit, I had certainly more patriotic determination. That grew with every day of returning health. The reality of this war had got hold of my imagination, as indeed for a time it got hold of the English imagination altogether, and I was now almost fiercely keen to learn and do. At the first chance I returned to active service, and now I was no longer a disconsolate lover taking war for a cure, but an earnest, and I think reasonably able young officer, very alert for chances. I got those chances soon enough. I rejoined our men beyond Kimberley, on the way to Mafeking. We were the extreme British left in the advance upon Pretoria, and I rode with Mahan, and was ambushed with him in a little affair beyond Cottesrand. It was a sudden, brisk encounter. We got fired into at close quarters, but we knew our work by that time, and charged home and brought in a handful of prisoners to make up for the men we had lost. A few days later, we came into the flattened ruins of the quaintest siege in history. 3 days after we relieved Mafeking, I had the luck to catch one of Snyman's retreating guns rather easily, the only big gun that was taken at Mafeking. I came upon it unexpectedly with about 20 men, spotted a clump of brush 400 yards ahead, galloped into it before the Boers realized the boldness of our game, shot all the draft oxen while they hesitated, and held them up until Chambers arrived on the scene. The incident got perhaps a disproportionate share of attention in the papers at home, because of the way in which Mafeking had been kept in focus. I was mentioned twice again in despatches before we rode across to join Roberts in Pretoria, and see what we believed to be the end of the war. We were too late to go on up to Komatipoort, and had some rather blank and troublesome work on the north side of the town. That was indeed the end of the Great War. The rest was a struggle with guerrillas. Everyone thought things were altogether over. I wrote to my father discussing the probable date of my return. But there were great chances still to come for an active young officer. The guerrilla war was to prolong the struggle yet for a whole laborious, eventful year, and I was to make the most of those later opportunities. Those years in South Africa are stuck into my mind like those pink-colored pages about something else one finds at times in a railway indicateur. Chance had put this work in my way, and started me upon it with a reputation that wasn't altogether deserved, and I found I could only live up to it and get things done well by a fixed and extreme concentration of my attention. But the whole business was so interesting that I found it possible to make that concentration. Essentially, warfare is a game of elaborate but witty problems in precaution and anticipation, with amazing scope for invention. You so saturate your mind with the facts and possibilities of the situation that intuitions emerge. It did not do to think of anything beyond those facts and possibilities, and dodges and counter-dodges, for to do so was to let in irrelevant and distracting lights. During all that concluding year of service, I was not so much myself as a forced and artificial thing I made out of myself to meet the special needs of the time. I became a bore-outwitting animal. When I was tired of this specialized thinking, then the best relief, I found, was some quite trivial occupation. Playing poker, yelling in the chorus of some interminable song one of the men would sing, or coining South African limericks, or playing burlesque bourrime with Fred Maxim, who was then my second in command. Yet occasionally, thought overtook me. I remember lying one night out upon a huge dark hillside, in a melancholy wilderness of rock-ribbed hills, waiting for one of the flying commandos that were breaking northward from Cape Colony towards the Orange River in front of Colonel Eustace. We had been riding all day. I was taking risks in what I was doing, and there is something very cheerless in a fireless bivouac. My mind became uncontrollably active. It was a clear, still night. The young moon set early in a glow of white that threw the jagged contours of a hill to the southeast into strange, weird prominence. The patches of moonshine evaporated from the summits of the nearer hills, and left them hard and dark. Then there was nothing but a great soft black darkness below that jagged edge, and above it the stars very large and bright. Somewhere under that enormous serenity to the south of us, the hunted Boers must be halting to snatch an hour or so of rest, and beyond them again extended the long, thin net of the pursuing British. It all seemed infinitely small and remote. There was no sound of it, no hint of it, no searchlight at work, no faintest streamer of smoke, nor the reflection of a solitary fire in the sky. All this business that had held my mind so long was reduced to insignificance between the blackness of the hills and the greatness of the sky. A little trouble, it seemed of no importance under the Southern Cross. And I fell wondering, as I had not wondered for long, at the forces that had brought me to this occupation, and the strangeness of this game of war, which had filled the minds and tempered the spirit of 250,000 of men for 2 hard-living years. I fell thinking of the dead. No soldier in a proper state of mind ever thinks of the dead. At times, of course, one suspects. One catches a man glancing at the pair of boots sticking out stiffly from under a blanket, but at once he speaks of other things. Nevertheless, some suppressed part of my being had been stirring up ugly and monstrous memories of distortion, disfigurement, torment, and decay, of dead men in stained and ragged clothes, with their soul-worn boots drawn up under them, of the blood trail of a dying man who had crawled up to a dead comrade, rather than die alone, of Kafirs heaping limp, pitiful bodies together for burial, of the voices of inaccessible wounded in the rain on Wagon Hill, crying in the night, of a heap of men we found in a donga 3 days dead, of the dumb agony of shell-torn horses, and the vast distressful litter and heavy brooding stench, the cans and cartridge cases and filth and bloody rags of a shelled and captured laager. I will confess I have never lost my horror of dead bodies. They are dreadful to me, dreadful. I dread their stiff attitudes, their terrible, intent inattention. To this day, such memories haunt me. That night they nearly overwhelmed me. I thought of the grim silence of the surgeon's tent, the miseries and disordered ravings of the fever hospital, of the midnight burial of a journalist at Ladysmith, with the distant searchlight on Bulwana flicking suddenly upon our faces and making the coffin shine silver white. What a vast trail of destruction South Africa had become! I thought of the black, scorched stones of burnt and abandoned farms, of wretched natives we had found, shot like dogs and flung aside, rottenly amazed, decaying in infinite indignity, of stories of treachery and fierce revenges sweeping along in the trail of the greater fighting. I knew too well of certain atrocities. One had to believe them incredibly stupid to escape the conviction that they were incredibly evil. For a time, my mind could make no headway against its monstrous assemblage of horror. There was something in that jagged black hill against the moonshine, and the gigantic basin of darkness out of which it rose, that seemed to gather all these gaunt and grisly effects into one appalling heap of agonizing futility. That rock rose up and crouched, like something that broods and watches. I remember I sat up in the darkness, staring at it. I found myself murmuring, "Get the proportions of things! Get the proportions of things!" I had an absurd impression of a duel between myself and the cavernous antagonism of the huge black spaces below me. I argued that all this pain and waste was no more than the salvage of a proportionately limitless fabric of sane, interested, impassioned, and joyous living. These stiff, still memories seemed to refute me. But why us? They seemed to insist. In some way it's essential, this margin. I stopped at that. If all this pain, waste, violence, anguish is essential to life, why does my spirit rise against it? What is wrong with me? I got from that into a corner of self-examination. Did I respond overmuch to these painful aspects in life? When I was a boy, I had never had the spirit even to kill rats. Siddons came into the meditation. Siddons, the essential Englishman, a little scornful, throwing out contemptuous phrases. Soft! Was I a soft? What was a soft? Something not rough, not hardy and bloody. I felt I had to own to the word, after years of resistance. A dreadful thing it is when a great empire has to rely upon soft soldiers. Was civilization breeding a type of human being too tender to go on living? I stuck for a time, as one does on these nocturnal occasions, at the word hypersensitive, going round it and about it. I do not know now how it was that I passed from a mood so darkened and sunless to one of exceptional exaltation, but I recall very clearly that I did. I believe that I made a crowning effort against this despair and horror that had found me out in the darkness and overcome. I cried in my heart for help, as a lost child cries to God. I seem to remember a rush of impassioned prayer, not only for myself, not chiefly for myself, but for all those smashed and soiled and spoilt and battered residues of men whose memories tormented me. I prayed to God that they had not lived in vain, that particularly those poor Kaffir scouts might not have lived in vain. They are like children, I said. It was a murder of children, by children. My horror passed insensibly. I have to feel the dreadfulness of these things, I told myself, because it is good for such a creature as I to feel them dreadful. But if one understood, it would all be simple, not dreadful at all. I clung to that and repeated it. It would all be perfectly simple. It would come out no more horrible than the things that used to frighten me as a child. The shadow on the stairs, the white moonrise reflected on a barked and withered tree, a peculiar dream of moving geometrical forms, an ugly illustration in the Arabian Nights. I do not know how long I wrestled with God and prayed that night, but abruptly the shadows broke, and very suddenly and swiftly my spirit seemed to flame up into space like some white beacon that is set alight. Everything became light and clear and confident. I was assured that all was well with us who lived and fought, and with the dead who rotted now in 50,000 hasty graves. For a long time it seemed I was repeating again and again with soundless lips, and finding the deepest comfort in my words. And out of our agonies comes victory! Out of our agonies comes victory! Have pity on us, God our Father! I think that mood passed quite insensibly from waking to a kind of clear dreaming. I have an impression that I fell asleep and was aroused by a gun. Yet I was certainly still sitting up when I heard that gun. I was astonished to find things darkly visible about me. I had not noted that the stars were growing pale until the sound of this gun very far away called my mind back to the grooves in which it was now accustomed to move. I started into absolute wakefulness. A gun? I found myself trying to see my watch. I heard a slipping and clatter of pebbles near me, and discovered Fred Maxim at my side. "Look," he said, hoarse with excitement, "already!" He pointed to a string of dim little figures galloping helter-skelter over the neck and down the gap in the hills towards us. They came up against the pale western sky, little nodding, swaying black dots, and flashed over and were lost in the misty purple groove towards us. They must have been riding through the night, the British following. To them we were invisible. Behind us was the shining east. We were in a shadow still too dark to betray us. In a moment I was afoot and called out to the men, my philosophy, my deep questionings, all torn out of my mind, like a page of scribbled poetry plucked out of a business notebook. Cocky figures were up all about me, passing the word and hurrying to their places. All the dispositions I had made overnight came back clear and sharp into my mind. We hadn't long for preparations. It seems now there were only a few busy moments before the fighting began. It must have been much longer in reality. By that time, we had seen their gun come over and a train of carts. They were blundering right into us. Every moment it was getting lighter, and the moment of contact nearer. Then, crack, from down below among the rocks, and there was a sudden stoppage of the trail of dark shapes upon the hillside. Crack! Came a shot from our extreme left. I damned the impatient men who had shot away the secret of our presence. But we had to keep them at a shooting distance. Would the Boers have the wit to charge through us before the daylight came, or should we hold them? I had a swift, disturbing idea. Would they try to bolt across our front to the left? Had we extended far enough across the deep valley to our left? But they'd hesitate on account of their gun. The gun couldn't go that way, because of the gullies and thickets. But suppose they tried it? I hung between momentous decisions. Then, all up the dim hillside, I could make out the Boers halting and riding back. One rifle across there flashed. We held them. We had begun the fight of Peter's Neck, which ended before midday with the surrender of Simon Botha and over 700 men. It was the crown of all my soldiering. End of Chapter 5, Parts 1 to 3. Chapter 5, Parts 1 to 6 of The Passionate Friends by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Chapter the 5th. The War in South Africa. 4. I came back to England at last, when I was 26. After the Peace of Vereeniging, I worked under the Repatriation Commission, which controlled the distribution of returning prisoners and concentrated population to their homes. For the most part, I was distributing stock and grain, and presently maneuvering a sort of ploughing, flying column that the dearth of horses and oxen made necessary, work that was certainly as hard as, if far less exciting than war. That particular work of replanting the desolated country with human beings took hold of my imagination, and for a time at least seemed quite straightforward and understandable. The comfort of ceasing to destroy. No one has written anything that really conveys the quality of that repatriation process. The queer business of bringing these suspicious, illiterate, despondent people back to their desolated homes. Reuniting swarthy fathers and stockish mothers, witnessing their touchingly inexpressive encounters, doing what one could to put heart into their resumption. Memories come back to me of great littered heaps of luggage, bundles, blankets, rough boxes, piled newly purchased stores, ready-made doors, window sashes, heaped ready for the wagons, slow-moving, apathetic figures sitting and eating, an infernal squawking of parrots, sometimes a wailing of babies. Repatriation went on to a parrot obbligato, and I never hear a parrot squawk without a flash of South Africa across my mind. All the prisoners, I believe, brought back parrots, some 2 or 3. I had to spread these people out over a country still grassless, with teams of war-worn oxen, mules, and horses that died by the dozens on my hands. The end of each individual instance was a handshake, and one went lumbering on, leaving the children one had deposited behind one, already playing with old ration tins or hunting about for cartridge cases, while the adults stared at the work they had to do. There was something elementary in all that redistribution. I felt at times like a child playing in a nursery and putting out its bricks and soldiers on the floor. There was a kind of greatness, too, about the process, a quality of atonement. And the people I was taking back, the men anyhow, were for the most part charming and wonderful people, very simple and emotional, so that once a big-bearded man, when I wanted him in the face of an overflowing wagon to abandon about half a dozen great, angular, colored West Indian shells he had lugged with him from Bermuda, burst into tears of disappointment. I let him take them, and at the end I saw them placed with joy and reverence in the little parlor, to become the war heirlooms, no doubt, of a long and bearded family. As we shook hands after our parting coffee, he glanced at them with something between gratitude and triumph in his eyes. Yes, that was a great work, more especially for a ripening youngster, such as I was at that time. The memory of long rides and tramps over that limitless veldt returns to me, lonely in spite of the creaking, lumbering wagons and transport riders and Kaffirs that followed behind. South Africa is a country not only of immense spaces, but of an immense spaciousness. Everything is far apart. Even the grass blades are far apart. Sometimes one crossed wide stony wastes. Sometimes came stretches of tall yellow-green grass, wheel-high. Sometimes a little green patch of returning cultivation drew nearer for an hour or so. Sometimes the blundering, toilsome passage of a torrent interrupted our slow onward march. And constantly one saw long lines of torn and twisted barbed wire stretching away and away. And here and there one found archipelagos, as it were, in this dry ocean, of the skeletons of cattle. And there were places where troops had halted, and their scattered ration tins shone like diamonds in the sunshine. Occasionally I struck talk, some returning prisoner, some group of discharged British soldiers, become carpenters or bricklayers again, and making their pound a day by the work of rebuilding. Always everyone was ready to expatiate upon the situation. Usually, however, I was alone, thinking over this immense, now vanished tornado of a war, and this equally astonishing work of healing that was following it. I became keenly interested in all this great business, and thought at first of remaining indefinitely in Africa. Repatriation was presently done and finished. I had won Milner's good opinion, and he was anxious for me to go on working, in relation to the labor difficulty that rose now more and more into prominence behind the agricultural resettlement. But when I faced that, I found myself in the middle of a tangle infinitely less simple than putting back an agricultural population upon its land. 5. For the first time in my life, I was really looking at the social fundamental of labor. There is something astonishingly naive in the unconsciousness with which people of our class float over the great economic realities. All my life I had been hearing of the working classes, of industrialism, of labor problems, and the organization of labor. But it was only now in South Africa, in this chaotic, crude, illuminating period of putting a smashed and desolated social order together again, that I perceived these familiar phrases represented something stupendously real. There were, I began to recognize, two sides to civilization. One traditional, immemorial, universal, the side of the homestead, the side I had been seeing and restoring. And there was another, ancient too, but never universal, as old at least as the mines of Syracuse and the building of the pyramids, the side that came into view when I emerged from the dusty station and sighted the squat shanties and slender chimneys of Johannesburg. That uprooted side of social life, that accumulation of toilers divorced from the soil, which is industrialism and labor, and which carries such people as ourselves, and whatever significance and possibilities we have, as an elephant carries its rider. Now, all Johannesburg and Pretoria were discussing labor, and nothing but labor. Bloemfontein was in conference thereon. Our work of repatriation, which had loomed so large on the southernward veldt, became here a business at once incidental and remote. One felt that, a little sooner or a little later, all that would resume and go on, as the rains would and the veldgrass. But this was something less kindred to the succession of the seasons and the soil. This was a hitch in the upper fabric. Here, in the great, ugly, mine-scarred basin of the Rand, with its bare hillsides, half the stamps were standing idle. Machinery was eating its head off. Time and water were running to waste amidst an immense, exasperated disputation. Something had given way. The war had spoiled the Kaffir boy. He was demanding enormous wages. He was away from Johannesburg. And, above all, he would no longer go underground. Implicit in all the argument and suggestion about me was this profoundly suggestive fact, that some people, quite a lot of people, scores of thousands, had to go underground. Implicit, too, always in the discourse, was the assumption that the talker or writer in question wasn't for a moment to be expected to go there. Those others, whoever they were, had to do that for us. Before the war it had been the artless Portuguese Kaffir, but he, alas, was being diverted to open-air employment at Delagoa Bay. Should we raise wages and go on with the fatal process of spoiling the workers? Should we, by imposing a tremendous hut tax, drive the Kaffir into our toils? Should we carry the labor hunt across the Zambezi into Central Africa? Should we follow the lead of Lord Kitchener and Mr. Creswell, and employ the rather dangerous, unskilled white labor, with ideas about strikes and socialism, that had drifted into Johannesburg? Should we do tremendous things with labor-saving machinery? Or were we indeed, desperate yet tempting resort, to bring in the cheap Indian or Chinese coolie? Steadily, things were drifting towards that last tremendous experiment. There was a vigorous opposition in South Africa and in England, growing there to an outcry. But behind that proposal was the one vitalizing conviction in modern initiative. Indisputably, it would pay. It would pay. The human mind has a much more complex and fluctuating process than most of those explanatory people who write about psychology would have us believe. Instead of that simple, direct movement, like the movement of a point, forward and from here to there, one's thoughts advance like an army, sometimes extended over an enormous front, sometimes in echelon, sometimes bunched in a column, throwing out skirmishing clouds of emotion, some flying and soaring, some crawling, some stopping and dying. In this matter of labor, for example, I have thought so much, thought over the ground again and again, come into it from this way and from that way, that for the life of me I find it impossible to state at all clearly how much I made of these questions during that Johannesburg time. I cannot get back into those ancient ignorances, revive my old astonishments and discoveries. Certainly, I envisaged the whole process much less clearly than I do now, ignored difficulties that have since entangled me, regarded with a tremendous perplexity aspects that have now become lucidly plain. I came back to England confused, and doing what confused people are apt to do, clinging to an inadequate phrase that seemed at any rate to define a course of action. The word efficiency had got hold of me. All our troubles came, one assumed, from being inefficient. One turned towards politics with a bustling air, and was all for fault-finding and renovation. I sit here at my desk, pen in hand, and trace figures on the blotting paper, and wonder how much I understood at that time. I came back to England to work on the side of efficiency, that is quite certain. A little later, I was writing articles and letters about it, so that much is documented. But I think I must have apprehended too by that time some vague outline at least of those wider issues in the secular conflict between the new forms of human association and the old, to which contemporary politics and our national fate are no more than transitory eddies and rufflings of the surface waters. It was all so nakedly plain there. On the one hand was the primordial, on the other the rankly new. The farm on the veldt stood on the veldt, a thing of the veldt, a thing rooted and established there and nowhere else. The dusty, crude, brick-field desolation of the Ront, on the other hand, did not really belong with any particularity to South Africa at all. It was one with our camps and armies. It was part of something else, something still bigger. A monstrous, shadowy arm had thrust out from Europe and torn open this country, erected these chimneys, piled these heaps, and sent the ration tins and cartridge cases to follow them. It was gigantic kindred with that ancient predecessor which had built the walls of Zimbabwe. And this hungry, impatient demand for myriads of toilers, this threatening inundation of black or brown or yellow bond serfs, was just the natural voice of this colossal system to which I belonged, which had brought me hither, and which I now perceived I did not even begin to understand. One day, when asking my way to some forgotten destination, I had pointed out to me the Gray and Roberts Deep Mine. Some familiarity in the name set me thinking, until I recalled that this was the mine in which I had once heard Lady Ladislaw confess large holdings, this mine in which gangs of indentured Chinamen would presently be sweating to pay the wages of the gamekeepers and road menders in Burnmore Park. Yes, this was what I was taking in at that time, but it found me inexpressive. What I was saying on my return to England gave me no intimation of the broad conceptions growing in my mind. I came back to be one of the many scores of energetic and ambitious young men who were parroting efficiency, stirring up people, and more particularly stirring up themselves with the utmost vigor, and all the time, within their secret hearts, more than a little at a loss. 6. While I had been in South Africa, circumstances had conspired to alter my prospects in life very greatly. Unanticipated freedoms and opportunities had come to me, and it was no longer out of the question for me to think of a parliamentary career. Our fortunes had altered. My father had ceased to be rector of Burnmore, and had become a comparatively wealthy man. My second cousin, Reginald Stratton, had been drowned in Finland, and his father had only survived the shock of his death a fortnight. His sister, Arthur Mason's first wife, had died in giving birth to a stillborn child the year before, and my father found himself suddenly the owner of all that large stretch of developing downland and building land which old Reginald had bought between Shattuck and Golding on the south and West Esher Station on the north, and an addition of considerable investments in northern industrials. It was an odd collusion of mortality. We had had only the coldest relations with our cousins, and now, abruptly, through their commercial and speculative activities, which we had always affected to despise and ignore, I was in a position to attempt the realization of my old political ambitions. My cousin's house had not been to my father's taste. He had let it, and I came to a new home in a pleasant, plain, red brick house, 150 years old perhaps, on an open and sunny hillside, sheltered by trees eastward and northward, a few miles to the southwest of Guildford. It had all the gracious proportions, the dignified simplicity, the roomy comfort of the good building of that time. It looked sunward. We breakfasted in sunshine in the library, and outside was an old wall, with peach trees and a row of pillar roses heavily in flower. I had a little feared this place. Burnmore Rectory had been so absolutely home to me, with its quiet serenities, its ample familiar garden, its greenhouses and intimately known corners. But I perceived I might have trusted my father's character to preserve his essential atmosphere. He was so much himself as I remembered him, that I did not even observe for a day or so that he had not only aged considerably, but discarded the last vestiges of clerical costume in his attire. He met me in front of the house, and led me into a wide-panelled hall, and wrung my hand again and again, deeply moved and very inexpressive. "Did you have a good journey?" he asked again and again, with tears in his eyes. "Did you have a comfortable journey?" "I've not seen the house," said I. "It looks fine." "You're a man," he said, and patted my shoulder. "Of course, it was at Burnmore." "You're not changed," I said. "You're not an atom changed." "How could I?" he replied. Come and have something to eat. You ought to have something to eat." We talked of the house, and what a good house it was, and he took me out into the garden to see the peaches and grapevine, and then brought me back without showing them to me, in order to greet my cousin. "It's very like Burnmore," he said, with his eyes devouring me. "Very like, a little more space, and no services. No services at all. That makes a gap, of course. There's a little chap about here, you'll find. His name is Wednesday, who sorts my papers and calls himself my secretary. Not necessary, perhaps, but I missed the curate." He said he was reading more than he used to do, now that the parish was off his hands, and he was preparing material for a book. It was, he explained later, to take the form of a huge essay, ostensibly on secular canons, but its purport was to be no less than the complete secularization of the Church of England. At first he wanted merely to throw open the cathedral chapters to distinguished laymen, irrespective of their theological opinions, and to make each English cathedral a centre of intellectual activity, a college, as it were, of philosophers and writers. But afterwards his suggestions grew bolder. The articles of religion were to be set aside, the creeds made optional even for the clergy. His dream became more and more richly picturesque, until at last he saw Canterbury a realized thelema, and St. Paul's a new academic grove. He was to work at that remarkable proposal intermittently for many years, and to leave it at last no more than a shapeless mass of memoranda, fragmentary essays, and selected passages for quotation. Yet, mere patchwork and scrapbook as it would be, I still have some thought of publishing it. There is a large human charity about it, a sun too broad and warm, a reasonableness too wide and free, perhaps, for the timid, convulsive quality of our time, yet all good as good wine for the wise. Is it incredible that a day should come when our great grey monuments to the Norman spirit should cease to be occupied by narrow-witted parsons and besieged by narrow-souled dissenters, the soul of our race in exile from the home and place our fathers built for it? If he was not perceptibly changed, I thought my cousin Jane had become more than a little sharper and stiffer. She did not like my uncle's own personal secularization, and still less the glimpses she got of the ampler intentions of his book. She missed the proximity to the church and her parochial authority. But she was always a silent woman, and made her comments with her profile and not with her tongue. "I'm glad you've come back, Stephen," said my father, as we sat together after dinner and her departure, with port and tall silver candlesticks and shining mahogany between us. "I've missed you. I've done my best to follow things out there. I've got, I suppose, every press mention there's been of you during the war and since. I've subscribed to 2 press-cutting agencies, so that if one missed you, the other fellow got you. Perhaps you'll like to read them over one of these days. You see, there's not been a soldier in the family since the Peninsular War, and so I've been particularly interested. You must tell me all the things you're thinking of, and what you mean to do. This last stuff, this Chinese business, it puzzles me. I want to know what you think of it, and everything." I did my best to give him my ideas, such as they were. And as they were still very vague ideas, I have no doubt he found me rhetorical. I can imagine myself talking of the white man's burthen, and how in Africa it had seemed at first to sit rather staggeringly upon our under-trained shoulders. I spoke of slackness and planlessness. "I've come back in search of efficiency." I have no doubt I said that at any rate. "We're trying to run this big empire," I may have explained, "with undertrained, undereducated, poor-spirited stuff, and we shall come a cropper unless we raise our quality. I'm still imperialist, more than ever I was, but I'm an imperialist on a different footing. I've no great illusions left about the superiority of the Anglo-Saxons. All that has gone. But I do think it will be a monstrous waste, a disaster to human possibilities, if this great liberal-spirited empire sprawls itself asunder for the want of a little gravity and purpose. And it's here the work has to be done, the work of training and bracing up and stimulating the public imagination." Yes, that would be the sort of thing I should have said in those days. There's an old National Review on my desk as I write, containing an article by me with some of those very phrases in it. I have been looking at it in order to remind myself of my own forgotten eloquence. "Yes," I remember my father saying, "yes." And then, after reflection, "But those coolies, those Chinese coolies, you can't build up an imperial population by importing coolies." "I don't like that side of the business myself," I said. "It's detail." "Perhaps, but the Liberals will turn you out on it next year. And then start badgering public houses and looting the church. And then this tariff talk. Everybody on our side seems to be mixing up the unity of the empire with tariffs. It's a pity. Salisbury wouldn't have stood it. Unity. Unity depends on a common literature and a common language, and common ideas and sympathies. It doesn't unite people for them to be forced to trade with each other. Trading isn't friendship. I don't trade with my friends, and I don't make friends with my tradesmen. Natural enemies. Polite, of course, but antagonists. Are you keen over this tariff stuff, Steve?" "Not a bit," I said. "That, too, seems a detail." "It doesn't seem to be keeping its place as a detail," said my father. "Very few men can touch tariffs and not get a little soiled. I hate all this international sharping, all these attempts to get artificial advantages, all this making poor people buy inferior goods dear in the name of the flag. If it comes to that, damn the flag. Custom houses are ugly things, Stephen, the dirty side of nationality. Dirty things, ignoble, cross, cunning things. They wake you up in the small hours and rout over your bags. An imperial people ought to be an urbane people, a civilizing people, above such petty, irritating things. I'd as soon put barbed wire along the footpath across that field where the village children go to school, or claim that our mushrooms are cultivated, or prosecute a Sunday society cockney for picking my primroses. Custom houses, indeed. It's Chinese. There are things a great country mustn't do, Stephen. A country like ours ought to get along without the manners of a hard-breathing competitive cad. If it can't, I'd rather it didn't get along. What's the good of a huckster country? It's like having a wife on the streets. It's no excuse that she brings you money. But since the peace, and that man Chamberlain's visit to Africa, you imperialists seem to have got this nasty spirit all over you. The Germans do it, you say. My father shut one eye, and regarded the color of his port against the waning light. Let 'em, he said. Fancy quoting the Germans! When I was a boy, there weren't any Germans. They came up after 70. Statecraft from Germany. And statesmen from Birmingham. German silver and electroplated empires. No. It's just a part of our narrow outlook, I answered from the hearthrug after a pause. It's because we're so limited that everyone is translating the greatness of empire into preferential trading and jealousy of Germany. It's for something bigger than that I've returned. Those big things come slowly, said my father. And then, with a sigh, age after age, they seem at times to be standing still. Good things go with the bad things come with the good. I remember him saying that, as though I could still hear him. It must have been after dinner, for he was sitting, duskily indistinct, against the light, with a voice coming out to him. The candles had not been brought in, and the view one saw through the big plate-glass window behind him was very clear and splendid. Those little Wealden hills in Surrey and Sussex assume at times, for all that by Swiss standards they are the merest ridges of earth, the dignity and mystery of great mountains. Now, the crests of Hindhead and Blackdown, purple-black against the level gold of the evening sky, might have been some high-flung boundary chain. Nearer, there gathered banks and pools of luminous, lavender-tinted mist, out of which hills of pinewood rose like islands out of the sea. The intervening spaces were magnified to continental dimensions. And the closer, lowlier things over which we looked, the cottages below us, were grey and black and dim, pierced by a few luminous orange windows, and with a solitary street lamp shining like a star. The village might have been nestling a mountain's height below, instead of a couple of 100 feet. I left my hearthrug and walked to the window to survey this. Who's got all that land stretching away there? That little blended sierra of pines and escarpments, I mean. My father halted for an instant in his answer, and glanced over his shoulder. Wardingham and Baxter share all those coppices, he remarked. They come up to my corner on each side. But the dark heather and pine land beyond, with just the gables of a house among the trees. Oh, that, he said, with a careful note of indifference. That's Justin. You know Justin. He used to come to Birdmore Park. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6, Parts 1 to 5 of The Passionate Friends by H. G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Chapter the 6th. Lady Mary Justin. 1. I did not see Lady Mary Justin for nearly 7 months after my return to England. Of course, I had known that a meeting was inevitable, and I had taken that very carefully into consideration before I decided to leave South Africa. But many things had happened to me during those crowded years, so that it seemed possible that that former magic would no longer sway and distress me. Not only had new imaginative interests taken hold of me, but I had parted from adolescence. I was a man. I had been through a great war, seen death abundantly, seen hardship and passion, and known hunger and shame and desire. 100 disillusioning revelations of the quality of life had come to me. Once, for example, when we were taking some people to the concentration camps, it had been necessary to assist at the premature birth of a child by the wayside, a startlingly gory and agonizing business for a young man to deal with. Heavens, how it shocked me! I could give a score of such grim pictures. And queer pictures. And it wasn't only the earthlier aspects of the life about me, but also of the life within me that I had been discovering. The first wonder and innocence, the worshipping dawn-clear passion of youth, had gone out of me forever. 2. We met at a dinner. It was at a house the Tarfrills had taken for the season in Mayfair. The drawing-room was a big white square apartment, with several big pictures, and a pane of plate glass above the fireplace in the position in which one usually finds a mirror. This showed another room beyond, containing an exceptionally large, gloriously colored portrait in pastel, larger than I had ever thought pastels could be. Except for the pictures, both rooms were almost colorless. It was a brilliant dinner, with a predominating note of ruby. 3 of the women wore ruby velvet. And Ellerslie was present, just back from Arabia, and Ethel Manton, Lady Hendon, and the Duchess of Clynes. I was greeted by Lady Tarfrill, spoke to Ellerslie and Lady Hendon, and then discovered a lady in a dress of blue and pearls, standing quite still under a picture in the opposite corner of the room, and regarding me attentively. It was Mary. Some man was beside her, a tall grey man with a broad crimson ribbon, and I think he must have spoken of me to her. It was as if she had just turned to look at me. Constantly during those intervening months, I had been thinking of meeting her. None the less, there was a shock, not so much of surprise as of deferred anticipation. There she stood, like something amazingly forgotten, that was now amazingly recalled. She struck me in that brief, crowded instant of recognition as being exactly the person she had been when we had made love in Burnmore Park. There were her eyes, at once frank and sidelong, the old familiar sweep of her hair, the old familiar tilt of the chin, the faint humor of her lip, and at the same time she seemed to be something altogether different from the memories I had cherished. She was something graver, something inherently more splendid than they had recorded. Her face lit now with recognition. I went across to her at once, with some dull obviousness upon my lips. "And so you are back from Africa at last," she said, still and smiling. "I saw about you in the papers. You had a good time." "I had great good luck," I replied. "I never dreamt when we were boy and girl together that you would make a soldier." I think I said that luck made soldiers. Then I think we found a difficulty in going on with our talk, and began a dull little argument that would have been stupidly egotistical on my part if it hadn't been so obviously merely clumsy, about luck making soldiers or only finding them out. I saw that she had not intended to convey any doubt of my military capacity, but only of that natural insensitiveness which is supposed to be needed in a soldier. But our minds were remote from the words upon our lips. We were like aphasics who say one thing while they intend something altogether different. The impulse that had brought me across to her had brought me up to a wall of impossible utterances. It was with a real quality of rescue that our hostess came between us to tell us our partners at the dinner table, and to introduce me to mine. "You shall have him again on your other side," she said to Lady Mary, with a charming smile for me, treating me as if I was a lion in request, instead of the mere outsider I was. We talked very little at dinner. Both of us, I think, were quite unequal to the occasion. Whatever meetings we had imagined, certainly neither of us had thought of this very possible encounter, a long disconcerting hour side by side. I began to remember old happenings with an astonishing vividness. There, within 6 inches of me, was the hand I had kissed. Her voice was the same to its lightest shade. Her hair flowed off her forehead with the same amazingly familiar wave. Was she, too, remembering? But I, perhaps, had changed altogether. "Why did you go away as you did?" she asked abruptly, when for a moment we were isolated conversationally. "Why did you never write?" She had still that phantom lisp. What else could I do? She turned away from me, and answered the man on her left who had just addressed her. When the mid-dinner change came, we talked a little about indifferent things, making a stiff conversation like a bridge over a torrent of unspoken intimacies. We discussed something. I think Lady Tarvrille's flowers, and the Cape Flora and gardens. She told me she had a Japanese garden, with 3 Japanese gardeners. They were wonderful little men to watch. Hummingbird gardeners, she called them. They wear their native costume. "We are your neighbors in Surrey," she said, going off abruptly from that. "We are quite near to your father." She paused, with that characteristic effect of deliberation in her closed lips. Then she added, "I can see the trees behind your father's house from the window of my room." "Yes," I said, "you take all our southward skyline." She turned her face to me, with the manner of a great lady adding a new acquaintance to her collection. But her eyes met mine very steadily and intimately. "Mr. Stratton," she said. It was the first time in her life she had called me that. "When we come back to Surrey, I want you to come and see me and tell me of all the things you are going to do. Will you?" 3. That meeting, that revival, must have been late in November or early in December. Already by that time, I had met your mother. I write to you, little son, not to you as you are now, but to the man you are someday to be. I write to understand myself, and so far as I can understand, to make you understand. So that I want you to go back with me for a time into the days before your birth, to think not of that dear spirit of love who broods over you 3 children, that wise, sure mother who rules your life, but of a young and slender girl, Rachel Moore, younger then than you will be when at last the story comes into your hands. For unless you think of her as being a girl, if you let your present knowledge of her fill out this part of our story, you will fail to understand the proportions of these two in my life. So I shall write of her here as Rachel Moore, as if she were someone as completely dissociated from yourself as Lady Mary, as if she were someone in the story of my life who had as little to do with yours. I had met her in September. The house my father lived in is about 12 miles away from your mother's home at Ridinghanger, and I was taken over by Percy Restall in his motor car. Restall had just become a convert to this new mode of locomotion, and he was very active, with a huge, malignant-looking French car that opened behind, and had a kind of poke bonnet, and all sorts of features that have since disappeared from the automobile world. He took everyone that he could lay hands upon for rides. He called it extending their range. And he called upon everyone else to show off the car. He was responsible for more introduction and social admixture in that part of Surrey than had occurred during the previous century. We punctured in the Ridinghanger Drive. Restall did his own repairs, and so it was we stayed for nearly 4 hours, and instead of a mere caller, I became a familiar friend of the family. Your mother, then, was still not 18, a soft white slip of a being, tall, slender, brown-haired and silent, with very still, deep, dark eyes. She and your 3 aunts formed a very gracious group of young women indeed. Alice, then as now, the most assertive, with a gay initiative and a fluent tongue. Molly, already a sun-brown gypsy. And Nora, still a pig-tailed thing, of lank legs and wild embraces, and the pinkest of swift pink blushes. Your Uncle Sidney, with his shy, lank moodiness, acted the brotherly part of a foil. There were several stray visitors, young men and maidens. There were always stray visitors in those days at Ridinghanger. And your grandmother, rosy and bright-eyed, maintained a gentle flow of creature comforts, and kindly but humorous observations. I do not remember your grandfather on this occasion. Probably he wasn't there. There was tea, and we played tennis, and walked about, and occasionally visited Restall, who was getting dirtier and dirtier, and crosser at his repairs, and spreading a continually more remarkable assemblage of parts and instruments over the grass about him. He looked at last more like a pitch in the Caledonian market than a decent country gentleman paying an afternoon call. And then back to more tennis and more talk. We fell into a discussion of tariff reform as we sat taking tea. 2 of the visitor youths were strongly infected by the new teachings, which were overshadowing the outlook of British imperialism. Some mean phrase about not conquering Africa for the German bagman, some ugly turn of thought that at a touch brought down empire to the level of a tradesman's advantage, fell from one of them, and stirred me to sudden indignation. I began to talk of things that had been gathering in my mind for some time. I do not know what I said. It was in the vein of my father's talk, no doubt. But I think that for once I may have been eloquent. And in the midst of my demand for ideals in politics that were wider and deeper than artful buying and selling, that looked beyond a vulgar aggression and a churl's dread and hatred of foreign things, while I struggled to say how great and noble a thing empire might be, I saw Rachel's face. This, it was manifest, was a new kind of talk to her. Her dark eyes were alight with a beautiful enthusiasm for what I was trying to say, and for what, in the light of that glowing reception, I seemed to be. I felt that queer shame one feels when one is taken suddenly at the full value of one's utmost expressions. I felt as though I had cheated her, was passing myself off for something as great and splendid as the empire of my dreams. It is hard to dissociate oneself from the fine things to which one aspires. I stopped almost abruptly. Dumbly, her eyes bade me go on. But when I spoke again, it was at a lower level. That look in Rachel's eyes remained with me. My mind had flashed very rapidly from the realization of its significance to the thought that if one could be sure of that, then indeed one could pitch oneself high. Rachel, I felt, had something for me that I needed profoundly, without ever having known before that I needed it. She had the supreme gifts of belief and devotion. In that instant's gleam, it seemed she held them out to me. Never before in my life had it seemed credible to me that anyone could give me that, or that I could hope for such a gift of support and sacrifice. Love, as I had known it, had been a community and an alliance, a frank, abundant meeting. But this was another kind of love that shone for an instant and promised, and vanished shyly out of sight as I and Rachel looked at one another. Some interruption occurred. Restal came, I think, blackened by progress, to drink a cup of tea and negotiate the loan of a kitchen skewer. A kitchen skewer, it appeared, was all that was needed to complete his reconstruction in the avenue. Nora darted off for a kitchen skewer, while Restal drank. And then there was a drift to tennis, and Rachel and I were partners. All this time, I was in a state of startled attention towards her, full of this astounding impression that something wonderful and unprecedented had flowed out from her towards my life, full, too, of doubts now, whether that shining response had ever occurred, whether some trick of light and my brain had not deceived me. I wanted tremendously to talk to her, and did not know how to begin in any serious fashion. Beyond everything, I wanted to see again that deep onset of belief. "Come again," said your grandmother to me, "come again," after she had tried in vain to make Restal stay for an informal supper. I was all for staying, but Restal said darkly, "There are the lamps." "But they will be all right," said Mrs. Moore. "I can't trust 'em," said Restal, with a deepening gloom. "Not after that." The motor car looked self-conscious and uncomfortable, but said nothing by way of excuse, and Restal took me off in it, like one whose sun has set forever. "I wouldn't be surprised," said Restal, as we went down the drive, "if the damn thing turned a somersault. It might do anything." Those were the brighter days of motoring. The next time, I went over released from Restal's limitations, and stayed to a jolly family supper. I found remarkably few obstacles in my way to a better acquaintance with Rachel. You see, I was an entirely eligible and desirable young man in Mrs. Moore's eyes. 4. When I recall these long-past emotions again, I am struck by the profound essential difference between my feelings for your mother and for Mary. They were so different that it seems scarcely rational to me that they should be called by the same name. Yet each was love, profoundly deep and sincere. The contrast lies, I think, in our relative ages and our relative maturity. That altered the quality of all our emotions. The one was the love of a man of 26, exceptionally seasoned and experienced and responsible for his years, for a girl still at school, a girl attractively beautiful, mysterious and unknown to him. The other was the love of coevals, who had been playmates and intimate companions, and of whom the woman was certainly as capable and willful as the man. Now it is exceptional for men to love women of their own age. It is the commoner thing that they should love maidens younger, and often much younger, than themselves. This is true more particularly of our own class. The masculine 30s and 40s marry the feminine 20s. All the prevailing sentiment and usage between the sexes rises naturally out of that. We treat the seniority as though it were a virile characteristic. We treat the man as though he were a natural senior. We expect a weakness, a timid deference in the girl. I and Mary had loved one another as two rivers run together on the way to the sea. We had grown up side by side to the moment when we kissed. But I sought your mother. I watched her and desired her and chose her, very tenderly and worshipfully indeed, to be mine. I do not remember that there was any corresponding intention in my mind to be hers. I do not think that that idea came in at all. She was something to be won, something playing an inferior and retreating part. And I was artificial in all my attitudes to her. I thought of what would interest her, what would please her. I knew from the outset that what she saw in me to rouse that deep, shy glow of exultation in her face was illusion. Illusion it was my business to sustain. And so I won her. And long years had to pass, years of secret loneliness and hidden feelings, of preposterous pretenses and covert perplexities, before we escaped from that crippling tradition of inequality, and looked into one another's eyes with understanding and forgiveness, a woman and a man. I made no great secret of the interest and attraction I found in Rachel, and the Moores made none of their entire approval of me. I walked over on the second occasion, and Riding-Hanger opened out, a great flower of genial appreciation that I came alone, hiding nothing of its dawning perception that it was Rachel in particular I came to see. Your grandmother's matchmaking was as honest as the day. There was the same salad of family and visitors as on the former afternoon, and this time I met Freshman, who was destined to marry Alice. There was tea, tennis, and by your grandmother's suggestion, a walk to see the sunset from the crest of the hill. Rachel and I walked across the breezy moorland together, while I talked, and tempted her to talk. What, I wonder, did we talk about? English scenery, I think, and African scenery, and the Weald about us, and the long history of the Weald, and its present and future, and at last even a little of politics. I had never explored the mind of a girl of 17 before. There was a surprise in all she knew, and a delight in all she didn't know, and about herself a candor, a fresh simplicity of outlook that was sweeter than the clear air about us, sweeter than sunshine or the rising song of a lark. She believed so gallantly and beautifully. She was so perfectly, unaffectedly, and certainly prepared to be a brave and noble person, if only life would let her. And she hadn't as yet any suspicion that life might make that difficult. I went to Riding-Hanger a number of times in the spring and early summer. I talked a great deal with Rachel, and still I did not make love to her. It was always in my mind that I would make love to her. The heavens and earth and all her family were propitious, glowing golden with consent and approval. I thought she was the most wonderful and beautiful thing in life. And her eyes, the intonation of her voice, her hurrying color, and 100 little involuntary signs, told me how she quickened at my coming. But there was a shyness. I loved her as one loves and admires a white flower or a beautiful child, some stranger's child. I felt that I might make her afraid of me. I had never before thought that to make love is a coarse thing. But still at high summer, when I met Mary again, no definite thing had been said between myself and Rachel. But we knew, each of us knew, that somewhere in a world less palpable, in fairyland, in dreamland. We had met and made our vows. 5. You see how far my imagination had gone towards readjustment when Mary returned into my life. You see how strange and distant it was to meet her again, changed completely into the great lady she had intended to be, speaking to me with the restrained and practiced charm of a woman who is young and beautiful and prominent and powerful and secure. There was no immediate sense of shock in that resumption of our broken intercourse. It seemed to me that night simply that something odd and curious had occurred. I do not remember how we parted that evening, or whether we even saw each other after dinner was over. But from that hour forth, Mary, by insensible degrees, resumed her old predominance in my mind. I woke up in the night and thought about her, and next day I found myself thinking of her, remembering things out of the past, and recalling and examining every detail of the overnight encounter. How cold and ineffective we had been, both of us! We had been like people resuming a disused and partially forgotten language. Had she changed towards me? Did she indeed want to see me again, or was that invitation a mere demonstration of how entirely unimportant seeing me or not seeing me had become? Then I would find myself thinking with the utmost particularity of her face. Had it changed at all? Was it altogether changed? I seemed to have forgotten everything and remembered everything. That peculiar slight thickness of her eyelids that gave her eyes their tenderness, that light firmness of her lips. Of course she would want to talk to me, as now I perceived I wanted to talk to her. Was I in love with her still? It seemed to me then that I was not. It had not been that hesitating fierceness, that pride and demand and doubt, which is passionate love, that had made all my sensations strange to me as I sat beside her. It had been something larger and finer, something great and embracing, a return to fellowship. Here beside me, veiled from me only by our transient embarrassment and the tarnish of separation and silences, was the one person who had ever broken down the crust of shy insincerity which is so incurably my characteristic, and talked intimately of the inmost things of life to me. I discovered now for the first time how intense had been my loneliness for the past 5 years. I discovered now that through all those years I had been hungry for such talk as Mary alone could give me. My mind was filled with talk, filled with things I desired to say to her. That chaos began to take on a multitudinous expression at the touch of her spirit. I began to imagine conversations with her, to prepare reports for her of those new worlds of sensation and activity I had discovered since that boyish parting. But when at last that talk came, it was altogether different from any of those I had invented. She wrote to me when she came down into Surrey, and I walked over to Marden's the next afternoon. I found her in her own sitting room, a beautiful characteristic apartment, with tall French windows hung with blue curtains, a large writing desk, and a great litter of books. The room gave upon a broad sunlit terrace, with a balustrading of yellowish stone, on which there stood great oleanders. Beyond was a flower garden, and then the dark shadows of cypresses. She was standing as I came in to her, as though she had seen me coming across the lawns, and had been awaiting my entrance. "I thought you might come today," she said, and told the manservant to deny her to other callers. Again she produced that queer effect of being at once altogether the same and altogether different from the Mary I had known. "Justin," she said, "is in Paris. He comes back on Friday." I saw then that the change lay in her bearing, that for the easy confidence of the girl, she had now the deliberate dignity and control of a married woman, a very splendidly and spaciously married woman. Her manner had been purged of impulse. Since we had met, she had stood, the mistress of great houses, and had dealt with thousands of people. "You walked over to me?" "I walked," I said. "It is nearly a straight path. You know it?" "You came over the heather beyond our pine wood," she confirmed. And then, I think, we talked some polite unrealities about Surrey scenery and the weather. It was so formal that by a common impulse we let the topic suddenly die. We stood through a pause, a hesitation. Were we indeed to go on at that altitude of cold civility? She turned to the window, as if the view was to serve again. "Sit down," she said, and dropped into a chair against the light, looking away from me across the wide green space of afternoon sunshine. I sat down on the little sofa, at a loss also. "And so," she said, turning her face to me suddenly, "you come back into my life." And I was amazed to see that the brightness of her eyes was tears. "We've lived 5 years. You," I said clumsily, "have done all sorts of things. I hear of you, patronizing young artists, organizing experiments in village education." "Yes," she said, "I've done all sorts of things. One has to. Forced, unreal things for the most part. You, I expect, have done all sorts of things also, but yours have been real things." "All things," I remarked sententiously, "are real, and all of them a little unreal. South Africa has been wonderful, and now it is all over, one doubts if it really happened, like that incredulous mood after a storm of passion." "You've come back for good?" "For good. I want to do things in England." "Politics?" "If I can get into that." Again a pause. There came the characteristic moment of deliberation that I remembered so well. "I never meant you," she said, "to go away. You could have written. You never answered the notes I sent." "I was frantic," I said, "with loss and jealousy. I wanted to forget." "And you forgot?" "I did my best." "I did my best," said Mary. "And now, have you forgotten?" "Nothing." "Nor I. I thought I had, until I saw you again. I've thought of you endlessly. I've wanted to talk to you. We had a way of talking together. But you went away. You turned your back as though all that was nothing, not worth having. You drove home my marriage, Stephen. You made me know what a thing of sex a woman is to a man, and how little else." She paused. "You see," I said slowly, "you had made me, as people say, in love with you. I don't know if you remember everything." She looked me in the eyes for a moment. "I hadn't been fair," she said, with an abrupt abandonment of accusation. "But you know, Stephen, that night, I meant to explain. And afterwards, things sometimes go as one hasn't expected them to go, even the things one has planned to say. I suppose I treated you disgustingly." I protested. "Yes," she said, "I treated you as I did, and I thought you would stand it. I knew then, as well as you do now, that male to my female you wouldn't stand it, but somehow I thought there were other things that could override that." Not, I said, for a boy of 21.
But in a man of 26?
I weighed the question. Things are different, I said. And then, yes. Anyhow, now, if I may come back penitent, to a friendship. We looked at one another gravely. Faintly in our ears sounded the music of past and distant things. We pretended to hear nothing of that, tried honestly to hear nothing of it. I had not remembered how steadfast and quiet her face could be.
Yes, she said, a friendship. I've always had you in my mind, Stephen, she said. When I saw I couldn't marry you, it seemed to me I had better marry and be free of any further hope. I thought we could get over that. Let's get it over, I thought. Now, at any rate, we have got over that.
Her eyes verified her words a little doubtfully.
And we can talk, and you can tell me of your life, and the things you want to do that make life worth living. Oh, life has been stupid without you, Stephen, large and expensive and aimless. Tell me of your politics. They say, Justin told me, you think of Parliament?
I want to do that. I have been thinking. In fact, I am going to stand. I found myself hesitating on the verge of phrases in the quality of a review article. It was too unreal for her presence. And yet it was this she seemed to want from me. This, I said, is a phase of great opportunities. The war has stirred the empire to a sense of itself, to a sense of what it might be. Of course, this tariff reform row is a squalid nuisance. It may kill out all the fine spirit again before anything is done. Everything will become a haggle, a chaffering of figures. All the more reason why we should try and save things from the commercial traveler. If the empire is anything at all, it is something infinitely more than a combination and restraint of trade.
Yes, she said, and you want to take that line, the high line.
If one does not take the high line, I said, what does one go into politics for?
Stephen, she smiled, you haven't lost a sort of simplicity. People go into politics because it looks important, because other people go into politics, because they can get titles and a sense of influence and other things. And then there are quarrels, old grudges to serve.
These are roughnesses of the surface.
Old Stephen, she cried, with the note of a mother. They will worry you in politics.
I laughed. Perhaps I'm not altogether so simple.
Oh, you'll get through. You have a way of going on. But I shall have to watch over you. I see I shall have to watch over you. Tell me of the things you mean to do. Where are you standing?
I began to tell her a little disjointedly of the probabilities of my Yorkshire constituency. End of Chapter 6, Parts 1 to 5. Chapter 6, Parts 6 to 10 of The Passionate Friends by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Chapter the 6th. Lady Mary Justin. 6. I have a vivid vignette in my memory of my return to my father's house, down through the pine woods and by the winding path across the deep valley that separated our two ridges. I was thinking of Mary, and nothing but Mary in all the world, and of the friendly sweetness of her eyes, and the clean, strong sharpness of her voice. That sweet white figure of Rachel that had been creeping to an ascendancy in my imagination was moonlight to her sunrise. I knew it was Mary I loved, and had always loved. I wanted passionately to be as she desired, the friend she demanded, that intimate brother and confederate. But all my heart cried out for her altogether. I would be her friend, I repeated to myself. I would be her friend. I would talk to her often, plan with her, work with her. I could put my meanings into her life, and she should throw her beauty over mine. I began already to dream of the talk of tomorrow's meeting. 7. And now let me go on to tell at once the thing that changed life for both of us altogether, that turned us out of the courses that seemed set for us, our spacious, successful, and divergent ways. She to the tragedy of her death, and I from all the prospects of the public career that lay before me, to the work that now, toilsomely, inadequately, and blunderingly enough, I do. It was to pierce and slash away the appearances of life for me. It was to open my way to infinite disillusionment and unsuspected truths. Within a few weeks of our second meeting, Mary and I were passionately in love with one another. We had indeed become lovers. The arrested attractions of our former love, released again, drew us inevitably to that. We tried to seem outwardly only friends, with this hot glow between us. Our tormented secret was half discovered, and half betrayed itself. There followed a tragicomedy of hesitations and disunited struggle. Within 4 months, the crisis of our two lives was past. It is not within my purpose to tell you, my son, of the particular events, the particular comings and goings, the chance words, the chance meetings, the fatal momentary misunderstandings that occurred between us. I want to tell of something more general than that. This misadventure is in our strain. It is our inheritance. It is a possibility in the inheritance of all honest and emotional men and women. There are, no doubt, people altogether cynical and adventurous, to whom these passions and desires are at once controllable and permissible indulgences, without any radiation of consequences, a secret and detachable part of life. And there may be people of conviction so strong and simple that these disturbances are eliminated. But we Strattons are of a quality neither so low nor so high. We stoop and rise. We are not convinced about our standards. And for many generations to come, with us and with such people as the Christians, and indeed with most of our sort of people, we shall be equally desirous of free and intimate friendship, and prone to blaze into passion and disaster at that proximity. This is one of the essential riddles in the adaptation of such human beings as ourselves to that greater civilized state of which I dream. It is the gist of my story. It is one of the two essential riddles that confront our kind. The servitude of sex and the servitude of labor are the twin conditions upon which human society rests today, the two limitations upon its progress towards a greater social order, to that greater community, those uplands of light and happy freedom, towards which that being who was my father yesterday, who thinks in myself today, and who will be you tomorrow, and your sons after you, by his very nature, urges and must continue to urge the life of mankind. The story of myself and Mary is a mere incident in that gigantic, scarce conscious effort to get clear of toils and confusions and encumbrances, and have our way with life. We are like little figures, dots ascended upon a vast hillside. I take up our intimacy for an instant and hold it under a lens for you. I become more than myself then, and Mary stands for innumerable women. It happened yesterday, and it is just a part of that same history that made Edmund Stratton of the Hayes elope with Charlotte Anstruther and get himself run through the body at Haddington 200 years ago, which drove the Laidlaw Christians to Virginia in 45, gave Stratton Street to the moneylenders when George IV was regent, and broke the heart of Margaret Stratton in the days when Charles I was king. With our individual variations and under changed conditions, the old desires and impulses stirred us, the old antagonisms confronted us, the old difficulties and slows and impassable places baffled us. There are times when I think of my history among all those widespread repeated histories, until it seems to me that the human lover is like a creature who struggles forever through a thicket without an end. There are no universal laws of affection and desire, but it is manifestly true that for most of us, free talk, intimate association, and any real fellowship between men and women turns with an extreme readiness to love. And that being so, it follows that under existing conditions, the unrestricted meeting and companionship of men and women in society is a monstrous sham, a merely dangerous pretense of encounters. The safe reality beneath those liberal appearances is that a woman must be content with the easy friendship of other women, and of one man only, letting a superficial friendship towards all other men veil impassable abysses of separation, and a man must in the same way have one sole woman intimate. To all other women he must be a little blind, a little deaf, politely inattentive. He must respect the transparent, intangible, tacit purdah about them. Respect it, but never allude to it. To me, that is an intolerable state of affairs, but it is reality. If you live in the spirit of any other understanding, you will court social disaster. I suppose it is a particularly intolerable state of affairs to us Strattons, because it is in our nature to want things to seem what they are. That translucent yet impassible purdah outrages our veracity. And it is plain to me that our social order cannot stand, and is not standing, the tensions it creates. The convention that passions and emotions are absent when they are palpably present broke down between Mary and myself, as it breaks down in 1,000 other cases, as it breaks down everywhere. Our social life is honeycombed and rodden with secret hidden relationships. The rigid, the obtuse, and the unscrupulously cunning escape. The honest passion, sooner or later, flares out and destroys. Here is a difficulty that no bullying imposition of arbitrary rules on the one hand, nor any reckless abandonment of law on the other, can solve. Humanity has yet to find its method in sexual things. It has to discover the use and the limitation of jealousy. And before it can even begin to attempt to find, it has to cease its present timid, secret groping in shame and darkness, and turn on the light of knowledge. None of us knows much, and most of us do not even know what is known. 8. The house is very quiet today. It is your mother's birthday, and you 3 children have gone with her and Mademoiselle Potin into the forest to celebrate the occasion. Presently I shall join you. The sunlit garden, with its tall dreaming lilies against the trellised vines upon the wall, the cedars and the grassy space about the sundial, have that distinguished stillness, that definite, palpable, and almost outlined emptiness, which is, so to speak, your negative presence. It is like a sheet of sunlit-colored paper, out of which your figures have been cut. There is a commotion of birds in the jasmine, and your barker reclines with an infinite tranquillity, a masterless dog, upon the lawn. I take up this writing again after an interval of some weeks. I have been in Paris, attending the Sabotage Conference, and dealing with those intricate puzzles of justice and discipline and the secret sources of contentment that have to be solved if sabotage is ever to vanish from labor struggles again. I think a few points have been made clearer in that curious riddle of reconciliations. Now I resume this story. I turn over the sheets that were written and finished before my departure, and come to the notes for what is to follow. Perhaps my days of work in Paris have carried my mind on beyond the point at which I left the narrative. I sit, as it were, among a pile of memories that are now all disordered and mixed up together, their proper sequences and connections lost. I cannot trace the phases through which our mutual passion rode up through the restrained and dignified intentions of our friendship. But I know that presently we were in a white heat of desire. There must have been passages that I now altogether forget, moments of tense transition. I am more and more convinced that our swiftest, intensest mental changes leave far less vivid memories than impressions one receives when one is comparatively passive. And of this phase in my life of which I am now telling, I have clear memories of a time when we talked like brother and sister, or like angels, if you will. And hard upon that came a time when we were planning in all our moments together how and when and where we might meet in secret, and meet again. Things drift with a phantom-like uncertainty into my mind, and pass again. Those fierce motives of our transition have lost now all stable form and feature, but I believe there was a curious, tormenting urgency in our jealousy of those others, of Justin on my part, and of Rachel on hers. At first we had talked quite freely about Rachel, had discussed my conceivable marriage with her. We had indeed a little forced that topic, as if to reassure ourselves of the honesty of our new footing. But the force that urged us nearer pervaded all our being. It was hard enough to be barred apart, to snatch back our hands from touching, to avoid each other's eyes, to hurry a little out of the dusk towards the lit house and its protecting servants. But the constant presence and suggestion of those others from whom there were no bars, or towards whom bars could be abolished at a look, at an impulse, exacerbated that hardship, roused a fierce, insatiable spirit of revolt within us. At times we grew angry with each other's formalism, came near to quarreling. I associate these moods with the golden stillnesses of a prolonged and sultry autumn, and with slowly falling leaves. I will not tell you how that step was taken. It matters very little to my story. Nor will I tell which one of us it was first broke the barriers down. 9. But I do want to tell you certain things. I want to tell you them because they are things that affect you closely. There was, almost from the first, a difference between Mary and myself in this, that I wanted to be public about our love. I wanted to be open and defiant, and she hesitated. She wanted to be secret. She wanted to keep me. I sometimes think that she was moved to become my mistress because she wanted to keep me. But she also wanted to keep everything else in her life, her position, her ample freedoms and wealth and dignity. Our love was to be a secret cavern, Endymion's cave. I was ready enough to do what I could to please her, and for a time I served that secrecy, lied, pretended, agreed to false addresses, assumed names, and tangled myself in a network of furtive proceedings. These are things that poison and consume honest love. You will learn soon enough, as you grow to be a man, that beneath the respectable assumptions of our social life, there is an endless, intricate world of subterfuge and hidden and perverted passion. For all passion that wears a mask is perversion, and that thousands of people of our sort are hiding and shamming about their desires, their gratifications, their true relationships. I do not mean the open offenders, for they are mostly honest and gallant people, but the men and women who sin in the shadows, the people who are not clean and scandalous, but immoral and respectable. This underworld is not for us. I wish that I, who have looked into it, could in some way inoculate you now against the repetition of my misadventure. We Strattons are daylight men, and if I work now for widened facilities of divorce, for an organized freedom and independence of women, and greater breadth of toleration, it is because I know in my own person the degradations, the falsity, the bitterness that can lurk beneath the inflexible pretensions of the established code today. And I want to tell you, too, of something altogether unforeseen that happened to us, and that was this, that from the day that passion carried us, and we became, in the narrower sense of the word, lovers, all the wider interests we had in common, our political intentions, our impersonal schemes, began to pass out of our intercourse. Our situation closed upon us like a trap and hid the sky. Something more intense had our attention by the feet, and we used our wings no more. I do not think that we even had the real happiness and beauty and delight of one another, because, I tell you, there is no light upon kiss or embrace that is not done with pride. I do not know why it should be so, but people of our race and quality are a little ashamed of mere gratification in love. Always we seem in my memory to have been whispering with flushed cheeks and discussing interminably situation. Had something betrayed us? Might something betray? Was this or that sufficiently cunning? Had we perhaps left a footmark or failed to burn a note? Was the second footman who was detailed as my valet even now pausing astonished in the brushing of my clothes, with our crumpled secret in his hand? Between myself and the clear vision of this world about me, this infernal network of precautions spread like a veil. And it was not only a matter of concealments, but of positive deceptions. The figure of Justin comes back to me. It is a curious thing that in spite of our bitter antagonism and the savage jealousy we were to feel for one another, there has always been, and there remains now in my thought of him, a certain liking, a regret at our opposition, a quality of friendliness. His broad face, which the common impression and the caricaturist make so powerful and eagle-like, is really not a brutal or heavy face at all. It is no doubt aquiline, after the fashion of an eagle-owl, the mouth and chin broad, and the eyes very far apart. But there is a minute puckering of the brows, which combines with that queer streak of brown discoloration that runs across his cheek and into the white of his eyes, to give something faintly plaintive and pitiful to his expression, an effect enhanced by the dark softness of his eyes. They are gentle eyes. It is absurd to suppose them the eyes of a violently forceful man. And indeed, they do not belie Justin. It is not by vehemence or pressure that his wealth and power have been attained. It is by the sheer detailed abundance of his mind. In that queer big brain of his, there is something of the calculating boy, and not a little of the chess champion, He has a kind of financial gift. He must be rich, and grows richer. What else is there for him to do? How many times have I not tried to glance carelessly at his face, and scrutinize that look in his eyes, and ask myself, was that his usual look, or was it lit by an instinctive jealousy? Did he perhaps begin to suspect? I had become a persistent visitor in the house. He might well be jealous of such minor favors as she showed me, for with him she talked but little and shared no thoughts. His manner with her was tinctured by an habituated despair. They were extraordinarily polite and friendly with one another. I tried 100 sophistications of my treachery to him. I assured myself that a modern woman is mistress and owner of herself, no chattel, and so forth. But he did not think so, and neither she nor I were behaving as though we thought so. In innumerable little things, we were doing our best tacitly to reassure him. And so you see me shaking hands with this man, affecting an interest in his topics and affairs, staying in his house, eating his food and drinking his wine, that I might be the nearer to his wife. It is not the first time that has been done in the world. There are esoteric codes to justify all I did. I perceive there are types of men to whom such relationships are attractive by the very reason of their illicit excitement. But we Strattons are honest people. There is no secret of passion in our blood. This is no game for us. Never you risk the playing of it, little son, big son as you will be when you read the story. Perhaps, but I hope indeed not, this may reach you too late to be a warning, come to you in mid-situation. Go through with it then, inheritor of mine, and keep as clean as you can. Follow the warped honor that is still left to you. And if you can, come out of the tangle. It is not only Justin haunts the memories of that furtive time, but Rachel more. I see her still as she was then, a straight, white-dressed girl with big brown eyes that regarded me now with perplexity, now with a faint dismay. I still went over to see her, and my manner had changed. I had nothing to say to her now, and everything to hide. Everything between us hung arrested, and nothing could occur to make an end. I told Mary I must cease my visits to the moors. I tried to make her feel my own sense of an accumulating cruelty to Rachel. "But it explains away so much," she said. "If you stop going there, everyone will talk. Everything will swing round and point here." "Rachel," I protested. "No," she said, overbearing me. "You must keep on going to Ridinghanger. You must, you must." For a long time I had said nothing to Mary of the burthen these pretenses were to me. It had seemed a monstrous ingratitude to find the slightest flaw in the passionate love and intimacy she had given me. But at last the divergence of our purposes became manifest to us both. A time came when we perceived it clearly and discussed it openly. I have still a vivid recollection of a golden October day, when we had met at the edge of the plantation that overlooks Bears Hill. She had come through the gardens into the pine wood, and I had jumped the rusty-banked stream that runs down the Bears Hill valley, and clambered the barbed wire fence. I came up the steep bank, and through a fringe of firs to where she stood in the shade. I kissed her hand, and discovered mine had been torn open by one of the thorns of the wire, and was dripping blood. "Mind my dress," she said, and we laughed, as we kissed with my arm held aloof. We sat down side by side upon the warm pine needles that carpeted the sand, and she made a mothering fuss about my petty wound and bound it in my handkerchief. We looked together across the steep gorge at the blue ridge of trees beyond.
"Anyone," she said, "might have seen us this minute."
"I never thought," I said, and moved a foot away from her.
"It's too late if they have," said she, pulling me back to her. "Over beyond there. That must be Hindhead. Someone with a telescope."
"That's less credible," I said. And it occurred to me that the grey stretch of downland beyond must be the ridge to the west of Ridinghanger. "I wish," I said, "it didn't matter. I wish I could come and go and fear nobody, and spend long hours with you, at our ease."
"Now," she said, "we spend short hours. I wonder if I would like... It's no good, Stephen, letting ourselves think of things that can't be. Here we are. Kiss that hand, my lover, there, just between wrist and thumb. The little hollow. Yes, exactly there."
But thoughts had been set going in my mind. "Why," I said presently, "should you always speak of things that can't be? Why should we take all this as if it were all that there could be? I want long hours. I want you to shine all the day through on my life. Now, dear, it's as if the sun was shown ever and again, and then put back behind an eclipse. I come to you half-blinded, I go away unsatisfied. All the world is dark in between, and little phantom yous float over it." She rested her cheek on her hand and looked at me gravely.
"You are hard to satisfy, Brother Hart," she said.
"I live in snatches of brightness, and all the rest of life is waiting and thinking and waiting."
"What else is there? Haven't we the brightness?"
"I want you," I said. "I want you altogether."
"After so much?"
"I want the more. Mary, I want you to come away with me. No, listen. This life, don't think I'm not full of the beauty, the happiness, the wonder, but it's a suspense. It doesn't go on. It's just a dawn, dear, a splendid dawn, a glory of color and brightness and freshness and hope, and no sun rises. I want the day. Everything else has stopped with me, and stopped with you. I do nothing with my politics now. I pretend. I have no plans in life except plans for meeting you and meeting you again. I want to go on. I want to go on with you and take up work and the world again. You beside me. I want you to come out of all this life, out of all this immense, wealthy emptiness of yours."
"Stop," she said, "and listen to me, Stephen."
She paused with her lips pressed together, her brows a little knit.
"I won't," she said slowly. "I am going on like this. I and you are going to be lovers, just as we are lovers now, secret lovers. And I am going to help you in all your projects, hold your party together, for you will have a party. My house shall be its center. But Justin, he takes no interest in politics. He will do what pleases me."
I took some time before I answered. "You don't understand how men feel," I said. She waited for what else I had to say. I lay prone and gathered together and shaped and reshaped a little heap of pine needles. "You see, I can't do it. I want you." She gripped a handful of my hair and tugged hard between each word.
"Haven't you got me?" she asked between her teeth. "What more could you have?" "I want you openly." She folded her arms beneath her. "No," she said. For a little while, neither of us spoke. "It's the trouble of the deceit?" she asked. "It's the deceit." "We can stop all that," she said. I looked up at her face inquiringly. "By having no more to hide," she said, with her eyes full of tears, "if it's nothing to you." "It's everything to me," I said. "It's overwhelming me. Oh, Mary, heart of my life, my dear, come out of this. Come with me. Come and be my wife. Make a clean thing of it. Let me take you away, and then let me marry you. I know it's asking you to come to a sort of poverty." But Mary's blue eyes were alight with anger. "Isn't it a clean thing now, Stephen?" she was crying. "Do you mean that you and I aren't clean now? Will you never understand?" "Oh, clean," I answered. "Clean as Eve in the garden. But can we keep clean? Won't the shadow of our falsehoods darken that all? Come out of it while we are still clean. Come with me. Justin will divorce you. We can stay abroad and marry and come back." Mary was kneeling up now, with her hands upon her knees. "Come back to what?" she cried. "Parliament, after that? You boy! You sentimentalist! You duffer! Do you think I'd let you do it, for your own sake even? Do you think I want you spoiled? We should come back to mope outside of things. We should come back to fret our lives out. I won't do it, Stephen. I won't do it. End this if you like. Break our hearts and throw them away, and go on without them. But to turn all our lives into a scandal, to give ourselves over to the mean and the malicious, a prey to old women, and you damned out of everything. A man partly forgiven. A man who went wrong for a woman. No!" She sprang lightly to her feet and stood over me as I knelt before her. "And I came here to be made love to, Stephen. I came here to be loved. And you talk that nonsense. You remind me of everything wretched." She lifted up her hands and then struck down with them, a gesture of infinite impatience. Her face, as she bent to me, was alive with a friendly anger, her eyes suddenly dark. "You duffer," she repeated. 10. Discovery followed hard upon that meeting. I had come over to Marden's with some book as a pretext. The man had told me that Lady Mary awaited me in her blue parlour, and I went unannounced through the long gallery to find her. The door stood a little ajar. I opened it softly so that she did not hear me, and saw her seated at her writing-desk, with her back to me, and her cheek and eyebrow just touched by the sunlight from the open terrace window. She was writing a note. I put my hand about her shoulder, and bent to kiss her as she turned. Then, as she came round to me, she started, was for a moment rigid, then thrust me from her, and rose very slowly to her feet. I turned to the window, and became as rigid, facing Justin. He was standing on the terrace, staring at us, with a face that looked stupid and inexpressive and very white. The sky behind him, appropriately enough, was full of the tattered, inky onset of a thunderstorm. So we remained for a lengthy second, perhaps, a trite tableau vivant. We too seemed to hang helplessly upon Justin, and he was the first of us to move. He made a queer, incomplete gesture with one hand, as if he wanted to undo the top button of his waistcoat, and then thought better of it. He came very slowly into the room.
When he spoke, his voice had neither rage nor denunciation in it. It was simply conversational. "I felt this was going on," he said. And then to his wife, with the note of one who remarks dispassionately on a peculiar situation, "Yet somehow it seemed wrong and unnatural to think such a thing of you." His face took on something of the vexed look of a child who struggles with a difficult task. "Do you mind?" he said to me. "Will you go?" I took a moment for my reply. "No," I said, "since you know at last, there are things to be said." "No," said Mary suddenly. "Go. Let me talk to him." "No," I said. "My place is here beside you." He seemed not to hear me. His eyes were fixed on Mary. He seemed to think he had dismissed me, and that I was no longer there. His mind was not concerned about me, but about her. He spoke as though what he said had been in his mind, and no doubt it had been in his mind for many days. "I didn't deserve this," he said to her. "I've tried to make your life as you wanted your life. It's astonishing to find I haven't. You gave no sign. I suppose I ought to have felt all this happening, but it comes upon me surprisingly. I don't know what I'm to do." He became aware of me again. "And you," he said, "what am I to do? To think that you... Well, I have been treating her like some sacred thing." The color was creeping back into his face. Indignation had come into his voice. The first yellow lights of rising jealousy showed in his eyes. "Stephen," I heard Mary say, "will you leave me to talk to my husband?" "There is only one thing to do," I said. "What is the need of talking? We two are lovers, Justin." I spoke to both of them. "We two must go out into the world. Go out now, together. This marriage of yours, it's no marriage, no real marriage." I think I said that. I seem to remember saying that, perhaps with other phrases that I have forgotten. But my memory of what we said and did, which is so photographically clear of these earlier passages that I believe I can answer for every gesture and nearly every word that I have set down, becomes suddenly turbid. The high tension of our first confrontation was giving place to a flood of emotional impulse. We all became eager to talk, to impose interpretations and justifications upon our situation. We all three became divided between our partial attention to one another and our urgent necessity to keep hold of our points of view. That, I think, is the common tragedy of almost all human conflicts, that rapid breakdown from the first cool apprehension of an issue to heat, confusion, and insistence. I do not know if indeed we raised our voices, but my memory has an effect of raised voices. And when at last I went out of the house, it seemed to me that the men servants in the hall were as hushed as beasts before a thunderstorm, and all of them quite fully aware of the tremendous catastrophe that had come to Martin's. And moreover, as I recalled afterwards with astonishment, I went past them and out into the driving rain unprotected, and not one of them stirred a serviceable hand. What was it we said? I have a vivid sense of declaring, not once only but several times, that Mary and I were husband and wife in the sight of God. I was full of the idea that now she must inevitably be mine. I must have spoken to Justin at times as if he had come merely to confirm my view of the long dispute there had been between us. For a while, my mind resisted his extraordinary attitude that the matter lay between him and Mary, that I was in some way an interloper. It seemed to me there was nothing for it now but that Mary should stand by my side and face Justin with the world behind him. I remember my confused sense that presently she and I would have to go straight out of Marden's. And she was wearing a tea-gown, easy and open, and the flimsiest of slippers. Any packing, any change of clothing, struck me as an incredible anticlimax. I had visions of our going forth, hand in hand. Outside was the soughing of a coming storm. A chill wind drove a tumult of leaves along the terrace. The door slammed and yawned open again, and then came the rain. Justin, I remember, still talking, closed the door. I tried to think how I could get to the station 5 miles away, and then what we could do in London. We should seem rather odd visitors to an hotel, without luggage. All this was behind my valiant demand that she should come with me, and come now. And then my mind was lanced by the thin edge of realization that she did not intend to come now, and that Justin was resolved she should not do so. After the first shock of finding herself discovered, she had stood pale but uncowed before her bureau, with her eyes rather on him than on me. Her hands, I think, were behind her upon the edge of the writing flap, and she was a little leaning upon them. She had the watchful, alert expression of one who faces an unanticipated but by no means overwhelming situation. She cast a remark to me. "But I do not want to come with you," she said. "I have told you I do not want to come with you." All her mind seemed concentrated upon what she should do with Justin. "You must send him away," he was saying. "It's an abominable thing. It must stop. How can you dream it should go on?"
"But you said yourself when you married me I should be free. I should own myself. You gave me this house."
"What, to disgrace myself?" I was moved to intervene. "You must choose between us, Mary," I cried. "It is impossible you should stay here. You cannot stay here." She turned upon me, a creature at bay. "Why shouldn't I stay here? Why must I choose between 2 men? I want neither of you. I want myself. I'm not a thing. I'm a human being. I'm not your thing, Justin, nor yours, Stephen. Yet you want to quarrel over me like 2 dogs over a bone. I am going to stay here, in my house. It's my house. I made it. Every room of it is full of me. Here I am." She stood there, making this magnificently extravagant claim. Her eyes blazing blue, her hair a little disheveled, with a strand across her cheek. Both I and Justin spoke together, and then turned in helpless anger upon one another. I remember that with the clumsiest of weak gestures he bade me begone from the house, and that I, with a now rather deflated rhetoric, answered I would go only with Mary at my side. And there she stood, less like a desperate rebel against the most fundamental social relations than an indignant princess, and demanded of us and high heaven, "Why should I be fought for? Why should I be fought for?" And then, abruptly, she gathered her skirts in her hand and advanced. "Open that door, Stephen," she said, and was gone with a silken whirl and rustle from our presence. We were left regarding one another with blank expressions. Her departure had torn the substance out of our dispute. For the moment, we found ourselves left with a new situation, for which there is as yet no tradition of behavior. We had become actors in that new human comedy that is just beginning in the world, that comedy in which men still dispute the possession and the manner of the possession of woman according to the ancient rules, while they, on their side, are determining ever more definitely that they will not be possessed. We had little to say to one another, mere echoes and endorsements of our recent declarations. "She must come to me," said I, and he, "I will save her from that at any cost." That was the gist of our confrontation. And then I turned about and walked along the gallery towards the entrance, with Justin following me slowly. I was full of the wrath of baffled heroics. I turned towards him with something of a gesture. Down the perspective of the white and empty gallery, he appeared small and perplexed. The panes of the tall French windows were slashed with rain. End of Chapter 6, Parts 6 to 10. Chapter 6, Parts 11 to 14 of The Passionate Friends by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Chapter the 6th, Lady Mary Justin. 11. I forget now absolutely what I may have expected to happen next. I cannot remember my return to my father's house that day. But I know that what did happen was the most unanticipated and incredible experience of my life. It was as if the whole world of mankind were suddenly to turn upside down and people go about calmly in positions of complete inversion. I had a note from Mary on the morning after this discovery that indeed dealt with that, but was otherwise not very different from endless notes I had received before our crisis. It was destroyed, so that I do not know its exact text now, but it did not add anything material to the situation, or give me the faintest shadow to intimate what crept close upon us both. She repeated her strangely thwarting refusal to come away and live with me. She seemed indignant that we had been discovered, as though Justin had indulged in an excess of existence by discovering us. I completed and dispatched to her a long letter I had already been writing overnight, in which I made clear the hopeless impossibility of her attitude, vowed all my life and strength to her, tried to make some picture of the happiness that was possible for us together, sketched as definitely as I could when and where we might meet and whither we might go. It must have made an extraordinary jumble of protest, persuasion, and practicality. It never reached her. It was intercepted by Justin. I have gathered since that after I left Marden's, he sent telegrams to Guy and Philip and her cousin Lord Tarville. He was, I think, amazed beyond measure at this revelation of the possibilities of his cold and distant wife, with a vast passion of jealousy awaking in him, and absolutely incapable of forming any plan to meet the demands of his extraordinary situation. Guy and Philip got to him that night. Tarville came down next morning, and Marden's became a debate. Justin did not so much express views and intentions as have them extracted from him. It was manifest he was prepared for the amplest forgiveness of his wife, if only I could be obliterated from their world. Confronted with her brothers, the two men in the world who could be frankly brutal to her, Mary's dignity suffered. She persisted she meant to go on seeing me, but she was reduced to passionate tears. Into some such state of affairs I came that morning on the heels of my letter, demanding Lady Mary of a scared, evasive butler. Maxton and Tarville appeared. "Hullo, Stratton," said Tarville, with a fine flavour of an agreeable chance meeting. Philip had doubts about his greeting me, and then extended his reluctant hand with a nervous grin to excuse the delay. "I want to see Lady Mary," said I, stiffly. "She's not up yet," said Tarville, with a hand on my shoulder. "Come and have a talk in the garden." We went out, with Tarville expanding the topic of the seasons. "It's a damned good month, November. Say what you like about it." Philip walked grimly silent on my other hand. "And it's a damned awkward situation you've got us into, Stratton," said Tarfril. "Say what you like about it." "It isn't as though old Justin was any sort of beast," he reflected, "or anything like that, you know. He's a most astonishing decent chap, clean as they make them." "This isn't a beastly intrigue," I said. "It never is," said Tarfril genially. "We've loved each other a long time. It's just flared out here." "No doubt of that," said Tarfril. "It's been like a beacon to all Surrey." "It's one of those cases where things have to be readjusted. The best thing to do is for Mary and me to go abroad." "Yes, but does Mary think so?" "Look here," said Philip, in a voice thick with rage. "I won't have Mary divorced. I won't. See? I won't." "What the devil's it got to do with you?" I asked, with an answering flash of fury. Tarfril's arm ran through mine. "Nobody's going to divorce Mary," he said reassuringly. "Not even Justin. He doesn't want to, and nobody else can. And there you are." "But we two—" "You two have had a tremendously good time. You've got found out, and there you are." "This thing has got to stop absolutely now," said Philip, and echoed with a note of satisfaction in his own phrasing. "Absolutely now." "You see, Stratton," said Tarfril, as if he were expanding Philip's assertion, "there's been too many divorces in society. It's demoralizing people. It's discrediting us. It's setting class against class. Everybody is saying, why don't these big people either set about respecting the law or altering it? Common people are getting too infernally clear-headed. Hitherto it's mattered so little. But we can't stand any more of it, Stratton, now. It's something more than a private issue. It's a question of public policy. We can't stand any more divorces." He reflected. "We have to consider something more than our own personal inclinations. We've got no business to be here at all if we're not a responsible class. We owe something to ourselves." It was as if Tarfril was as concerned as I was for this particular divorce, as if he struggled with a lively desire to see me and Mary happily married after the shortest possible interval. And indeed he manifestly wasn't unsympathetic. He had the strongest proclivity for the romantic and picturesque, and it was largely the romantic picturesqueness of renunciation that he urged upon me. Philip, for the most part, maintained a resentful silence. He was a clenched anger against me, against Mary, against the flaming possibilities that threatened the sister of Lord Maxton, that most promising and distinguished young man. Of course, their plans must have been definitely made before this talk. Probably they had made them overnight, and probably it was Tarfril had given them a practicable shape. But he threw over the whole of our talk so satisfying a suggestion of a rest and prolonged discussion that it never occurred to me that I should not be able to come again on the morrow and renew my demand to see Mary. Even when next day I turned my face to Marden's and saw the flag had vanished from the flagstaff, it seemed merely a token of that household's perturbation. I thought the house looked oddly blank and sleepy as I drew near, but I did not perceive that this was because all the blinds were drawn. The door upon the lawn was closed, and presently the butler came to open it. He was in an old white jacket and collarless. "Lady Mary," he said. "Lady Mary has gone, sir. She and Mr. Justin went yesterday after you called." "Gone?" said I. "But where?" "I think abroad, sir." "Abroad?" "I think abroad." "But They've left an address?" "Only to Mr. Justin's office," said the man. "Any letters will be forwarded from there." I paused upon the step. He remained stiffly deferential, but with an air of having disposed of me. He reproved me tacitly for forgetting that I ought to conceal my astonishment at this disappearance. He was, indeed, an admirable manservant. "Thank you," said I, and dropped away defeated from the door. I went down the broad steps, walked out up the lawn, and surveyed house and trees and garden and sky. To the heights and the depths and the uttermost, I knew now what it was to be amazed. 12. I had felt myself an actor in a drama, and now I had very much the feeling an actor would have who answers to a cue and finds himself in mid-stage, with the scenery and the rest of the cast suddenly vanished behind him. By that mixture of force and persuasion, which avails itself of a woman's instinctive and cultivated dread of disputes and raised voices and the betrayal of contention to strangers, by the sheer tiring down of nerves and of sleepless body, and by threats of an immediate divorce and a campaign of ruin against me, these three men had obliged Mary to leave Marden's and go with them to Southampton. And thence they took her in Justin's yacht, the Water Witch, to Waterford, and thence by train to a hired house, an adapted old castle at Merk, near Crowham in Mayo. There, for all practical purposes, she was a prisoner. They took away her purse, and she was 4 miles from a pillar-box, and 10 from a telegraph office. This house they had taken furnished without seeing it, on the recommendation of a London agent, and in the name of Justin's solicitor. Thither presently went Lady Ladislaw, and an announcement appeared in the Times that Justin and Lady Mary had gone abroad for a time, and that no letters would be forwarded. I have never learnt the particulars of that abduction, but I imagine Mary astonished, her pride outraged, humiliated, helpless, perplexed, and maintaining a certain outward dignity. Moreover, as I was presently to be told, she was ill. Guy and Philip were, I believe, the moving spirits in the affair. Tarvrille was their apologetic accomplice. Justin took the responsibility for what they did, and bore the cost. He was bitterly ashamed to have these compulsions applied to his wife, but full now of a gusty fury against myself. He loved Mary still, with a love that was shamed and torn and bleeding, but his ruling passion was that infinitely stronger passion than love in our poor human hearts, jealousy. He was prepared to fight for her now, as men fight for a flag, tearing it to pieces in the struggle. He meant now to keep Mary. That settled, he was prepared to consider whether he still loved her or she him. Now here it may seem to you that we are on the very verge of romance. Here is a beautiful lady, carried off and held prisoner in a wild old place, standing out half cut off from the mainland among the wintry breakers of the west coast of Ireland. Here is the lover, baffled but insistent. Here are the fierce brothers and the stern dragon husband. And you have but to make out that the marriage was compulsory, irregular, and, on the ground of that irregularity, finally dissoluble, to furnish forth a theme for Marriott Watson in his most admirable and adventurous vein. You can imagine the happy chances that would have guided me to the hiding-place, the trusty friend who would have come with me and told the story, the grim siege of the place. All, as it were, sotto voce for fear of scandal. The fight with Guy in the little cave, my attempted assassination, the secret passage. Would to heaven life had those rich simplicities, and one could meet one's man at the end of a sword. My siege of Merk makes a very different story from that. In the first place, I had no trusted friend of so extravagant a friendship as such aid would demand. I had no one whom it seemed permissible to tell of our relations. I was not one man against 3 or 4 men in a romantic struggle for a woman. I was one man against something infinitely greater than that. I was one man against nearly all men, one man against laws, traditions, instincts, institutions, social order. Whatever my position had been before, my continuing pursuit of Mary was open social rebellion. And I was in a state of extreme uncertainty how far Mary was a willing agent in this abrupt disappearance. I was disposed to think she had consented far more than she had done to this astonishing step. Carrying off an unwilling woman was outside my imaginative range. It was luminously clear in my mind that so far she had never countenanced the idea of flight with me, and until she did, I was absolutely bound to silence about her. I felt that until I saw her face to face again, and was sure she wanted me to release her, that prohibition held. Yet how was I to get at her and hear what she had to say? Clearly it was possible that she was under restraint, but I did not know. I was not certain. I could not prove it. At Guildford Station, I gathered, after ignominious enquiries, that the Justins had booked to London. I had 2 days of nearly frantic inactivity at home, and then pretended business that took me to London, for fear that I should break out to my father. I came up revolving a dozen impossible projects of action in my mind. I had to get into touch with Mary, and at that my mind hung and stopped. All through the 24 hours, my nerves jumped at every knock upon my door. This might be the letter. This might be the telegram. This might be herself, escaped and come to me. The days passed like days upon a painful sick-bed, grey or foggy London days of an appalling length and emptiness. If I sat at home, my imagination tortured me. If I went out, I wanted to be back and see if any communication had come. I tried repeatedly to see Tarville. I had an idea of obtaining a complete outfit for an elopement, but I was restrained by my entire ignorance of what a woman may need. I tried to equip myself for a sudden crisis by the completest preparation of every possible aspect. I did some absurd and ill-advised things. I astonished a respectable solicitor in a grimy little office behind a queer little court with trees near Cornhill, by asking him to give advice to an anonymous client, and then putting my anonymous case before him. "Suppose," said I, "it was for the plot of a play." He nodded gravely. My case, as I stated it, struck me as an unattractive one. "Application for a writ of habeas corpus," he considered, with eyes that tried to remain severely impartial, "by a wife's lover who wants to find out where she is. It's unusual. You will be requiring the husband to produce her corpus. I don't think, speaking in the same general terms as those in which you put the circumstances, it would be likely to succeed. No." Then I overcame a profound repugnance, and went to a firm of private detectives. It had occurred to me that if I could have Justin, Tarville, Guy, or Philip traced, I might get a clue to Mary's hiding-place. I remember a queer little office. A blusterous, frock-coated creature with a pock-marked face, iron-grey hair, an eyeglass, and a strained tenor voice, who told me twice that he was a gentleman, and several times that he would prefer not to do business than to do it in an ungentlemanly manner, and who was quite obviously ready and eager to blackmail either side in any scandal, into which spite or weakness admitted his gesticulating fingers. He alluded vaguely to his staff, to his woman helpers, some personally attached to me, to his remarkable underground knowledge of social life, The illicit side. What could he do for me? There was nothing, I said, illicit about me. His interest waned a little. I told him that I was interested in certain financial matters, no matter what they were, and that I wanted to have a report of the movements of Justin and his brothers-in-law for the past few weeks, and for a little time to come. "You want them watched?" said my private enquiry agent, leaning over the desk towards me and betraying a slight squint. "Exactly," said I. "I want to know what sort of things they are looking at just at present." "Have you any inkling?" "None." "If our agents have to travel?" I expressed a reasonable generosity in the matter of expenses, and left him at last, with a vague discomfort in my mind. How far mightn't this undesirable unearth the whole business in the course of his investigations? And then what could he do? Suppose I went back forthwith, and stopped his enquiries before they began? I had a disagreeable feeling of meanness that I couldn't shake off. I felt I was taking up a weapon that Justin didn't deserve. Yet I argued with myself that the abduction of Mary justified any such course. As I was still debating this, I saw Philip. He was perhaps 20 yards ahead of me. He was paying off a hansom which had just put him down outside Blake's. "Philip!" I cried, following him up the steps, and overtaking him and seizing his arm as the commissionaire opened the door for him. "Philip, what have you people done with Mary? Where is Mary?" He turned a white face to me. "How dare you," he said with a catch of the breath, "mention my sister?" I spoke in an undertone, and stepped a little between him and the man at the door, in order that the latter might not hear what I said. "I want to see her," I expostulated. "I must see her. What you are doing is not playing the game. I've got to see her." "Let go of my arm, sir," cried he. And suddenly I felt a whirlwind of rage answering the rage in his eyes. The pent-up exasperation of 3 weeks rushed to its violent release. He struck me in the face with the hand that was gripped about his umbrella. He meant to strike me in the face and then escape into his club. But before he could get away from me after his blow, I had flung out at him, and had hit him under the jawbone. My blow followed his before guard or counter was possible. I hit with all my being. It was an amazing flare-up of animal passion. From the moment that I perceived he was striking at me, to the moment when both of us came staggering across the doormat into the dignified and spacious hallway of Blake's, we were back at the ancestral ape, and we did exactly what the ancestral ape would have done. The arms of the commissionaire about my waist, the rush of the astonished porter from his little glass box, 2 incredibly startled and delighted pages, and an intervening member bawling out, "Sir, sir!" converged to remind us that we were 1,000,000 years or so beyond those purely arboreal days. We seemed for a time to be confronted before an audience that hesitated to interfere. "How dare you name my sister to me?" he shouted at me, and brought to my mind the amazing folly of which he was capable. I perceived Mary's name flung to the 4 winds of heaven. "You idiot, Philip!" I cried. "I don't know your sister. I've not seen her, scarcely seen her for years. I ask you for a matchbox or something, and you hit me. If you dare to speak to her—" "You fool!" I cried, going nearer to him and trying to make him understand. But he winced and recoiled defensively. "I'm sorry," I said to the commissionaire who was intervening. "Lord Maxton has made a mistake." "Is he a member?" said someone in the background, and somebody else suggested calling a policeman. I perceived that only a prompt retreat would save the whole story of our quarrel from the newspapers. So far as I could see, nobody knew me there except Philip. I had to take the risks of his behavior. Manifestly, I couldn't control it. I made no further attempt to explain anything to anybody. Everyone was a little too perplexed for prompt action, and so the advantage in that matter lay with me. I walked through the door, and with what I imagined to be an appearance of the utmost serenity, down the steps. I noted an ascending member glance at me with an expression of exceptional interest, but it was only after I had traversed the length of Pall Mall that I realized that my lip and the corner of my nostril were both bleeding profusely. I called a cab when I discovered my handkerchief scarlet, and retreated to my flat and cold ablutions. Then I sat down to write a letter to Tarvrille, with a clamorous, urgent, please forward if away, above the address, and tell him at least to suppress Philip. But within the club, that blockhead, thinking of nothing but the appearances of our fight and his own credit, was varying his assertion that he had thrashed me, with denunciations of me as a blackguard, and giving 6 men a highly coloured, improvised, and altogether improbable account of my relentless pursuit and persecution of Lady Mary Justin, and how she had left London to avoid me. They listened, no doubt, with extreme avidity. The matrimonial relations of the Justins had long been a matter for speculative minds. And while Philip was doing this, Guy, away in Mayo still, was writing a tender, trusting, and all too explicit letter to a well-known and extremely impatient lady in London to account for his continued absence from her house. "So that is it," said the lady, reading, and was at least in the enviable position of one who had confirmatory facts to impart. And so, quite suddenly, the masks were off our situation, and we were open to an impertinent world. For some days I did not realize what had happened, and lived in hope that Philip had been willing and able to cover his lapse. I went about, with my preoccupation still, as I imagined, concealed, and with an increasing number of typed letters from my private enquiry agent in my pocket, containing inaccurate and worthless information about the movements of Justin, which appeared to have been culled for the most part from a communicative young policeman stationed at the corner nearest to the Justins' house, or expanded from Who's Who and other kindred works of reference. The second letter, I remember, gave some particulars about the financial position of the younger men, and added that Justin's credit with the West End tradesmen was limitless, points upon which I had no sort of curiosity whatever. I suppose a couple of 100 people in London knew before I did that Lady Mary Justin had been carried off to Ireland and practically imprisoned there by her husband, because I was her lover. The thing reached me at last through little Fred Ridling, who came to my rooms in the morning while I was sitting over my breakfast. "Stratton," said he, "what is all the story of your shaking Justin by the collar and threatening to kill him if he didn't give up his wife to you? And why do you want to fight a duel with Maxton? What's it all about? Fire-eater you must be. I stood up for you as well as I could, but I heard you abused for a solid hour last night, and there was a chap there simply squirting out facts and dates and names. Got it all. What have you been up to?" He stood on my hearthrug, with an air of having called for an explanation to which he was entitled, and he very nearly got one. But I just had some scraps of reserve left, and they saved me. "Tell me first," I said, delaying myself with the lighting of a cigarette, "the particulars, as you heard them." Ridling embarked upon a descriptive sketch, and I got a minute or so to think. "Go on," I said, with a note of irony, when he paused. "Go on, tell me some more. Where do you say they have taken her? Let us have it right." By the time his little store had run out, I knew exactly what to do with him. "Ridling," said I, and stood up beside him suddenly, and dropped my hand with a little added weight upon his shoulder. "Ridling, do you know the only right and proper thing to do when you hear scandal about a friend?" "Come straight to him," said Ridling virtuously, "as I have done." "No, say you don't believe it. Ask the scandal-monger how he knows, and insist on his telling you. Insist. And if he won't, be very, very rude to him. Insist up to the quarreling point. Now, who were those people?" "Well, that's a bit stiff. One chap I didn't know at all." "You should have pulled him up and insisted upon knowing who he was, and what right he had to lie about me. For it's lying, Ridling. Listen, it isn't true that I'm besieging Lady Mary Justin. So far from besieging her, I didn't even know where she was until you told me. Justin is a neighbor of my father's, and a friend of mine. I had tea with him and his wife not a month ago. I had tea with them together. I knew they were going away, but it was a matter of such slight importance to me, such slight importance," I impressed this on his collarbone, "that I was left with the idea that they were going to the south of France. I believe they are in the south of France. And there you are. I'm sorry to spoil sport, but that's the bleak, unromantic truth of the matter." "You mean to say that there's nothing in it at all?" "Nothing." He was atrociously disappointed. "But everybody," he said, "everybody has got something." "Somebody will get a slander case if this goes on. I don't care what they've got." "Good Lord," he said, and stared at the rug. "You'll take your oath?" He glanced up and met my eye. "Oh, of course, it's all right what you say." He was profoundly perplexed. He reflected. "But then, I say, Stratton, why did you go for Maxton at Blake's? That I had from an eyewitness. You can't deny a scrap like that. In broad daylight. Why did you do that?" "Oh, that's it," said I. "I begin to have glimmerings. There's a little matter between myself and Maxton." I found it a little difficult to improvise a plausible story. "But he said it was his sister," persisted Ridling. "He said so afterwards, in the club." "Maxton," said I, losing my temper, "is a fool and a knave and a liar. His sister, indeed! Lady Mary! If he can't leave his sister out of this business, I'll break every bone of his body." I perceived my temper was undoing me. I invented rapidly but thinly. "As a matter of fact, Ridling, it's quite another sort of lady has set us by the ears." Ridling stuck his chin out, tucked in the corners of his mouth, made round eyes at the breakfast things, and hands in pockets, rocked from heels to toes, and from toes to heels. "I see, Stratton. Yes, I see. Yes, all this makes it very plain, of course. Very plain. Stupid thing, scandal is. Thanks. No, I won't have a cigarette." And he left me presently, with an uncomfortable sense that he did see, and didn't for one moment intend to restrain his considerable histrionic skill in handing on his vision to others. For some moments I stood savoring this all too manifest possibility, and then my thoughts went swirling into another channel. At last the curtain was pierced. I was no longer helplessly in the dark. I got out my Bradshaw, and sat with the map spread out over the breakfast things, studying the routes to Mayo. Then I rang for Williams, the man I shared with the 2 adjacent flat-holders, and told him to pack my kit-bag, because I was suddenly called away. 13. Many of the particulars of my journey to Ireland have faded out of my mind altogether. I remember most distinctly my mood of grim elation that at last I had to deal with accessible persons again. The weather was windy and violent, and I was seasick for most of the crossing, and very tired and exhausted when I landed. Williams had thought of my thick overcoat and loaded me with wraps and rugs, and I sat in the corner of a compartment in that state of mental and bodily fatigue that presses on the brows like a painless headache. I got to some little junction at last, where I had to wait an hour for a branch line train. I tasted all the bitterness of Irish hospitality, and such coffee as Ireland alone can produce. Then I went on to a station called Clumber or Clumboy or some such name, and thence, after some difficulty, I got a car for my destination. It was a wretched car in which hens had been roosting, and it was drawn by a steaming horse that had sores under its mended harness. An immense wet wind was blowing as we came over the big hill that lies to the south of Murk. Everything was wet. The hillside above me was either intensely green sodden turf or great streaming slabs of limestone. Seaward was a rocky headland, a ruin of a beehive shape, and beyond, a vast waste of tumbling waters, unlit by any sun. Not a tree broke that melancholy wilderness, nor any living thing but ourselves. The horse went stumblingly under the incessant stimulation of the driver's lash and tongue. "Yonder it is," said my man, pointing with his whip, and I twisted round to see over his shoulder, not the Rhine-like castle I had expected, but a long low house of stone upon a headland, backed by a distant mountain, that vanished in a wild-driven storm of rain as I looked. But at the sight of Murk my lassitude passed, my nerves tightened, and my will began to march again. Now, thought I, we bring things to an issue. Now we come to something personal and definite. The vagueness is at an end. I kept my eyes upon the place, and thought it more and more like a prison as we drew nearer. Perhaps from that window Mary was looking for me now. Had she wondered why I did not come to her before? Now, at any rate, I had found her. I sprang off the car, found a bell handle, and set the house jangling. The door opened, and a little old man appeared, with his fingers thrust inside his collar, as though he were struggling against strangulation. He regarded me for a second, and spoke before I could speak. "What might you be wanting?" said he, as if he had an answer ready. "I want to see Lady Mary Justin," I said. "You can't," he said. "She's gone." "Gone?" "The day before yesterday she went to London. You'll have to be getting back there." "She's gone to London?" "No less." "Willingly?" The little old man struggled with his collar. "Anyone would go willingly," he said, and seemed to await my further commands. He eyed me obliquely, with a shadow of malice in his eyes. It was then my heart failed, and I knew that we lovers were beaten. I turned from the door without another word to the janitor. "Back," said I to my driver, and got up behind him. But it is one thing to decide to go back, and another to do it. At the little station I studied timetables, and I could not get to England again without a delay of half a day. Somewhere I must wait. I did not want to wait where there was any concourse of people. I decided to stay in the inn by the station for the intervening 6 hours, and get some sleep before I started upon my return. But when I saw the bedroom, I changed my plan, and went down out of the village by a steep road towards the shore. I wandered down through the rain and spindrift to the very edge of the sea, and there found a corner among the rocks, a little sheltered from the wind, and sat, inert and wretched, my lips salt, my hair stiff with salt, and my body wet and cold, a miserable, defeated man. For I had now an irrational and entirely overwhelming conviction of defeat. I saw, as if I ought always to have seen, that I had been pursuing a phantom of hopeless happiness, that my dream of ever possessing Mary again was fantastic and foolish, and that I had expended all my strength in vain. Over me triumphed a law and tradition more towering than those cliffs, and stronger than those waves. I was overwhelmed by a sense of human weakness, of the infinite feebleness of the individual man, against wind and wave and the stress of tradition, and the ancient usages of mankind. "We must submit," I whispered, crouching close. "We must submit." Far as the eye could reach, the waves followed one another in long, unhurrying lines, an inexhaustible succession, rolling, hissing, breaking, and tossing white manes of foam, to gather at last for a crowning effort, and break thunderously, squirting foam 200 feet up the streaming faces of the cliffs. The wind tore and tugged at me, and wind and water made together a clamor, as though all the evil voices in the world, all the violent passions and all the hasty judgments, were seeking a hearing above the more elemental uproar. 14. And while I was in this phase of fatigue and despair in Mayo, the scene was laid, and all the other actors were waiting for the last act of my defeat in London. I came back to find 2 letters from Mary, and a little accumulation of telegrams and notes, one written in my flat, from Tarvrille. Mary's letters were neither of them very long, and full of a new-born despair. She had not realized how great were the forces against her and against us both. She let fall a phrase that suggested she was ill. She had given in, she said, to save herself and myself and others from the shame and ruin of a divorce, and I must give in too. We had to agree not to meet or communicate for 3 years, and I was to go out of England. She prayed me to accept this. She knew, she said, she seemed to desert me, but I did not know everything. I did not know everything. I must agree. She could not come with me. It was impossible. Now, certainly, it was impossible. She had been weak, but I did not know all. If I knew all, I should be the readier to understand and forgive her, but it was part of the conditions that I could not know all. Justin had been generous in his way. Justin had everything in his hands. The whole world was behind him against us, and I must give in. Those letters had a quality I had never before met in her. They were broken-spirited. I could not understand them fully, and they left me perplexed, with a strong desire to see her, to question her, to learn more fully what this change in her might mean. Tarvrille's notes recorded his repeated attempts to see me. I felt that he alone was capable of clearing up things for me, and I went out again at once, and telegraphed to him for an appointment. He wired to me from that same house in Mayfair, in which I had first met Mary after my return. He asked me to come to him in the afternoon, and thither I went through a November fog, and found him in the drawing-room that had the plate glass above the fireplace. But now he was vacating the house, and everything was already covered up. The pictures and their frames were under Holland, the fine furniture all in covers of faded stuff, the chandeliers and statues wrapped up, the carpets rolled out of the way. Even the window curtains were tucked into wrappers, and the blinds, except one he had raised, drawn down. He greeted me and apologized for the cold inhospitality of the house. "It was convenient here," he said. "I came here to clear out my papers and boxes, and there's no chance of interruptions." He went and stood before the empty fireplace, and plunged into the middle of the matter. "You know, my dear Stratton, in this confounded business, my heart's with you. It has been all along. If I could have seen a clear chance before you, for you and Mary to get away, and make any kind of life of it, though she's my cousin, I'd have helped you, indeed I would, but there's no sort of chance, not the ghost of a chance." He began to explain, very fully, quite incontrovertibly, that entire absence of any chance for Mary and myself together. He argued to the converted. "You know as well as I do what that romantic flight abroad, that Ouida-esque casa in some secluded valley, comes to in reality. All round Florence there's no end of such scandalous people. I've been among them, the 9 circles of the repenting scandalous, all cutting one another." "I agree," I said, "and yet—" "What?" "We could have come back." Tarvrille paused, and then leant forward. "No." "But people have done so. It would have been a clean sort of divorce." "You don't understand Justin. Justin would ruin you. If you were to take Mary away, he's a queer little man. Everything is in his hands. Everything always is in the husband's hands in these affairs, if he chooses, and keeps himself in the right. For an injured husband, the law sanctifies revenge. And, you see, you've got to take Justin's terms. He's changed. He didn't at first fully realize. He feels cheated. We've had to persuade him. There's a case for Justin, you know. He's had to stand a lot. I don't wonder at his going stiff at last. No doubt it's hard for you to see that, but you have to see it. You've got to go away as he requires. 3 years out of England. You've got to promise not to correspond, not to meet afterwards. It's so extravagant a separation. The alternative is, not for you to have Mary, but for you two to be flung into the ditch together. That's what it comes to, Stratton. Justin's got his case. He's set like steel. You're up against the law, up against social tradition, up against money. Any one of those a man may fight, but not all 3. And she's ill, Stratton. You owe her consideration. You of all people. That's no got-up story. She's truly ill and broken. She can no longer fly with you and fight with you, travel in uncomfortable trains, stay in horrible little inns. You don't understand. The edge is off her pluck, Stratton." "What do you mean?" I asked, and questioned his face. "Just exactly what I say." A gleam of understanding came to me. "Why can't I see her?" I broke in, with my voice full of misery and anger. "Why can't I see her, as if seeing her once more could matter so very greatly now?" He appeared to weigh something in his mind. "You can't," he said. "How do I know that she's not being told some story of my abandonment of her? How do I know she isn't being led to believe I no longer want her to come to me?" "She isn't," said Tarvrille, still with that arrested judicial note in his voice. "You had her letters," he said. "2. "Yes. Didn't they speak?" "I want to see her! Damn it, Tarvrille!" I cried with sudden tears in my smarting eyes. "Let her send me away! This isn't not treating us like human beings." "Women," said Tarvrille, and looked at his boot toes, "are different from men. You see, Stratton." He paused. You always strike me, Stratton, as not realizing that women are weak things. We've got to take care of them. You don't seem to feel that as I do. Their moods fluctuate more than ours do. If you hold them to what they say in the same way you hold a man, it isn't fair." He halted as though he awaited my assent to that proposition. "If you were to meet Mary now, you see, and if you were to say to her, 'Come, come, and we'll jump down Etna together,' and you said it in the proper voice and with the proper force, she'd do it, Stratton. You know that. Any man knows a thing like that. And she wouldn't want to do it." "You mean that's why I can't see her?" "That's why you can't see her." "Because we'd become dramatic. Because you'd become romantic and uncivilized." "Well," I said sullenly, realizing the bargain we were making, "I won't." "You won't make any appeal?" "No." He made no answer, and I looked up to discover him glancing over his shoulder through the great glass window into the other room. I stood up very quickly, and there in the further apartment were Guy and Mary standing side by side. Our eyes met, and she came forward towards the window impulsively, and paused, with that unpitying pain between us. Then Guy was opening the door for her, and she stood in the doorway. She was in dark furs wrapped about her, but in the instant I could see how ill she was, and how broken. She came a step or so towards me, and then stopped short, and so we stood, shyly and awkwardly, under Guy and Tarfrill's eyes, 2 yards apart. "You see," she said, and stopped lamely. "You and I said, "have to part, Mary. We are beaten. Is that so?" "Stephen, there is nothing for us to do. We've offended. We broke the rules. We have to pay." "By parting." "What else is there to do?" "No," I said, "there's nothing else." "I tried," she said, "that you shouldn't be sent from England." "That's a detail," I answered. "But your politics, your work?" "That does not matter. The great thing is that you are ill and unhappy, that I can't help you. I can't do anything. I'd go anywhere to save you. All I can do, I suppose, is to part like this and go." "I shan't be altogether unhappy, and I shall think of you." She paused, and we stood facing one another tongue-tied. There was only one word more to say, and neither of us would say it for a moment. "Goodbye," she whispered at last, and then, "Don't think I deserted you, Stephen, my dear. Don't think ill of me. I couldn't come to you." And suddenly her face changed slowly, and she began to weep, my fearless playmate whom I had never seen weeping before. She began to weep, as an unhappy child might weep. "Oh, my Mary!" I cried, weeping also, and held out my arms, and we clung together and kissed with tear-wet faces. "No," cried Guy belatedly, "we promised Justin." But Tarfrill restrained his forbidding arm, and then, after a second's interval, put a hand on my shoulder. "Come," he said. And so it was, Mary and I parted from one another. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7, Parts 1 to 4 of The Passionate Friends by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Chapter the 7th. Beginning Again. 1. In operas and romances, one goes from such a parting in a splendid dignity of gloom. But I am no hero, and I went down the big staircase of Tarvrille's house, the empty shuck of an abandoned desire. I was acutely ashamed of my recent tears. In the center of the hall was a marble figure, swathed about with yellow muslin. "On account of the flies," I said, breaking our silence. My words were far too unexpected for Tarvrille to understand. "The flies," I repeated, with an air of explanation. "You're sure she'll be all right?" I said abruptly. "You've done the best thing you can for her." "I suppose I have. I have to go." And then I saw ahead of me a world full of the tiresome need of decisions and arrangements, and empty of all interest. "Where the devil am I to go, Tarvrille? I can't even get out of things altogether." And then, with a fresh realization of painful difficulties ahead, "I have to tell this to my father. I've got to explain." And he expected. Tarvrille opened the half of the heavy front door for me, hesitated, and came down the broad steps into the chilly grey street, and a few yards along the pavement with me. He wanted to say something that he found difficult to say. When at last he did find words, they were quite ridiculous in substance, and yet at the time I took them as gravely as he intended them. "It's no good quoting Marcus Aurelius," said Tarvrille, "to a chap with his finger in the crack of a door." "I suppose it isn't," I said. "One doesn't want to be a flatulent ass, of course," said Tarvrille. "Still—" He resumed with an air of plunging. "It will sound just rot to you now, Stratton, but after all it comes to this. Behind us is a situation, with half a dozen particular persons. Out here, here, round the world. Before you've done with them, there's 1,000 million people, men and women." "Oh, what does that matter to me?" said I. "Everything," said Tarvrille. "At least, it ought to." He stopped and held out his hand. "Good-bye, Stratton. Good luck to you. Good-bye." "Yes," I said, "good-bye." I turned away from him. The image of Mary, crying as a child cries, suddenly blinded me and blotted out the world. 2. I want to give you as clearly as I can some impression of the mental states that followed this passion and this collapse. It seems to me one of the most extraordinary aspects of all that literature of speculative attack which is called psychology, that there is no name and no description at all of most of the mental states that make up life. Psychology, like sociology, is still largely in the scholastic stage. It is ignorant and intellectual, a happy refuge for the lazy industry of pedants. Instead of experience and accurate description and analysis, it begins with the rash assumption of elements, and starts out upon ridiculous syntheses. Who with a sick soul would dream of going to a psychologist? Now, here I was, with a mind sore and inflamed. I did not clearly understand what had happened to me. I had blundered, offended, entangled myself, and I had no more conception than a beast in a bog what it was had got me, or the method, or even the need of escape. The desires and passionate excitements, the anger and stress and strain and suspicion of the last few months, had worn deep grooves in my brain, channels without end or issue, out of which it seemed impossible to keep my thoughts. I had done dishonorable things, told lies, abused the confidence of a friend. I kept wrestling with these intolerable facts. If some momentary distraction released me for a time, back I would fall presently, before I knew what was happening, and find myself scheming once more to reverse the accomplished, or eloquently restating things already intolerably over-discussed in my mind, justifying the unjustifiable or avenging defeat. I would dream again and again of some tremendous appeal to Mary, some violent return and attack upon the situation. One very great factor in my mental and moral distress was the uncertain values of nearly every aspect of the case. There is an invincible sense of wild rightness about passionate love that no reasoning and no training will ever altogether repudiate. I had a persuasion that out of that I would presently extract a magic to excuse my deceits and treacheries and assuage my smarting shame. And round these deep central preoccupations were others of acute exasperation and hatred towards secondary people. There had been interventions, judgments upon insufficient evidence, comments, and often quite justifiable comments, that had filled me with an extraordinary savagery of resentment. I had a persuasion, illogical but invincible, that I was still entitled to all the respect due to a man of unblemished honor. I clung fiercely to the idea that to do dishonorable things isn't necessarily to be dishonorable. This state of mind I am describing is, I am convinced, the state of every man who has involved himself in any affair at once questionable and passionate. He seems free, but he is not free. He is the slave of the relentless paradox of his position. And we were all of us, more or less, in deep grooves we had made for ourselves. Philip, Guy, Justin, the friends involved, and all, in the measure of our grooves, incapable of tolerance or sympathetic realization. Even when we slept, the clenched fist of the attitudes we had assumed gave a direction to our dreams. You see, the same string of events that had produced all this system of intense preoccupations had also severed me from the possible resumption of those wider interests out of which our intrigue had taken me. I had had to leave England, and all the political beginnings I had been planning, and to return to those projects now, those now impossible projects, was to fall back promptly into hopeless exasperation. And then the longing that is like a physical pain, that hunger of the heart for someone intolerably dear. The desire for a voice, the arrested habit of phrasing one's thoughts, for a hearer who will listen in peace no more. From that lonely distress, even rage, even the concoction of insult and conflict, was a refuge. From that pitiless travail of emptiness, I was ready to turn desperately to any offer of excitement and distraction. From all those things, I was to escape at last unhelped, but I want you to understand particularly these phases through which I passed. It falls to many, and it may fall to you, to pass through such a period of darkness and malign obsession. Make the groove only a little deeper, a little more unclimbable. Make the temperament a little less sanguine, and suicide stares you in the face. And things worse than suicide, that suicide of self-respect, which turns men to drugs and inflammatory vices, and the utmost outrageous defiance of the dreaming noble self that has been so despitefully used. Into these same inky pools I have dipped my feet, where other men have drowned. I understand why they drown. And my taste of misdeed and resentment has given me just an inkling of what men must feel who go to prison. I know what it is to quarrel with the world. 3. My first plan when I went abroad was to change my Harbury French, which was poor stuff and pedantic, into a more colloquial article, and then go into Germany to do the same thing with my German, and then perhaps to remain in Germany, studying German social conditions, and the quality of the German army. It seemed to me that when the term of my exile was over, I might return to England and re-enter the army. But all these were very anemic plans, conceived by a tired mind, and I set about carrying them out in a mood of slack lassitude. I got to Paris, and in Paris I threw them all overboard and went to Switzerland. I remember very clearly how I reached Paris. I arrived about sunset, I suppose at Saint-Lazare or the Gare du Nord, sent my luggage to the little hotel in the Rue d'Antin where I had taken rooms, and dreading their loneliness, decided to go direct to a restaurant and dine. I remember walking out into the streets, just as shops and windows and street lamps were beginning to light up, and strolling circuitously through the clear, bright stir of the Parisian streets to find a dinner at the Café des Lapins. Some day you will know that peculiar, sharp, definite excitement of Paris. All cities are exciting, and each, I think, in a different way. And as I walked down along some boulevard towards the center of things, I saw a woman coming along a side street towards me, a woman with something in her body and something in her carriage that reminded me acutely of Mary. Her face was downcast, and then, as we converged, she looked up at me, not with the meretricious smile of her class, but with a steadfast, friendly look. Her face seemed to me sane and strong. I passed, and hesitated. An extraordinary impulse took me. I turned back. I followed this woman across the road, and a little way along the opposite pavement. I remember I did that, but I do not remember clearly what was in my mind at the time. I think it was a vague rush towards the flash of companionship in her eyes. There I had seemed to see the glimmer of a refuge from my desolation. Then came amazement and reaction. I turned about and went on my way, and saw her no more. But afterwards, later, I went out into the streets of Paris, bent upon finding that woman. She had become a hope, a desire. I looked for her for what seemed a long time, half an hour perhaps, or 2 hours. I went along, peering at the women's faces, through the blazing various lights, the pools of shadowy darkness, the flickering reflections and transient glitter, one of a vast stream of slow-moving, adventurous human beings. I crossed streams of traffic, paused at luminous kiosks, became aware of dim rows of faces looking down upon me from above the shining enamel of the omnibuses. My first intentness upon one person, so that I disregarded any distracting intervention, gave place by insensible degrees to a more general apprehension of the things about me. That original woman became, as it were, diffused. I began to look at the men and women sitting at the little tables behind the panes of the cafes, and even on the terraces, for the weather was still dry and open. I scrutinized the faces I passed, faces for the most part animated by a sort of shallow eagerness. Many were ugly, many vile with an intense vulgarity. But some in that throng were pretty, some almost gracious. There was something pathetic and appealing for me in this great sweeping together of people into a little light, into a weak community of desire for joy and eventfulness. There came to me a sense of tolerance, of fellowship, of participation. From an outer darkness of unhappiness, or at least of joylessness, they had all come hither, as I had come. I was like a creature that slips back again towards some deep waters out of which long since it came into the light and air. It was as if old forgotten things, prenatal experiences, some magic of ancestral memories, urged me to mingle again with this unsatisfied passion for life about me. Then, suddenly, a wave of feeling between self-disgust and fear poured over me. This vortex was drawing me into deep and unknown things. I hailed a passing fiacre, went straight to my little hotel, settled my account with the proprietor, and caught a night train for Switzerland. All night long my head ached, and I lay awake, swaying and jolting, and listening to the rhythms of the wheels. Paris clean forgotten so soon as it was left, and my thoughts circling continually about Justin and Philip and Mary, and the things I might have said and done. 4. One day late in February, I found myself in Vevey. I had come down with the break-up of the weather from Montana, where I had met some Oxford men I knew and had learned to ski. I had made a few of those vague acquaintances one makes in a winter sport hotel. But now all these people were going back to England, and I was thrown back upon myself once more. I was dull and angry and unhappy still, full of self-reproaches and dreary indignations. And then, very much as the sky will sometimes break surprisingly through storm clouds, there began in me a new series of moods. They came to me by surprise. One clear, bright afternoon, I sat upon the wall that runs along under the limes by the lakeshore, envying all these people who were going back to England and work and usefulness. I thought of myself, of my career spoiled, my honor tarnished, my character tested and found wanting. So far as English politics went, my prospects had closed forever. Even after 3 years, it was improbable that I should be considered by the party managers again. And besides, it seemed to me I was a man crippled. My other self, the mate and confirmation of my mind, had gone from me. I was no more than a mutilated man. My life was a thing condemned. I had joined the ranks of loafing, morally limping English exiles. I looked up. The sun was setting. A warm glow fell upon the dissolving mountains of Savoy, and upon the shining mirror of the lake. The luminous, tranquil breadth of it caught me and held me. I am done for. The light upon the lake and upon the mountains, the downward swoop of a bird over the water, and something in my heart gave me the lie. "What nonsense!" I said, and felt as if some dark cloud that had overshadowed me had been thrust back. I stared across at Savoy, as though the land had spoken. Why should I let all my life be ruled by the blunders and adventures of one short year of adventure? Why should I become the votary of a train of consequences? What had I been dreaming of all this time? Over there were gigantic uplands I had never seen and trodden, and beyond were great plains and cities, and beyond that the sea, and so on, great spaces and multitudinous things, all round about the world. What did the things I had done, the things I had failed to do, the hopes crushed out of me, the tears and the anger, matter to that? And in some amazing way, this thought so took possession of me, that the question seemed also to carry with it the still more startling collateral. What then did they matter to me? "Come out of yourself," said the mountains and all the beauty of the world. "Whatever you have done or suffered is nothing to the inexhaustible offer life makes you. We are you, just as much as the past is you." It was as though I had forgotten, and now remembered, how infinitely multitudinous life can be. It was as if Tarvrille's neglected words to me had sprouted in the obscurity of my mind and borne fruit. I cannot explain how that mood came. I am doing my best to describe it, and it is not easy even to describe. And I fear that to you, who will have had, I hope, no experience of such shadows as I had passed through, it is impossible to convey its immense elation. I remember once I came in a boat out of the caves of Han after 2 hours in the darkness, and there was the common daylight that is nothing wonderful at all, and its brightness ahead there seemed like trumpets and cheering, like waving flags and like the sunrise. And so it was with this mood of my release. There is a phrase of Peter E. Noyes, that queer echo of Emerson, whom people are always rediscovering and forgetting again, a phrase that sticks in my mind. Every living soul is heir to an empire, and has fallen into a pit. It's an image wonderfully apt to describe my change of mental attitude, and render the contrast between those intensely passionate personal entanglements that had held me tight, and that wide estate of life that spreads about us all, open to all of us in just the measure that we can scramble out of our individual selves to a more general self. I seemed to be hanging there at the brim of my stale and painful den, staring at the unthought-of greatness of the world, with an unhoped-for wind out of heaven blowing upon my face. I suppose the intention of the phrase "finding salvation," as religious people use it, is very much this experience. If it is not the same thing, it is something very closely akin. It is as if someone were scrambling out of a pit into a largeness that is attainable by every man, just in the measure that he realizes it is there. I leave these fine discriminations to the theologian. I know that I went back to my hotel in Vevey with my mind healed, with my will restored to me, and my ideas running together into plans. And I know that I had come out that day a broken and apathetic man. End of Chapter 7, Parts 1 to 4.